money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to
the immediate off the Empress needs to be done for Asuna now, because he knows he's going to be potentially going up against both players at once, and he's right!
Probably not. More than likely just 100 Thieves doing their thing now, and it's working out extremely well for them, Asuna.
The problem
what?
Gosh. More down low. Asuna wants to get aggressive, just on the ropes. One in the SEAL Team 6 is this. He's going to find one more than the right.
But still wanting to go towards A here.
Yeah, you know, this round here, as patience is really all that's needed to close out this round. FNS is just going to...
Does get the pain shells out, but he's going to go down in the end. But Bobby with the spray there. Oh, that is very nice from Bobby.
Anticipate Mark, who's just on the opposite side of the smoke. They'll start to... Oh, no!
Shut this down if he plays this right. Baby Bay right around the corner. 1, 2. That's exactly what we were talking about. Another one for Baby Bay.
Them slowly starting to make things happen here, but Baby Bay still alive with the knives. Able to get one more. Oh, beautiful stuff from Baby Bay.
Mid is completely controlled by the defenders. Baby Bay with
I
a spray.
don't believe
Corey
it.
with a swing.
I don't believe it!
Corey keeps going and he gets a third.
Derek is having a hard time with that one. Seeker's going to go down. Zachary's inside the smoke. They don't hear it. And look at this. He catches him inside that.
For a long time, he's going to be able to find maybe another kill on top of it. He is. He's doing so much work. Finds a couple of kills. Derek on the way in just has the LMG trying to hold on the trigger. 1v1. Shakes, confirms it, and Rise upset Cloud9 Blue to get the Challengers one.
Pushing in. You have to approach this map that way because it's so big and because there's so many different things to control.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's gonna come out, counter smoke. The flash is there, excuse me. Oh, 10! Up close and personal. Shazam's good for one as well. 100 Thieves are just down.
He is alone, but again, he has that dismiss. He can easily dip out straight into B-man if he wants, but he wants to stick around.
Instant dismiss, but he's still going for more frags. He's going to be able to get one solo, a second dismiss, and he's going for 3. 10s! Lining up 3, making a 4th. Why not 10?
We'll get the brute force of the first. Oh no.
I thought for sure that was going to be a free kill.
Yao Jones nothing to punish. There's the swing. Dre good for 1. Dre good for 2. He's good for 4. Is he gonna get another ace in this game?
There's the first shock dart. Goes to Taco. Second for 2. Death now on the point. Resurrection coming through. There's one more tap. Looking for more. Does get destroyed meanwhile, but Harmon sticking for the snake bite will deny. So will the pain shells. Beautifully played. Just down to 1. Kohler nowhere to go. And it's second. Responding for 4.
Drops it up into the corner. Does get some bullets off. And does find Kohler. Takes him a bit. He's getting the job done.
But nonetheless, even a leading now leads the scoreboard.
This player standing inside hoop. Trying to draw some blood. Nice shots coming out from Bang. He's found 3. The ult's going to go down as well. That's a 4K for Bang.
Flank that you mentioned is going to get sniffed out by Effies, but he's looking the wrong way. Now the odds are even.
Hello? Sabrosa has helped for first elimination. The quick scope not going to be there, but Sabrosa through lamps is good for not just 2 but 3.
Dash with this.
Oh my God. Down to just Wardell. Both players on site. They don't have anything to cordon him off. There is no cyber cage, and as a result, Wardell can do what Wardell does best.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the VCT playoffs, and this has been a crazy year so far. We started things off with First Strike. We saw 100 Thieves just tear it up and hold the trophy at the end of the day. Masters won, though. Sentinels rose to the top, and with Tiz being on that roster...
Hold on. Veli. Vance, fix your mic, dude. I got you.
Thanks, man.
Yo, production, can we lose this graphic, too? This is not working for me. Can we go to, like, a wider shot or something? Perfect. Thank you very much.
This is more like it. Good to see you, Bob.
Let's go.
Boom. High five. There we go. But we saw Sentinels tear things up over in Reykjavik, the first international land that we had here in Valorant. But right now, the road to Berlin is going to be better than ever as we have the 8 best teams from all of NA battling it out. And we're going to find out which 3 are going to represent us all out there in Berlin. But welcome to the desk. My name is Veli, and I'm here with my boys Bach and Van Silly. Bach, how do you feel to be here, man?
I mean, it's great to be back in the studio, Vance. I mean, just hanging out here, doing what we've been doing online over the last year. I mean, it's crazy to think. This is the first time we've been able to do a LAN broadcast and we've been covering Valorant since the beta.
It has been a while. I mean, I'm super excited not only for the games today, and now I had the shivers because we actually get to interact and be face-to-face and actually cover all of this action on the desk this week.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to be here with you guys, but it's going to be a lot of fun covering this event. And take a look at the teams that worked their way here. I'm going to be honest, this has been a journey. Me personally, I love the fact that we have TSM once again rising to the top. We have Coach Myth. He's going to be in the house as well. He's going to be doing this thing with the TSM, but seeing Wardell, Sub-Rose, and the rest of those players really rise up, I want to see what they do for Vans.
Yeah.
Which team are you excited to see here?
Definitely at this point, you have to think about Ye. You know that song from 50 Cent? All eyes on me. It's going to have to be all eyes on Envy at this point because Envy with Ye is probably the hottest transfer in 2021.
Oh, 100%.
And now they're probably the center slayer and potentially maybe the new NA hope. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say NA hope because Sentinels is already on top, but I mean like the new NA slayer, the new representative.
I get what you're saying, though. Ye is potentially an incredibly promising talent. When you look at his performance when he was playing with his old team, he was so much further ahead than the rest of the roster.
Yeah.
So to now see him dropped into a stronger team, there's so many possibilities.
So who do you like to see here in the VCT playoffs?
I mean, come on, look at 100 Thieves. One of the best teams potentially in the world. I just don't think we've seen them get to that point yet. I said this at First Strike. I said 100 Thieves will be one of the best teams in North America, if not one of the best teams in the world. But then they kind of flatlined for a little bit. They didn't necessarily make it to that level. I don't think that's a testament to them being a bad team. I just think that they needed a little bit more time, and we weren't willing to give it to them at first. I think this is the opportunity for 100 Thieves to really prove that they are a really strong team in North America.
You're definitely right. I would love to see 100 Thieves really pop off this event. But let's go ahead and take a look at a bracket right now to see what's going to be happening, which teams are going to be playing who. And Van Silly, when it comes to this bracket, which matchup are you most excited about?
Oh, Valley Buck, I think at this point, I'm throwing all that stuff out the window because today in day one for the NA Challengers Stage 3, we actually get our first two representative to know who's going to be the first two teams representing North America in Berlin. And usually it's like day 3, day 4, but we're finding that out today, baby. And that's where I'm most excited about.
There we go. Bach, what about you right now? I'm looking at that Envy and TSM game, and I'm going to be honest. That looks like a spicy matchup.
I mean, Envy TSM is going to be a great matchup, but I'm also looking at XZ versus LG. I feel like both of those games could be really, really good, really close. And there's also some unknown factors there. Like in LG, we've got Moose returning to the roster, and we don't really know what that's going to do because if you actually look with the agent compositions, it really juggles things up because Moose was a Sova main. Dazzle's been holding down that position. I don't know. There's just a lot of question marks. So many question marks coming into today about what the teams are going to look like with these new plugins literally made this last week.
This is going to be insane. But let's take a look at the schedule for today to see what's going to be happening. And don't forget, there's also a B stream. Check that out if you want to see my boy Ender over there with his duo Simo. That's going to be an exciting cast. But for today, the first match coming up is going to be Rise vs Sentinels. And then while that's going on the B stream, what
Banger. Envy versus TSM. I know that there's a little bit of resentment on the desk because that game is going to be so good, and we would love to see it. But I also think that this first game is a sleeper. I think Sentinels versus Rise is going to be a better game than I think people expect because Rise is basically only preparing for this game. The last week or so has been all, let's get ready for Sentinels, let's get ready for Sentinels. After that, we obviously have 100 Thieves versus FaZe, and then on the B stream, they'll be covering XZ versus LG.
But it's only right that we have the champions here in NA, and especially all of Valorant on the first game here on the main stream.
That's it.
But Van Silly, for those people at home that are just tuning in for the first time, how would you set the tone for what to expect in this match?
Exactly. You have to give them the respect, at least for Sentinels, to put them on the A stream to start things off because these guys are Master 1 champions. They're also Master 2 champions. They're unstoppable in North America. They barely dropped any maps qualifying into this point too. So you definitely have to put them on this A stream. You're looking at all the other 7 teams. Who's actually going to beat them? Honestly, I don't think anybody could. If you're looking at the top 3 in North America that's going to qualify for Berlin, you're really fighting for the 2nd spot and that 3rd spot.
Hold on, not even Envy? Your team? You don't think that Envy can beat them?
I mean, it's the eyes to look out for, but even if it Envy my team to look out for, I'm still on that hopium that TSM is going to be Envy today, so...
Let's go ahead and break down the teams right now and break down this matchup. First things first, let's talk about Rise Nation, led by none other than Shanks. And you said his brother Poise is on the roster. We have Neptune, Derek, and Superman as well.
Oh, man.
Van Silly, what do you like about this team?
I'm super happy about this lineup, actually. Again, I've said it before where it's like, yes, Team Vietnam. Like, I'm representing it. I'm bored with this team. But at the same time, Derek and Superman, the latest additions to this team, definitely skyrocketed the potential that Rise has going into this bracket. Superman's a great controller player, Derek's a great Sova player, and now you also have Shanks that's also molded outside of this Jet 1 trick to start playing some Sky as well. So you're seeing a little bit more depth from Rise, maybe not as much practice in terms of how deep their map pool could go, but definitely they have that upset potential. Against Sentinel, I'm not too sure though.
And speaking about Sentinels, Bach, I'm gonna need your help for this one. We're talking about the Masters 1 champions, Masters Reykjavik champions. They're gonna be here trying to take it all in Berlin as well. What about this roster do you like?
I mean, we all know the players, right? And ultimately, we have to ask ourselves, is that Viet power that you mentioned on the other side going to be enough to best the likes of Sick, Tens, Shazam, Dapper, and Zoms? This is such an incredibly good roster. And it's funny when we take a trip back about a year and we look at when this roster was first formed, no one had the expectations that this would be the best team in North America and the world. Sure, it looked like a good team, but the way that this has clicked and the way that pieces have fallen into place, especially with Tens joining the roster and bringing things to an even higher level, it's incredible to watch this team play, because even the worst player in a bad game for Sentinels is better than the best player on a large number of teams.
On a lot of teams.
Yeah.
You're definitely right. And now, speaking about the best players on teams, we have a little head-to-head, and this one's going to be kind of special because, obviously, Tens is going to be the main man to watch.
Yeah.
But who on the other team, Rise Nation, of course, is going to have to match up against him, Van Silly?
At this point, Billy, I mean, we have Shanks on a head-to-head versus Tens, but overall, I'm just going to have to think it has to be a team performance for all of Rise. Because if you look at these stats, yes, it looks pretty good for Shanks. He hasn't played that many maps here on Jet. Like, I've looked at, I think at his stats since, like, June. He's played, like, 17 maps, 4 maps here on Sky. So he's been actually going out of this role. But where it actually clicks very well for Rise is the coaching staff here with Anger actually coaching his team, and also to see how they're able to go a little bit deeper in the agent pool overall. Superman's definitely going to have to be that player that's going to support Shanks to be able to win.
Now, you know, around Valorant, there's a lot of talk about, oh, CNED, you have Scream, you have everyone else out there. But the best player in the game, hands down, is going to be Tens. And Bach, what we've seen from Tens so far here in Valorant, it's been nothing less than a gift.
It's actually kind of wild, right? Because we watched Tens in his early days in CS, and he started his come up, and then it stopped like almost instantaneously. Like, he gets signed by Cloud9, he gets a big opportunity on stage, and it doesn't go very far beyond that. He kind of flatlines, becomes a content creator. He was pretty good at that too. It's not to say he was bad, but then for whatever reason, he comes into Valorant, and everything just makes sense. Like, all of the problems you might have seen in CS, largely related to his immaturity in esports. I think he was just a young player, and he was working through a lot of things. Now he is like the perfect player, like super malleable, and he's right under a strong in-game leader that can help kind of fine-tune him and like unleash the beast within.
Yes, now that is Tens, once again, the guy that hails from Vancouver. 20 years old, by the way, with that type of skill. He has a long future ahead of him. But we actually put together a really hype video when it comes to the Sentinels, so let's go ahead and take a look.
Being at the top, though, every other team is going to have a target on your head, and you have to prepare and not really underestimate any other team.
I bet this is the first time I call Tens. This is his world, and we're just living in it.
They have made history here, Riv. They are the first global champions in Valorant history.
Our main goal was making it to the first ever lane event. Like, that was it.
But I think at this point, we've been through so many grand finals.
Sentinels are the Masters 2 Reykjavik champions.
So many events that we just know everybody's just going to do their job.
Look at the flank. Look at how much space Sentinels have taken. Sick now uses the red back, and oh my god.
I think the thing that makes our team really good is that every player is like really well rounded.
But we're always like adapting. We're always playing really well together. I have some faith in us as a team, and going into Champions, I'm pretty sure we'll be just as confident as going into like Masters 2, for example.
We won Masters 1. We won Masters 2. I'm planning on winning Masters 3. It's just going to be a thing that like I'm chasing after.
Oh, Dapper wants it. I know! Because it's so big and because there's so many different things to control. Oh my god! Oh my god! And he can just play this out for time. Sick! Baby, you call him Sick because that boy's cold!
When it comes to strategies, we don't think of set plays. More so, like, we set up protocols in our team.
Playing with protocols and not really having anything set, it's more just like on the fly and adapting.
We see what works best for us. Like, how's the meta, how people are playing, and how we can counter it up. Whether it's a certain agent change or how we approach it. When we're in this scenario, this is what we expect out of certain people. This is where we expect to use their certain abilities. And so when it's applicable, then do it.
has that dismiss and can easily dip out straight into B-man if he wants, but he wants to stick around.
Instant dismiss, but he's still going for more frags. He's gonna be able to get one soul, a second dismiss, and he's going for 3-10s! Lining up 3, making a 4th, why not 10s?
And I think it's just like overall a more efficient way of playing. So it might seem less tactical, but I think it takes a lot more teamwork to play like that than it does to just get in a server and like say like you're gonna do this, this, and this, and this, and it's a bunch of robots just following the script. There's a lot more thinking that goes into like the way we play.
I'll just say straight up that people that think that we're playing or not playing tactically and we're just holding W, that's like bullshit, because you're obviously not looking at like the little like fine print of how we play and the small details. You're just looking at surface level, like, oh, like gun go burr, shoot heads.
My thing is, I don't want anybody winning a Masters from NA, so we're the only people with the title.
It has been a long road for Reykjavik, where 10 teams arrived and competed, but only one remains standing and able to call themselves the world's best. And they did it in undefeated fashion, taking down every other region at the tournament without dropping a map.
All right, I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely ready for this matchup to get started between Rise Nation and especially Sentinels. But first things first, it's time to talk about the map, so I'm going to need some help from my boy Van Silly. Van Silly, I mean, let's be honest. Sentinels, great team, right?
Yeah.
Rise Nation definitely want to cause this upset. Now, take a look at their map pool. Both teams' map pools, by the way. If you're Rise Nation, where do you want to take Sentinels in order to try to pull off this win?
Yeah, I think at this point, Valiant Block, where Rise would probably have the best success is trying to take it over to Ascent, or mainly Split. I think Split has been their best map so far, and I feel that they're the kind of team that's going to try to anistrat any type of team that they go up against. This is why they had that upset potential that I was mentioning before. So if they're going to ban Split, speaking about Sentinels, I want to see that curveball come out. I want to see some Breeze. We know we saw 3 maps coming out from Sentinels actually on Breeze where they played against Xset, Envy, and I think it was Gen G as the 3rd one. So I think what Anger should do at this point is anti-strike the hell out of Sentinels and try to make sure that at least get 1 map in his best out of 3.
The biggest problem, though, is that as much as they want to go to Split, Sentinels is never going to let that happen. You know that ban's going to be the first thing that comes in. Sentinels has no desire to play Split, so very likely that map will be kicked out, and we'll pull up the maps here in just a second. There's the first pick by Sentinels. That's surprising. And then Rise does get the Ascent pick in there. The final map will be Bind. So we do see the Sentinels ban of Split, and we also get the Rise ban of Icebox, which is what we expected.
Yeah. This is where it's interesting, though, right? Because, sorry, Valley, because at this point, it's like, wow, okay, Sentinels is taking Breeze at this point. I want to see the third map.
Now, also, you wanted to see Sentinels on Ascent as well. Now,
correct.
Map for map, we see what's going on now, and it's going to be time for predictions as these teams are almost ready in the lobby. Start off with you, Bach. Who do you have winning this? Is it as easy as it looks when you look at both of these teams on paper?
Coming into today, I think a lot of people would say, easy for Sentinels, not a problem. But the more we've actually talked about the series, both on air and off air, the more I've realized there's an opportunity here for Rise to pull an upset. And a large part of that is based off this map pool. That map pool does not really benefit Sentinels that much. Them going with Breeze first does concern me because we actually talked about it. We thought that would be the pick coming in from Rise. So I think to a certain extent they're like, sick. Yes, I can't believe they let us get this. We've got this first map, and then we get to go into Ascent, a map that they stereotypically do not play. That's a huge advantage. I still want to kind of put this with a grain of salt, though. Sentinels is the best team in the world. It doesn't matter what the map pool is. Rise is tremendously inexperienced in comparison, but it is interesting. I think I still got to give the nod to Sentinels, though.
Okay, so Sentinels for you, and Breeze coming up first. That's a map that just isn't fully fleshed out yet when it comes to meta, and we don't know who the best teams are here. Do you think Rise can possibly make things good by winning that first map?
I would say yes. I think this series is going to lay on Breeze for sure. So if Rise can actually get this upset versus Sentinel on this map, it might take the series. But overall, again, agreeing to what Bach is saying, it's going to have to be Sentinels 2-1 at this point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. The road to Berlin starts now. It's going to be Sentinels versus Rise Nation. So my man's hold shift, and it's going to be dust. Go ahead and take it away. Can't wait.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. Looks like you guys are having a lot of fun. Just try to keep it down, all right? We're trying to work out here. But
yeah, there was a liquid flammable hazard sign that they might need to worry about over there. That's a class 3 hazard. Might want to stay clear of any petrol or gasoline floating around that warehouse they're in.
Yeah, for sure. Indeed the case. But yeah, like they mentioned, I hold shift here with Dust. And yeah, very interesting map set because, hey, map number 1, Breeze, you know, we had a chance to watch Sentinels play over a grand final and a lower final in this match. You know, we were kind of questioning how much of a realistic look feel things out. On the other point here, though, for Rise, we haven't seen them play this at all, Dust.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know what to expect from Rise. You know, this is one of those dice rolls where, yeah, you've been able to watch Sentinels play it a few times, and so maybe you can anti-strat them a bit, but that was over a month ago. You don't know what they would have changed in the last 3 to 4 weeks, and you yourself have not proven, you know, what you can do in an official setting. Scrims are a lot different than stepping up to the plate with Berlin on the line. So this is definitely a little bit of a hole in Rise's map pool, perhaps, because, you know, they weren't able to get split out. We knew that Sentinels were going to get rid of that. We know that Rise struggles on Icebox as well. So there's different things like that that just made it tough for Rise to come into this pick ban and get an edge. Right now, we are seeing the exact same composition Sentinels did run in their previous 3 games on Breeze, the only 3 that they've ever played. And so for Rise, it was kind of just like, we'll have to see, right?
Yeah.
And what you're seeing is Neptune flexing into that Sky, which we've seen a lot of secondary duelists do in the NA scene. Shanks will keep the Jet. Superman obviously playing the controller by playing the Viper. And then Derek actually electing not to go Sova and actually putting a Cypher on the map. So that's very interesting to go without a Sova on such a large map.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, the biggest kind of key differential between both of these squads is the fact that it's Sage on one side, Sova on the other, and then your choice of Sentinel kind of between the mix of whatever you so prefer, whether it's the Killjoy or the Cypher. But as we get into the pistol, will be a pretty passive setup here for Rise. And one of the things that, you know, you need to keep in mind is that Rise has been very creative over the course of this stage, and it'd be really interesting just not having a chance to see them at all throughout this map. What do they have in store for us?
Yeah, not really sure, as we are seeing Rise kind of set up for the A split here. They're being able to get control over towards switch position. Already had the entry on the Shazam as well. They're attacking the pyramids, and they're getting some deep penetration into the site. But now we're seeing Dapper and Tints actually fighting back very effectively.
Looking pretty solid, even trades coming through. Poise trying to keep some space to work with as Tens has established threat over the middle of the map. Spike is still down just outside of A, and ooh, Poise nearly gets an angle but can't quite convert the shots, and of course Tens will punish. That'll be no problem whatsoever, but Neptune looking to at least still get this spike planted, and it does seem like that will be what he's able to go. 1v3 now, but no chance to get that off the ground, so Sentinel takes first defense.
Yeah, I mean, it started out pretty promising from the Rise perspective, you know, being able to get some pretty good initial map control, you know, setting up this particular A split, being able to get into the A halls, be able to, you know, get out Cave and start making some progress in the site. And, you know, they were able to get kind of that first layer of the site kind of playing behind the pyramids towards Cave, but there was just kind of a switch that got flipped in the mid-round where you started seeing Sentinels able to kind of sit back and fight back at range, be able to get themselves into an advantage in the end, and ultimately come up with the victory there. So really solid way to kick things off of your Sentinels, coming in as the favorite, coming in on a map that you haven't played a whole lot, but Rise hasn't played at all, so you're kind of, you know, it's kind of the devil that you don't know, so to speak. And so far, things have gone the way that they wanted.
Well, it's really funny because you think back to when we were watching Sentinels play this map versus both Xset and 100 Thieves most recently, but like you mentioned, that was a month ago. That is most recently. You know, there was a lot of battle for what was happening in the middle of the map. Maybe not off the rip, but definitely through the mid-round. There seemed to be a lot of pressure being established from all 3 of those aforementioned squads, trying to take over that mid-map, especially from the defensive POV. So I'll be really curious, I think, just to see if Rise is going to have a response to that, because we've already established that threat early here, as you see Tens kind of getting in the middle of the map early, trying to take away space and have the ability to dash right away in case he doesn't like the look of the fight. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting because, again, no information gatherer when it comes to a Sova here for Rise. So they're going to be a little bit blind through that mid-map as well.
Yeah, that is tough to not have the drone, not have the recon. It's definitely going to deny a lot of intel. Yeah, you're going to have the Cypher cam and things of that nature to maybe kind of keep tabs on flanks if you're trying to just focus on like single side executes where you're not really playing the map control, you're just more playing set pieces on sites. And I'd imagine A is going to be the more friendly target, right? B's a lot more claustrophobic. It's a very tight choke point to get in there unless you're able to actually get some top mid control and get to the tunnel. So yeah, I'll be curious to see what Rise's attacking strategy is going to be going forward. But we probably won't learn too much this round, Chiff.
No, probably not too much at all. Just see if you can get some ultimate orbs, get a little bit of resource generation going on. Shazam going to take over the middle of the map once more as he peeks through the A double doors. Recon bolt will be destroyed. Shake's having a little bit of a battle here with the sentry turret, which Dapper says, yep, I'll take that fight every day of the week. And in fact, the sentry turret does come into play for an elimination.
There you go. Dapper's Turret may have more frags than some of Rise at this point. It's always a stat line you don't want to be on the wrong end of, but obviously early days, so we can't really blame them, as Sentinels are just spreading all across center of the map and having no trouble mopping things up with their upgraded weapons. It's what we've come to expect in situations like these, but Rise will be able to battle against the Sentinels bonus next round. That's when they can try to make their first statement here on Breeze, as it'll be a flawless round from Sentinels. Love to see that. See them just carry over all the Spectres. I'm just spending the extra cash.
I'm just going to be really curious to see what the executes are going to look like here from Rise. Because, like we mentioned, this is a team that does kind of like to read the lay of the land before they go. But this is not a setup that's going to allow you to find instant information. Like, you're really just looking at what can you get from Neptune, really, right? I mean, that's really
the
one kind of
Trailblazers really
initiation you have.
Yeah, basically just hoping that you can get something on the Trailblazer. Obviously, the flashes are going to give you a little bit of detection. Doesn't give you exact intel, but it does let you know if you've, spotted someone. Right, so they get a little bit of that. It's going to be a lot of reliance on Neptune in that regards. They're going to flash to Pillar to try to get Shanks set up early, just to kind of make sure there's no one cheating from Sentinels aggressively. However, we can see that there is that taking place elsewhere on the match. As Ants push Cave. That's a very powerful position to have with that Spectre. He's going to basically be guaranteed an up-close and personal fight if someone comes that direction. He could also maybe lurk behind, but he's also kind of in a one-and-done spot as well. So it's a little bit risky, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, you will have the ability, I think, for Sentinels defensively to rotate over quickly in case you do see point of contact. Also, an alarm bot placed up towards the top side of vents. So Sentinels will rotate a third member over to B just to essentially fortify and be a bastion there right as the entry will come through. But Rise again trying to come on over. Shazam, unexpectedly so, makes his play over towards Cave. Able to get a lot of damage done, but can't find the kill. So Superman for the first. And now all of a sudden, Shanks from mid-map, he can actually dash on in and maybe clear a little bit extra space here as Rise attacks.
Yeah, he's had such, heavy mid control over towards that mid door for quite some time now, so he can be that extra angle of attack. They're going to flash through the Viper wall and start making some progress on that A site. Spike will go down. And basically the defense is being funneled through defending spawn. Shanks does get caught in mid, however, so it equals the numbers back up, and now Sentinels have something to launch off of.
And they're already here to contest Neptune. Guiding Light will go through, able to find the flash, but 10 stays alive. Able to get the Cloud Burst in to gain separation while he's found at the top with the Marshal. But Neptune able to take one with him. Derek's still a part of the play as well, just a little bit deeper. Good help coming through, but Zoms trades things back. 2v1 favoring the Sentinels defense, but Derek fully healthy. Not going to be able to find Zoms in time, so it's 3 for the Viper player of Sentinels, and how about 3 on the board for Sentinels as a squad?
Yeah, I mean, it was some good ideas early on in that round from Rise, right? They were able to get Shanks pretty deep up mid pretty early on, get him to mid doors, set up the potential for the A split without having to really have that Hall's access to do it. They did kind of trap Shazam in that deep cave position, get that opening pick, and get themselves something to work with a nice Viper wall on the A side to cut themselves in. But Shanks getting caught out in middle allowed Sentinels to equal the numbers back up. And they also just were able to get some pretty quick picks from kind of that back hall position towards defender spawn and able to use that to work their way in. And now we have to see Rise go with this triple Marshal setup, as well as a couple of upgraded pistols. Alt is available for Neptune, so Seeker's going to give them a little bit of space, but not a whole lot of firepower to back it up.
No, not at all, especially when you have 10s on the other side. That's going to have the one-shot wonder of the operator in the mix. Aldrone able to free 6, so get a little bit further forward. And yeah, that's just going to be one of those problems that Rise is going to need to find a solution to, because that's free every day of the week and twice on Sunday for Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, what they relied on before was just using their spy flashes to be able to get up middle and try to scare Sentinels away from taking these aggressive mid stances. But yeah, in a round like this, they don't have the resources to commit to that. And it's kind of getting eaten up right now. It's going to be 4-0 in favor of Sentinels, and maybe another flawless round for Sentinels. The second flawless round of the half. So they are really kicking it into gear early on here.
Oof. I mean, it's one of those things that you don't expect Rise to obviously find the round going up against the operator of 10s and full rifles, but still, it's like, you would love to see something. I mean, they're barely even getting out of spawn at the moment, Dust. I mean, it's not looking all that positive. And this is a round where I hate to say it so early on to the series, but this is going to feel like a must win. I mean, you've only gotten 2 plants off so far. One was in the pistol,
at least show some promise, right? Get into like a post-plant 2 versus 2, try to make that progress, because they did had some interesting things go on their opening gun round against the Sentinels bonus. Like, they were able to get some space, able to make some things happen, but now they're starting to get picked apart. Forward progression again denied early on here. 10's looking for a second, misses, able to dash away though and evade.
Dapper though from the Cloud Burst, able to find 2, tries to spam down for a third. Not able to quite lock it down, but Shazam is there for the help, and 10s will make sure the front side of Cave stays safe. And yeah, this is going to be likely another flawless coming through unless Derek can do something, but even doing something may not be enough. He's going to have to do a lot here. He's got every single Sentinel member looking at him. And yeah, another flawless comes through in
That's
Rise.
so unreal.
Ooh.
3 flawless rounds in a row. I believe Sick has the entirety of Rise covered by himself in frag count. So does Sick and Tins, but I mean, that is so ridiculous to think about how dominant this has been as a start for Sentinels, and it's right back to Rise having to go onto a low buy. I mean, it's just Sentinels are doing whatever they want. They're dictating the pace at middle. They're able to take forward angles and get away with it. And Rise just seem a little bit shook in some of these situations. Again, I think they're certainly hurting not having an owl drone to help scope out mid. I think that they're also just, you know, struggling to find any space. They've had like 1 round that kicked off correctly, and everything else has been a struggle.
Even here, Shazam sees the information that there are a number of Rise members mid-map. Going to commit a little bit more utility just to see what exactly is going on, while actually it's Rise largely trying to take over the backside of Curve over towards B. Rotating over, though, is Shazam, so he's going to be playing topside platform, and this is going to be a really good look for him. Yep, sees all the information again. No utility needed for that bit of intel, though.
On target.
Yeah, able to step out and grab Neptune as well. Spot Superman, he's done for as well, and Shazam getting all the intel he needs as well as bringing members down. Spots to Spike, does eventually go out, but Dapper and Tin's able to trade right back, no problem. And it's going to be 6-0 for Sentinels, and while this is not a flawless round, this is probably the 5th round that's halfway survived with 4 members at the very least. So they are sweeping through this game right now. Something's got to give quickly here, as they are just getting outgunned. I mean, almost everyone on Sentinels has the entirety of Rise covered by themselves in frag count.
Yeah.
This is a timeout requirement.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is getting out of hand quickly. And what was round 4, we talked about kind of maybe being a must-win round, or round 5, pardon me. This one absolutely is. You can't go down 0-7 because that means you're down 0-8. And at that point, I think you start just looking at Ascent. So let's just kind of play coach role here for a moment. Like, what are we looking for Rise? Because we haven't really had a chance to see them play this map at all yet, to be fair. The only round that they've actually been able to get onto a site, save the pistol, was after they were able to get Shanks through mid-map. He contested through A double doors, and then you had the wall from Superman to come up to get them onto the site. But even still, the post plant wasn't comfortable.
It's tough because you don't have a Sova to get information with the drone and things of that nature. You have to rely on the Trailblazer a lot for that. On top of that, because you have Viper as your solo controller, you have to be a little bit more careful about how you're placing, you know, your wall or your orb. Because I mean, if you place on A, it's kind of telegraphed you're going to have to go that direction. It's one of those things where it's almost like I feel like they're going to have to kind of either start giving up on the whole mid option altogether and just focus on some side set pieces, like kind of in the early to mid round, and just kind of hope that you can cover the rotations, or they're going to have to find a more effective way to battle back middle. I'm not sure what protocols they have in place for that, but it seems like right now they're struggling to even just get a platform to launch off of.
Well, this time, all 5 members, save just Shanks, are going to be making their way over towards B.
I mean, that's tough, too. Look at that. They're having the cost of Trailblazer just to clear out elbow position. That doesn't really give you anything. You're not getting top middle. You're not, you know, threatening B tunnel. You know, you're not really gaining a whole lot from that. All you're really doing is making sure that you're not getting pushed mid. And then you're just kind of sitting back in a holding pattern. I mean, look at all the utility they're spending just to make sure they're not getting pushed mid right now.
Yeah.
It's tough because I feel like that's not really maximizing the value of that utility.
Well, the Aldrin also came out defensively to make sure there was no counter push coming from Rise as well, so Sentinels are going to feel pretty confident that they're safe in mid-map. Flash also came through just to make sure that Shazam could peek one more time. And then, yeah, nothing has been seen. So 50 seconds on the clock, and Supa is actually rotating back over towards A. Could be a fake wall, then execute to B, which it does seem like that very well may be the case. But that means that you got a 3v2 over towards B. You have to effectively clear.
At least Shanks is going to build off of this. It's not just the wall being thrown out there. He's actually going to put pressure with the daggers. That's going to help sell the fake even more. He's going to lay some smokes down. He's definitely keeping A interested, but he's not done enough to cause the full rotation. Sick is still playing inside B side. He's still got a teammate in B tunnels. He's found the opening pick.
And that's not great because Zama's watching the cross angle. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. You have to appreciate the energy, but the efficiency of it, not quite there. 15 seconds on the clock. Spike has been alleviated over towards the B zone itself. And of course, all Sentinels are going to rotate over. This is going to be another lost round. It is one of those that it feels like, okay, like Rise, you started to put together the right play. But at the same point, like you didn't fully execute with any sort of commitment over towards B. Like the fake was really well done. You had an opportunity that just didn't go.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're really hoping that your opponent bites on that Viper wall. Because with that Viper wall going so late, and with that being the only controller you have on your lineup, you feel like they have to play off that wall, right? Like otherwise they're going to be going into B with virtually no vision blocking. They're just going to be relying on flashes and, you know, just dashing in and hoping for the best. And when you start seeing Shanks put down the Cloudburst, you're really starting to feel, okay, like, looks like it is going to be A. But they never really did quite enough on the timing to really fully commit Sick off of B side or to get Zoms to make his rotation as well. They were able to still keep two people in the vicinity when the attack came in and were able to handle it just fine.
Oh boy. Well, this is when the rubber meets the road here for Rise. Need to find something. Tens is starting to feel really feisty too. Even pulling out the blades here. Fury Orb comes through. Flashpoint also in the mix. Dapper though watching the corner. Finds two more again. It's just the crossfire setup. How do you get rid of this? Apparently you just don't. All 5 members will fall in another flawless. That's what, 5 and 8 rounds that they've had.
Yeah, they have had a lot of flawless rounds, and they've had several rounds where they've survived with 4 members. I mean, if you look at their total death count, it's pretty insane. Like, they've had a total of 10 deaths across their entire lineup across 8 rounds. I mean, it is bonkers how well Sentinels are playing right now. And again, you're seeing another situation where Rise are able to get some space. It's similar to what they did in their opening buy round against the Sentinels bonus. And they just cannot beat those deeper in the site crossfire positions that Sentinels have. I mean, that's twice now that Dats from that corner position by mid doors has been able to line up a multi-frag with very little response out of Rise to retaliate.
Oh, now the Vipers pick defensively will lock down B. Heavy defensive stack on numbers for Sentinels over towards
Sick
A.
as mid.
Yep. Where do you go? I mean, this is a slice of Swiss cheese with no holes in it at the moment. But Rise able to find one, but that may be about it. Even trades coming through. Even Tens with the Sheriff. My goodness. Defending lockdown also in play, and that's going to be trouble here for Rise. Even though they do destroy it, but there's nowhere to go. Shanks tries to dash away, but Tens was waiting for it. And now it's just down to Derek up top. Tens going to hit that shot, but that's fine. Sick is there for the assistance, and it's a 9-0 early.
Yeah, this is... I almost feel like I'm witnessing a crime that I should be reporting since I have a proper authority. I feel like there's like a bystander effect going on, and man, I feel a little bit guilty. Should we call someone?
I mean, we might have to.
I don't know who we can.
Maybe Bach or Vansili will know. I mean, they're in studio right there. Like,
yeah.
Is there anyone
might
local
need to break
that they
open
can
the
call?
red phone? Break open the red phone in case of emergency. Break glass now. You know, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, again, that round, I feel like the key point of that was that second kill Tens got out the Sheriff on on Halls. Without that, I think that the trading was actually going okay for Rise. They were starting to, again, get that multi-prong attack on A, starting to get some space. It's just when Tens is able to find Sanctuary at Pyramid and get that second frag, it just changed everything. And then, hell, Shanks just dashes out into Oblivion. I mean, they just seem like they're lost.
Definitely not great. Sick able to read that there are 2 players through the elbow. Trailblazer, Guiding Lights will go out. Zom's still feeling pretty greedy over towards B, and why not? He hasn't really been dealt with at all yet. He's going to have help on the rotation through mid. Here comes the hit from Rise. All 5 members coming through. Derek able to find one. Okay, opportunity here. The defensive toxic creep, not going to be allowed to see too much, but Zoms is using it to his advantage. So darn well, finds 2. Had a really solid read on where the third would have been coming from, but can't quite find the triple. And with that, maybe a chance to actually get the spike planted.
Maybe, but there's Hunter's Fury available. And then he's going to stall out that plant right now, and Dapper comes in for a couple off the back of it. Superman is able to respond, but it's still a tough 2 versus 2 with Spike still not planted.
And Dapper's on the backside. Trying to open up a little bit more space. Sentry turret down. Jake's going to get revealed and dealt with. Shazam able to find that kill, no problem. Supa on the corner, can't block down the shots. Had maybe an opportunity for an impressive 1v2 if he could have snapped to the second, but never finished the first, and it's going to be 10-0 to Sentinels.
That's the closest round Rise has had this entire half, though. I mean, just being able to burst onto B, get a nice initial entry. The problem is, it's just a little bit of inefficient trading on Zoms in the back corner of the site, letting him get 2 when he was basically getting pinched. And this situation right here, you got to be able to be a little bit efficient with that. Obviously, Hunter's Fury caused some problems here. Dapper able to set that flank in they were never prepared for. And, I mean, Sentinels just have this map covered, man. There's really no gaps that they've really allowed Rise to exploit. They're firing on all cylinders. They're in the form that you would expect out of them. And again, I think this comes back to Rise's map pool woes. When you have Icebox as a weakness and you haven't played Breeze yet in Official to really know where you stand, it makes it really hard to navigate the series.
That's something we brought up even during their run for Challengers 2. You know, yeah, it was one of those win two before you lose two situations. They were able to do that, but only if barely. And they still, we kind of talked about it when we were watching it over live, was there are some big gaps for not just Rise, but a number of teams when it comes to Priest being added in the map pool and maybe not being necessarily as well versed on it as he need to be. First couple of kills coming through for Sentinels. 5v3 situation, and honestly speaking, Rise is a bit trapped here in the middle of the map with Seekers chasing him down.
At least have been able to get Shazam back here, so able to get a little bit of mid control established. They have the push here through A-Halls as well by Derek, and he might even be able to get a little bit of a flank off here on Tins. Actually spots Dapper and Tintin gets them both, and that is what they finally needed to break something open. It's a nice aggressive flank maneuver.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What did we just watch?
I don't know, but if Psalms wins this 1 versus 2, you might as well stick a fork in Rise for this map. They need to close this.
Yeah. They've got a good post-play position. That's the decent kind of situation at the moment. Toxic Screen can play with time here. Zoms is fully healthy, though, but has to clear so much space.
Oh, yeah.
That's the biggest issues. You just don't know if there's someone lurking behind a box somewhere. Rise
no
very
utility
well,
either to cover yourself.
Yeah, Rise very well should have this round, no problem. But Zoms, of course, going to give it a go. Why not? More than enough economy to play with. So you'll toggle, just maybe see if there's any information. He will catch the spike in. Nice overhead view of where exactly the snake bite's coming out, and there will not be enough time to defuse here. And Super beyond that will also not even give the consideration a second thought as he does find the kill. So Rise on the board. Oh, but you feel like it just took a little bit too long here in this offensive half.
Yeah, this is one of the, well, this is the only time that they've been able to actually use that Halls control to actually get something from it. The previous couple of times they've been able to get into A-Halls, whenever they flip the switch, they've gotten busted and kind of held back from actually getting onto site. This round, you're able to see Derek throughout all the train that was going on in the middle, be able to actually get deep into towards defender spawn, get in behind Dapper and Tins, and crack open the A site basically by himself. Without his move, then that's probably another round for Sentinels, and it might have been not only flawless rounds that Sentinels have been getting all game long, but a flawless map. But at least Rise able to put that one on the board.
And who knows what they have defensively for us. You would love to get this second round, though, just to keep the potential of a dramatic comeback alive. But Shazam will find first blood. That's up the middle of the map. Shanks walking into sight through the toxic cloud. But he will be revealed, and oh boy. Now all of a sudden, Sentinels will be very aware of the threat, and Seekers will have to come through, largely just to make sure that there's some sort of an exit here for Shanks.
Yeah, lockdown going in here for Dapper, though, to try to kind of entrench on this site. Shanks still able to get the pick onto Tins. They're starting to make some forward progress here, trying to see if they can get all the way and stop this lockdown, but Dapper going to disallow that, and now they're in some real trouble.
Just going to commit for the plant, though. Nobody will be detained by this Neptune. Going to be shrugged back, and oh my goodness, the damage is severe. Shazam still a part of this hit, just not even rid of the sight. Will find one, and a second Sick also a part of it, and my goodness. I wouldn't even call it a retake. It's just a recontest of what was a post plant. Unbelievable resiliency from Sentinels again.
Yeah, it was a consistent theme throughout the half. Just Rise never able to crack open truly that back Hall's crossfire on a site, with the exception of one aggressive lurk round from Derek that got the job done. I mean, it was just Sentinels all half long, completely dominant performance. I mean, there's really nothing even to break down, to be honest with you, Schiff, but I'm sure we'll try, but not before a short break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'm sure you're probably looking, if you're tuning in for the first time, saying, what in the world did I miss? If you're just joining in for the first time here, it was essentially flawlessness from the side of Sentinels in the first half, and realistically speaking, there just was not an offensive response for the default setups for Sentinels here, Dust.
Yeah, I think Sentinels had a total of like 6 truly flawless rounds, and they had a bunch of rounds where they only lost 1 player. So they really did pretty much clean sweep that half. The win blemish, which I'm sure they're not too upset about. In their 3 games they played on Breeze prior to this, they won no less than 4 attacking rounds. So that should put them on pace to close, but we'll see if Rise can try to muster up something here. As we see Sentinels just playing a pretty spread offense here, kind of keeping tabs on any type of push through cave while also, you know, clearing out elbow position and just kind of keeping their options open.
And Dapper making a little bit of noise. Shazam also in position to potentially seek out some information over towards A. It looks like the Spike is happy to rotate that direction for what eventually seems to be a hit. Now, defensively, for the side of Rise, they are a little short-handed here because you've got no slow orbs. You've got really no decay ability either because both your Sage and your Viper are on the other side. And here comes the information, and with that also the hit. Still not rotating, though, as Rise. Sentinel's already taking away a lot of space, but the Cyber Trap will be there for Derek. Able to find one. That'll be a good start for the defense.
Yeah, they're able to start kind of backing up and just kind of playing these longer range battles now with the pistols. As Sentinels, though, able to close in on Pyramid, get the spike down, get a frag back to themselves, get it back into a 4-on-4 situation. Now they can just kind of use this wall as sanctuary and kind of force Rise to press forward.
Not expecting the immediate response, though, but Rise still come away with a 3-for-1. So it is just down to Shazam, 1v3 situation, playing a bit more of a passive angle. Does he have a look at where the spike is planted is the real question. No, he does not, because there is a wall down in front of him. Oh, but Shazam able to find one, able to find 2, but not able to get over the top of the wall for the 3rd. The boys sticking for the defuse will allow Rise the pistol win.
Indeed it will, and that is more of a survival requirement than really, you know, putting them in a position to come back just yet, but at least that's the first box checked off, and still a close one done. That was a labored victory, but again, able to get it done. You know, being able to play back behind this Viper wall, able to eventually kind of flash their way through and kind of use that to gain some ground and get a couple of big frags to put them up, while obviously providing sanctuary for the actual defuse. And so that'll keep them going. That'll get them onto SMGs, and we are seeing a pretty decent investment, though, from Sentinels. They're going to get some Sheriffs and a Marshal out there. They're not looking to full save. They're looking to invest, and we'll see if they can throw a wrench in the plans of Rise with it.
And 4 kills with a plant. Sentinels feeling frisky. Maybe pulling out the old strat from the playbook, the we're just better strat, and just let's see what happens. I mean, you would have a lot of ground to stand on if you wanted to make that argument that at the moment you are just better. But Rise, pretty solid defense, and now some extra weapons to try to fortify whatever they decide to do here. And you, well, for a moment, so you have 3 members over towards B. Again, there's really no ability for Rise to even check nor clear mid-map, though. That's the big problem.
Yeah, it is indeed. Sentinels do have a lot of space here, but it's about making that next breakthrough and actually getting onto one of these sites. It's going to come down to timing, as there is a cam watching that mid-doors position, waiting to see if Sentinels are indeed looking to approach that direction. In the meantime, Tiz is holding on to middle. He's making sure no one's rotating through B, through mid just yet. There is still plenty of defense, though, in place at Halls and in the site itself, and they're very aware of this mid-doors attack.
Shanks for 1, but the immediate response from Sin. Also tagged up to the play with there. So he's going to try to have to lock things down with the Odin, or pardon me, the Ares, and will be able to do so with 2. 10 still able to gain some space to work with up towards the front side of site. Boys trying to meet him. 10 still finds one, dashes away. And the door will be shut into play, but not quite fast enough. Boys able to find one in return, and it just falls onto the shoulders of 10. 1v2 situation with the Sheriff, and Supa will clean things up. So an investment for Sentinels, but still Rise 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, really well done by Derek with that Ares there. When the initial trade comes in and Sentinels are able to break through mid doors onto that A site, you start to wonder if Sentinels are going to be able to get the extra space they need to actually get on there and get a plant and make things interesting. Instead, we see Derek able to tee off with that Ares and kind of silence that. But now Sentinels, you know, with all they have done, are still able to full buy rifles here. And so they're able to come and attack this Rise bonus, and they need to somehow find a way to convert this, otherwise they are going to be against the Sentinels map point.
You win this one, though, if you're Rise and you start to maybe establish a little bit of confidence. Hey, we can play up against these guys. Let's just not let that offensive half dictate the entire series.
Look at how free Sentinels are getting mid, man. They are already in B tunnels this early in the round. And the drone's
drone
clearing
will
out
scout
that front
out one.
corner.
It's just such a lack of information here from Rise overall. Poise has to respond to whatever comes his way almost immediately. Ten's already through, trying to work his way onto site. The toxic screen providing a bit of a deterrence, but is it large enough is the question. Poise for one. Again, the double focus that he has to pull. You see him just looking left, looking right. Sentinels are all over this site. They've completely isolated, looking for Shanks to peek. Yeah, Sit gets that challenge. No problem. One more, and Sit for 3. That'll lead to a plant, and Derek will have to find a way to navigate a 1v4.
Yeah, this is just looking like really the final nails are being hammered into the coffin for Rise, at least for this map.
Planted.
As the spike will go down, a 4-1 post-plant favoring Sentinels to get to map point, and they'll have 9 chances to win in regulation from that point forward. And you can already just see the stark contrast in map fluency and just comfortable. You know what, Sentinels being able to take top mid control pretty much with ease. They were so quickly in the B tunnels. Something that Rise could never really do. I mean, the furthest up mid they ever got was the mid door towards A site. They could never really threaten, you know, a defending spawn flank or, you know, a B tunnel set up for some type of B split. Meanwhile, Sentinels are able to accomplish it pretty much immediately. And it just doesn't really instill a whole lot of confidence and faith that Rise are going to be able to figure out a way to win 9 in a row to force an overtime when you're seeing Sentinels get that much map control that easily.
Yeah, very fair point. But we'll see what they can put together here. Backs up against the wall for map number 1. A map that, again, like we had mentioned, the desk had touched on. We've never seen Rise play this map, and I think we're starting to realize maybe why. Sentinels very quickly on towards the A site. The only defensive member actually on the site is Derek, and he only has a Marshall, but quickly on the flank. Shanks is trying to make a play from behind. The Seekers, I believe, will scout that out, no problem. Neptune trying to assist from the side door, and Shanks has actually found 2 kills. Not bad. Keeps the play defensively, maybe alive for a touch longer than you'd like if you're Sentinels, but it all falls down to Neptune, and he will very quickly fall. 13-3, the first map, and if you tuned in late, well, sorry, you missed map 1 pretty quickly.
You know, Sentinels are just trying to be real kind and keep us ahead of schedule here on the broadcast. Give us a little bit of buffer room for later if we need it. And then also they're looking to get this over with as quickly as possible so they can rest up for what would be a semifinal matchup for a Berlin slot coming up later on this evening if they're able to finish off the series. But don't count Rise out just yet. I think that they'll be coming onto a map they should be a little bit more comfortable on in the next, and they should at least be able to put a better show in than that, I would imagine. Those Sentinels will still be certainly the favorite. But I guess that's going to do it for us right now, Shiv.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see Ascent. We'll see you guys back for that, but we'll head to a break, and the desk will be back to break down, well, whatever they can find to break down, really. We'll be back after this.
Is the next one Ascent?
Yeah.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Tens.
Born, this is where Raiders are bred. 1 more, yep, now the duelists are starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the you with the 808.
NA playoffs, and first things first, I'm going to give a big shout out to Zowie. And if you don't know who Zowie is, they're helping make all of this possible right now so far. And for the remainder of VCT, Zowie is now allowing players the opportunity to, check this out, loan out their monitors and have a chance to see and experience the same settings as the pros. Use code VCT10 at the checkout for $10 off of your rental and have the opportunity to test out these settings in the comfort of your own home. But, fellas, let's break down this matchup. I'm going to be quite honest. There wasn't a lot to break down because the Sentinels just rolled straight through Rise. And, VanSilly, you had a lot to say when it came to Rise's attack.
Well, first off, with the reads they just did and the ads that were just played, that felt longer than the actual match of the first match. For me, when I looked at how Sentinels played this defender side, they had the same composition, or should I say the same setup, every single round on defense. And Rise had no answer to it. Why? Nobody took mid-control, at least on the A pipes. The only round where they actually had a round in here for Rise was when Derek was finally able to lurk down towards the A pipe, break that the turret, and actually get a couple plays towards that back for that round. If it wasn't for that, it was just Sick going off to work. It was Dapper just locking it down, and nobody could stop this man on B side either for Zombs. So Rise needed a little bit more.
And speaking about a little bit more, I feel like Sick did a little bit more, plus more on top of that, Bach. I believe he didn't get a death until round number 10, and for the first time in a long time, we saw Sick on Sky once again. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, you know, one of the early days when Sky was first released, we saw him playing Sky on Icebox. It was pretty weird at the time. We weren't really expecting to see it. And I remember it was a lot of ult farming in those early days. It was not very many matches. It was maybe 2 or 3 games on Icebox.
Yeah.
But then it kind of went off of it, and we've seen the meta change for Sky. Sky's become a very vital piece of the attacking side and the defense on Breeze specifically. So to see Sick do well, specifically in mid, just continuing to take control of mid. I have here notes. It was like more aggressive control of mid, aggressive control of mid, aggressive control of mid, aggressive control of mid. And it was always that mid control with the Sick flashes. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, you had Shanks maybe that died a little bit towards that mid side, but that's his role. Initiator, gain some information as at Sova, get the L drone out. Yes, you lose a fight, but after that, Rise cannot get that split into any of those sites on Breeze.
No, and Sick just taking those aggressive peaks, winning those gunfights. I believe when he was over at B, he challenged a 1v3 and was still able to walk away with 2 kills, which was incredible. But VanSilly, you and I said that if Rise were to try to make this happen, they had to win here on map number 1, which was Breeze, right?
Yep.
But coming up now, we're going to play on Ascent. What are the expectations for both of these teams now?
I still give him a chance. You know what? Box says low, but I still give him a chance at this point because, like I said, it was going to be on Split or an Ascent. That's going to be the most comfortable maps here for Rise. So the fact that they're able to bring this to to Ascent is good. And we haven't seen Sentinels, though, play this map maybe once since Iceland. And even Iceland wasn't even played. They haven't played it since, like, April.
Yeah.
So there's also some trick under the sleeve from Sentinels that we don't know is going to bring out versus Rise. So it's still a tough one. I might want to give the edge to Rise, but it's still going to be difficult against
Yeah,
them.
Silly, you just want everybody to win at the end of the day.
I said it 2-1 at this point, but I saw how Sentinels are dominant on their first match.
Here's the thing. They actually did play Ascent. They played against Exet in Challengers 1.
That's the only time.
Other than that, that's the only time. So to a certain extent, it's almost like, is that a map they don't want to play?
Yeah.
Or is it just not falling into the map pool?
Against them.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a map that's bad for them. That's why I think a lot of people will look at those numbers and go, oh, this should be a lot easier for them. Well, no, not necessarily. This is a good map for the team because there isn't such a thing as a bad map for Sentinels. It's just not as good as their good maps.
Correct.
Yes. Now, Bach, you and I were talking back with Van Silly about how much we love underdogs, right? What do we need to see from Rise right now? Because, I mean, I remember round number 7, Shanks had to Blade Storm, and the hesitation was there. They didn't make any pushes. The team just flat out fell down one by one. What do we need to see them change up this time around on a much smaller map?
Honestly, after watching the first map, catastrophic power failure, act of God, something. I'm not really sure because ultimately that first map really set the pace, the tone for the series.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, if anything, maybe Breeze will be a little bit close. Not necessarily like a 13-10, but maybe like a 13-6, 13-7. Like, they'll get there. But they did not look good on that map.
Exactly. I think it's something simple as winning your fights, landing your shots. Because that round where you talked about that Blade Storm, Rise did try something different. They tried to sell a fake actually towards the A side to try to hit
right
the
off the
B.
pause, off
But
the
then
timeout.
you actually had the Sky coming out with the flash to get that information. I was like, oh, well, it's a fake. We know where he's going, and that's where Zom's got that 3K. So I think in the end, if you're looking at Ascent, they just had to lend their shots. Rise tried rounds where they had like 3 marshals on half buys, and it also didn't work on long range distance versus their opponents. So hopefully Ascent is going to be the one where they warm up. Mr. Fourth Quarter, maybe.
I mean, maybe. And heading into that round as well, I believe Shanks had 4 kills and the rest of the team were about 1 and 7. It wasn't looking good at all. So when it comes to getting those kills, though, Shanks is going to be one of the most important parts of all of Rise Nation.
I agree. And at this point, I even looked on Twitter. He tweeted out, look, it's normal, Rise. We always lose the first map. Now we're ready. We're warmed up. The shirts are off at the same time, too. Now I want to see it at the same time. I want to see them pop off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to see if the Sentinels can go ahead and put this series to bed and to see if Rise Nation can make this comeback happen. But it's going to come all down to Ascent. So shift, and Dust, take it away.
Thanks, gents. And yeah, not bad. I was not going to surprise to say that, well, there wasn't a lot to break down from that first map. But the setup,
I'll tell you who wasn't holding shift that map was Sentinels, bro. They were sprinting on through that one, buddy. That's all I'm going to say. But go on.
I was going to say, going into Ascent, I think the results are tough to kind of paint pictures with, and I think the desk lays that out very nicely because, yes, there are more results to look at from Rise, but that's not to say that Sentinels were not prepared for this map, even though they only played it once, recorded in the last month. You got to go back to the fact that they lived off this map when it came to the Ignition series about a year ago.
Also, like a really important thing to throw out there regarding Rise is that they've lost their last 3 out of 4 games on Ascent, and in all those games, they weren't even able to get double digits.
That's
they got absolutely battered by Exet and FaZe. Had a little bit of a closer game against Luminosity, but still got beat 9-13. And so they haven't had the best showings here in most recent times. They've also been floating between running double duelists with Shanks and Neptune, with Neptune playing the Phoenix, or with the Sky. They've elected to go with the Sky in this particular situation. They're also electing to go with the Astra. With Sentinels, they were at times not using Astra, but now they are back to using Astra with Zoms. And then they have Sick on the KO, so that is different. He was obviously playing a lot of Phoenix as well. They were running a lot of double duelist compositions with 10s in that regard, so seeing him on the KO is also kind of a pivot for Sentinels. I don't know that he's played KO in an official match yet, Sick.
I have not seen that happen yet. I mean, not least in the last month or change. Yeah, this will be the first kind of look that we have to see what they have to provide for the newest agent in the mix. But one that we have seen pretty regularly throughout a number of the different maps that we have currently kind of in the core pool, if you want to just kind of take Breeze out of the conversation for a touch. So it's definitely not as strange to see him kind of show up in this instance, but it will be kind of interesting just to see how Sick handles the agent. And I think most specifically, like how aggressive does he want to use it? Because, watching him play on the Sky, like you mentioned, a lot of the flex duelists are using that Sky in an aggressive flash form for initiation. So what does Sick have to offer for the KO?
The trend really has been in North American scene to see a lot of the secondary duelists start flexing into Sky or KO. Sky's been the more popular option, I would say, but certainly you have seen some KO out there elsewhere in the region, so not too big of a shocker. So you're going to see Rise looking to step to the plate here. Look for this B attack early in the pistol. They've already found a pick on the Sick. That's going to put a lot of stress now on Dapper.
The knife did come out, and you thought for a moment it was going to stall Rise out a little bit further because there's no way to initiate on in, but able to find the crossing picks, and then Shanks finds one beyond it. Neptune taking away some space through the mid, able to get a regrowth off. That's going to get Shanks nice and healthy for a moment, while poised, able to get the spike planted. So the retake will be now 3v5, and with 10s only on 12 HP, you don't feel great about Sentinels' chances to get in.
No, not at all. This is a very nice barrage from Rise early on at B, getting some nice clean opening picks. No real retaliation from Sentinels. And it's going to be a very tough retake. I feel like he's being so low on health.
Eric also playing through B main, able to find one. Zom's going to turn to see if he can maybe isolate. Tens is still not really a part of the picture as of yet. This is great from Derek. Just keep backing away. Bait Zoms into a very vulnerable position. That's what can you find? Ooh, not much. A lot of damage, but cannot confirm the kill. So, hey, how about this? After the flawless spree from Sentinels on Breeze, Rise is able to at least get one here on the opening pistol.
Indeed, they are. That is a nice job there, Shanks. Big hat trick round, and again, just being able to get that opening pick, be able to follow it up nice and decisively. And I'm happy to see this because, look, even though Rise got battered by Sentinels there on Breeze, they are a team that throughout Stage 3's qualification process were impressive, man.
Yeah,
they were able
really
to, you know, pick up some pieces that had kind of been slipping through the cracks from some of the other top 10 teams in the region, like a Shanks, like a Superman, kind of bring them all underneath one roof. You know, figure out the roles, you know, get, you know, Neptune back onto kind of that secondary duelist kind of flex position, with Superman coming in to be the controller and with Poise being there to be the Sentinel, and everything just seems to fit. They seem to be a team that, when they're comfortable, when they're able to kind of get their footing, they are a team that tactically is, you know, pretty sound. So I'm hoping that this is a sign that they'll be able to get off on the right foot here on a sit and make the series competitive.
Here we
Looks
go.
like they're going to find a very vulnerable B site here.
Yeah, but this is a sentry turret bait. Big shout to the Obs team for pointing this one out. Dapper's going to wait for the sentry turret to do information, and then boom, boom, able to find one. That's not bad. 1 for 1 is actually exactly what the doctor would have ordered there. So it will be 4v4. Of course, Rise will have full clearance to get onto the B site like you mentioned, but they're still a bit cautious to see maybe there might be somebody else hiding in the corner, so the Aldrin will be spent. And it looks like as they do get clearance, Neptune will plant.
Yeah, smokes out on the back halls and on market position, so Sentinel's having to kind of just wait that out and play back. They do have another shorty on 10s that he could maybe dash in with and try to cause a little bit of a ruckus, but other than that, it's mostly just basic distance here.
Neptune, Cheeks, Derek also with it, and all the kills are so clean. You want flawless rounds, nearly able to secure a second one here outside of just Poise, going 1 for 1. That's one of those situations that you really don't expect there to be that kind of early shorty play. So honestly speaking, after the 1 for 1 trade, Rise flawless.
Yeah, the only hope there for Sentinels is that somehow Tens gets a 1v1 in V lobby with his shorty, gets that kill, and maybe picks up a weapon, then all of a sudden, you know, you're back in the mix because you're able to kind of multi-prong retake back into B with a little bit of weaponry. But when he goes down, that was pretty much their last chance. Rise able to hold on nicely. Now they're in the bonus. We're seeing the full buy up from Sentinels, and we're going to see a little bit of A lobby control early on here from Rise.
Heavy stack of the Killjoy utility, though, right inside the front door of B main. Sentry turret is down offensively for Rise. Spike still lingering over towards the B area, but 10's mid-map is watching to see if he can maybe find anyone on the cross. He's going to have help, too. That's the big key here for Sentinels.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. They're definitely having like a mid-centric defense here. This is going to allow them for quicker rotations to help reinforce B site, while as well as keeping tabs on any type of mid-round pivoting that Rise tries to make. One thing they don't really know is what's going on at A lobby. They're having to play a lot more passive there due to, you know, their heavier stack towards middle. Now all of a sudden Aldrin is going to spot that one player mid, but just the one. Stars start going down on B, so they're going to attack B. There's a heavy defense in place for this, man.
Yeah, there sure is. And oh boy, here comes the full-on flood. No one's going to get through the nanostorms, realistically speaking. Dapper even tallying a kill with his utility, as 2 more fell from behind as 10's crossed on in, and well, all of the hopes of Rise just flooding into the site were just immediately quelled by the fact that you have so much Killjoy utility here.
Not to mention basically 4 defenders in place by the time the take was underway. Just, you know, again, having that very mid-heavy defense early on allowed them to very quickly pivot into a B-side stack. Yeah, they had the vulnerability at A, but they had some Astroslaws there to kind of cover it a bit, make a play for retake if they felt like they needed to. So it wasn't really a gamble, but it was definitely a calculated stack, and it winds up being very fruitful for Sentinels here, battling against the bonus of Rise, but now Rise will be onto their own full buy coming into this next round. This will be our first kind of real test for both teams on Ascent to see where things stand, as once again we do see that Rise are looking for some early emphasis over towards that A lobby to get that Oregon play.
And for Rise, you know, again, just kind of looking at their previous results, yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. You mentioned a couple of their losses. They couldn't even find double digits, but with the one thing that we kept mentioning, even in some of those losses, is their offensive half. They've shown good variability and flexibility, but they need to find a way to put Sentinel on the back foot. And well, Sick, he's able to get away. The 0-point knife did come through to make sure that there was no immediate follow-up. So him finding first blood. Zom's there to help Dapper as well. Oh man, it's just anytime that Rise starts to chase ground, Sentinels are so quick to rotate, they take it away almost instantaneously.
Yeah, you were seeing Rise kind of faint that they were going to go for the A orb by sending the Sky Flash through and kind of just, you know, now using their mid-smoke. That was like a more shallow mid-smoke to kind of use that to get them some catwalk access, start getting towards tree. The problem is that Sick is here, basically gets the intel immediately how many members are on there with this knife, and they're able to kind of just double up with this tree defense and be able just to trade very, very efficiently. You can see that there was never a time Rise were getting a 1v1 in that situation. There was always like a nice little staggered stance from Sentinels ready to play off of one another, making trading very difficult. And they're able to tie this game up very quickly and put Rise onto the upgraded pistols. The one Spectre on Poised.
Standing ahead.
Similar defensive setup as far as the utility is concerned for Sentinels, but once more, you're going to get Dapper moving aggressive with B main and Tens with the operator. No problem with taking aggressive peek. Poised 1v1, still wants it, even though the sentry turret was there, plus the spam from Shazam. So an easy follow-up elimination. Supa's able to find not just one, but two. Impressive from his POV, you have to imagine. But Dapper does respond to the trade. We have a 3v2 situation. Shanks goes the knife with back over towards A, but not able to convert. And it's just now down to Derek, who was in the Aldrone flight, never able to really follow up on a trade.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, just maybe, if Shank's able to get the dagger off there onto Zom's inside A site, they could break through, get a spike plant, maybe have a chance at battling back in that round, but when Shanks gets shut down, that pretty much seals the deal. Also, a big catch from Dapper to get that kill out in the middle to kind of make up for Superman's 2 sheriff frags to kind of, you know, make sure the numbers were typically always favoring Sentinels throughout that round. As now we'll see Rise bought back up, and once again, they're just going to kind of open up default here. They're looking to put pressure on both lobby areas at the same time. Just try to maybe threaten orb control and just try to, you know, get that nice, comfortable, slow opening.
Standing ahead.
Different setup, though, defensively for Dapper, moving all of his utility over towards Tree this time. So, again, this is one of the things that we kind of came to know from Sentinels when they were playing this map, is the flexibility to go back and forth between the sites is very fluid. And it's, again, going to force Rise to have to read this and respond. That's the big key. It's still Sentinels on the initiative, even though they're on the defensive side.
It also lets them stack A with more personnel and feel safe doing it when you have this much utility in place from Aster and Killjoy to stall, do damage, and kind of give them a foothold back into A site if they're going to need it later on. The only thing they don't know is what's going on at middle, and that's kind of forcing Sick to play a little bit more passively in defending spawn. Stars are now coming down to one market and back halls, but they don't know about Tins in the back.
Sam also misses the blade. The shock dart's coming through, trying to stay alive as Tens, working for spaces. He did find one of the operators. Quickly rotating over is going to be Sick, but even Shazam will fall. So now it is onto the shoulders of Sick. He's been revealed. Neptune wants the fight. Has help from Derek, but Sick changes the angle and lines them both up. Unreal. Supa not able to find anything versus Psalms. And initially with Shazam kind of missing the shock dart, you thought maybe a chance for Rise to get in, but Sentinel still just bend but not break.
Yeah, it's just not detecting Tins playing that position under market. I mean, just the drone doesn't check that direction, so he's able to get his kill, no problem. And then this right here, you cannot let Sick do this to you. You know he's there. You've got to figure out a more efficient way of that approach. Maybe if you trade 1-for-1, things are still okay, but with allowing Sick to double up like that, as well as Tins getting a freebie, again, it's just like little details that are being overlooked that are haunting Rise in some of these rounds.
Oh, Sick is going to take over mid-map. 0 point, able to allow him forward. Does get information that Poise was nearby. Dapper's also pushing through B main. So all of a sudden, you forced Rise to have to commit to A, which they're happy to do. I mean, they're already here, but Sick is taking care of the back. That'll allow him a chance now to flank. The spike does get planted, so Rise, you need to respond. And honestly speaking, if you can get this weapon from Sick, maybe there is a chance to still hold this post-plant situation. But it is if you can find the kill on the Sick, and there it is. Neptune also in the same breath, able to find one at a Dapper. So the numbers are looking 3v3, and it's actually Sentinels that has to respond forward as the Hunter's Fury comes to delay the retake.
Yeah, it's a big kill from Neptune as well, up tree position. So the favorable situation for Sentinels is now being whittled away by Rise, who are playing very intelligently in this small number situation. They're able to now entrench with the 3-on-1. It's only Tins. He's able to pick up a Phantom here. He's got some health to play with, but he doesn't have the time and not even able to find the exit. And honestly, man, I cannot believe Sentinels fumbled the ball there. They had the superior firepower. They had the deep flanks. They had the initial kill onto Poise, so they had a quick 5-on-4 despite going down at A. They had such great positioning. It was just kind of weird to see basically Sick just peek into A lobby, not using any utility to do so, and then also just dying to that push by Neptune at tree position. Like, just a couple little thorns in Sentinel's side. That was very uncharacteristic of them, but also props to Rise for being crafty and finding a way to the finish line to keep this game close.
Yeah, credit where credit is due for sure. That's a really good read from Rise, knowing that, hey, we've got nothing over the middle that we can do, nothing towards B. Let's just full commit into A. They do get themselves set up, and they do take advantage of the weapons, and Rise now looking to stay aggressive. Gravity Well will allow a chance to find Sick, and then Ten's maybe a bit of an over-aggressive challenge gets punished by Shanks. So now a 5-on-3 early for Rise's offense as they attack A.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if this round and what we saw last round is going to finally force Sentinels to kind of sit back and respect Rise. Yeah, you had your way with them on Breeze, and yeah, you had a couple of good opening gun rounds in this map, but now they're getting a little bit careless in some of these rounds, you feel like. Like, you know, that secondary peak from Tens, yes, he's an incredible player, perhaps the best in the world, but when you have a high-low waiting for you to make that play, you're likely going to get traded, you know, best case scenario. So I feel like I wouldn't say Sentinels will come off the gas pedal yet, but it's just been a couple of rounds we've gotten a little bit careless. And then Rise, again, we talked about this already, they are still a very capable team, they're very tactically sound, and so they're going to be prepared to punish little things like that. They're going to have the protocols in place to be prepared to seize those opportunities. And you can see it there, just able to get those initial picks pretty early on, follow it up nicely, and they're able to keep themselves out ahead.
Good stuff from Rise here in the last couple of rounds. I think it is a little bit of them penalizing Sentinels for maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, but we'll see how things kind of adapt and fare. Sentinels still trying to keep the aggression on. Things may have to change here as you do have just a Spectre and a Bulldog into 2 of your 5 members' hands. 10 still does have the Operator, though, so that investment still one that needs to be calculated and assessed from Rise's POV as far as what they want to do to try to mitigate it. And how about 10? Speaking of, still staying aggressive. He's already taken away all of B main.
Yeah, that's big because it allows more flexibility for them to stack this A side of the map. They're going to be able to owl drone out middle to make sure that no deep mid control is being taken right now by Rise. They even spot Derek. They're at the top of middle. So they're getting a little bit of intel here. As we were seeing that Rise was trying to play that more shallow smoke and use that to threaten tree position. Problem is that there's a lot of Killjoy and Asher utility ready for that very type of play. And you can see Rise are sitting back anticipating Sentinels to get aggressive here, which why the heck not? Sentinels have certainly shown that, you know, track record throughout this series. And so it's understandable that you'd see Rise be a little bit cautious, but now they're going to have to start committing here. Looks like they are going to be setting up for an A set piece, but again, there's already 3 defenders in place and a lot of utility to battle through.
And keep in mind, you still have the ability for the Fragment to come out from Sick or the Nullify. He's actually going to commit to getting on towards site. Defending Lockdown will come out. Rise will have to back away. This is going to put a lot of pressure on them timing-wise. There's only 35 seconds on the clock.
Yep. They have to hope that Shanks is able to get this penetrating flank through defending spawn to help re-unlock A. Now they have their own lockdown they can place now in the late round as well. So that's going to help them get some space on site, and then it's going to come down to Shanks.
Headshot.
Oh, Shanks does find one on the cross, looking for a second. That'd be big. Wants to chase down Sick, who will run away over towards the safety of where the Killjoy was positioned with all their utility. Dapper going to be tested, and Boys will find the next elimination. But Zombs firing back. 6 seconds on the clock. Spike will be planted, no problem. But it's a 4v3. And with this Cosmic Divide down, it's really on the Sentinels to make the next move. And all 3 members stacked up towards heaven. 0 point will come out. You also have the ability potentially try to fight this back from Rise, as you did see a counter recon bolt be placed. But now it's up to Sentinels. Have to get on, have to test this. Superman in the corner. Flash will come through. Superman able to find one isolated. Also gets to read that everybody is up top here. Oh boy. It doesn't look like Sentinels are really going to have a chance at this. Already backing away from the fight is Sick.
Yeah, this is one of the main confident wins we've seen out of Rise in this series. I'm not trying to short them, but this round really was truly theirs. It wasn't Sentinels making a mistake or anything like that. They fought hard for that round. They earned every single inch of it. Being able to play out the timing so perfectly that round shift, being able to, you know, force the lockdown out of Sentinels to reinforce that A site, leaving themselves enough time thereafter to plant their own lockdown to secure site for themselves, as well as have Shanks finding a great timing with that deep middle push to cut off the initial rotation and cause such a disturbance in the back line of Sentinels. That was such a well-designed round, and that is more the Rise I am used to seeing throughout Stage 3. A team that can throw these feints, throw these, you know, fakes, and just, you know, really calculate their utility usage to a T to make sure they get the most out of it. And that was a really well-designed round, and they deserve the lead.
You kind of feel like that 1v1 for Shanks on the cross may have just determined the entire outcome in the first place as well, because you don't find that kill, all of a sudden Sentinels can maybe fight back still, even though there was still that offensive lockdown place. But regardless of that point, we get into round number 10. Rise currently up 5-4. And they will have the ability to bring an operator to the table of their own. But as we saw Sick escape, he did find one elimination and then drops the op back for 10. So,
yep,
still ability for double snipers to be in play.
Also have the null command available here on Sick as well to maybe shut down an attack or set up a retake. Neptune is going to get darted here. Sick was trying to maybe take advantage. He doesn't want to overcommit, though. He knows that he could still get hit by B-Link or top middle. He's able to get the kill, but yeah, there is Derek right there on the Link to get the trade. So that's going to favor Rise a bit because they get a 4-on-4 and they start getting some deeper access over towards tree position. Also, while maintaining presence at middle. Going to send the Owl drone forward as well to kind of get some intel and threaten maybe an even deeper middle push. All the while bringing the spike around over towards A lobby to go ahead and go for that set piece. They'll just have to try to battle through the Astra utility. All right. Do see a rotation from Dapper, though, so there could be a decent defense in place here by the time they get in the site.
And with Neptune down, Shanks has to pull out the blades. He's the only initiative power that is actually here for Rise, and Zom's going to find one. Not bad to trade. Shazam playing from the corner, able to take down the final two. Just down now to Derek 1v3. Not a lot of time to make this play happen, and a lot of ground that needs to be traversed. And yeah, it does seem like Sentinels have a pretty good idea on where Derek previously was and where he probably is coming back from. So yeah, honestly speaking, the 1-for-1 trade, you hate to lose Sick because of the nullify that he has, but to take down Neptune, that's all of the engaging power that Rise have if they want to execute.
Yeah.
There's no flashes left.
Yeah, that is very true. Like a very key piece did go off the table there. It did force the daggers out of Shanks and around where he may not have wanted to have to use them. And you know, so much credit has to be given to Zoms for buying the time that he did, getting the one kill he needed to help slow down that attack and allow for Shazam to find an opportunity through switch position and get that double kill. And so that's going to tie things right back up here. Full buy for both teams. Ult advantage, though, certainly does rest with Rise. They have 3-0. All right, other way around.
0 point from Sick, just to allow Tens a chance to get this angle. First peek. Sees one back to my goodness. Shazam also over across the middle of the map, trying to get the Hunter's Fury into play, but Neptune finds the trade. Rise still not going to commit here to A. A lot of time to play with, and they're happy to take the 4v4 from here on out as the nullify was spent from Sick to try to make sure the Sentinels could rotate if they needed to.
Yeah, this kind of slows everything down for a second here, but as you said, the 4-on-4 usually going to favor the attacking side. It forces the defense to take a little bit more risk. You know, stack a little bit more, over-rotate a bit more, bite down on pressure. And they are putting a lot of trust, of course, in Dapper just kind of anchored this B side so they can kind of reinforce A, which is the right choice, fortunately for them, as it does look like that's indeed what they're going to be looking for. I think the interesting thing will be what Derek is able to do with this mid-lurk.
Yeah.
And how that's going to impact, you know, maybe cutting off Dapper's rotation or getting in the back lines, creating pressure, and making it a little bit easier for A to be taken by his teammates. I say just back off all the way.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. They have no info on B lobby, so this is going to be hard with such little time left.
25 seconds to 0 point. Did find information on the 2. Seekers coming out. Sentinels, they already have defense members here. They can just keep trusting the fact that Dapper can hold B by themselves. But Derek's working through mid-map. The sentry turret has seen this. 12 seconds on the clock. Is there even enough time to allow this spike to get into the site? Dapper just needs to find the one kill, and the round is going to be over. And there it is, this running forward. Points have to sprint for it. Dapper with the kill. There's not enough time to play. You've got to win this off the kills themselves, but a flash comes out. Dapper finds the second. And, ooh. I'm not going to lie, a lot of that round is just kind of nullified by the fact that Sick gets a late 0 point, reads the play, and Rise back away.
Yeah, that's part of it, and I think that it was just Rise needed to do that maybe 5 seconds sooner than they did. I think that this was actually a pretty well-designed fake when it's all said and done. Like, they get the Cosmic Divide down, they're able to put the pressure with the Seekers. Like, they're definitely forcing Sentinels to bite on that, respect it, and really put the pressure on Dapper to solo hold B. But when, you know, Derek gets caught out in the middle, essentially, and he has to take down the turret from outside market, and then with there just being such little time left, yeah, it comes down to 1-1v1 at that point to win or lose the round. Again, I think if they would have ran that play just a few seconds earlier, it could have been a different story.
This will look familiar, though. Sick gets freed up mid-map. Ten's there to make sure he can get there, but there will be no flank this time. Rise going to have to fully commit to getting over towards A. They should be pretty aware that they have lost mid-map. Aldrin coming through late. How much information will this see? Sir seems like a bunch. Gravity well will be spent. Shanks, though, able to push forward. Rarick able to find first blood. Also Sick detained. Another player is also there detained as well. So Rise will have full vacancy to get onto A and hopefully get a plant down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, they get a really strong 5-on-4 force plant now thanks to the lockdown, as well as two players being detained along the way. Also, just a big kick on the Zoms early on, and yeah, they're just locking this one up, it seems.
One enemy
Very positive for them. Sit can't do too much. Last player left alive is Dapper. Be a 1v5. Finds the first. Not necessarily as clean as you're probably going to need. Shock Dart will not finish the job. Superman's going to get there first in a 6-6 half. And what a chess game it was here, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, you could say a couple of Rise's wins came down to Sentinels maybe being a little bit over-eagle and over-aggressive, but there was like 2 or 3 rounds that were Rise really well-designed, some nice like feints and set pieces to get themselves some success, and you know that round, for instance, was really well-designed. They got a very good entry on the Zoms to kind of ensure the round, and even the previous round they lost, it was just because they were a little too late. It was still a good thought, they just didn't execute it fast enough, so definitely looking a lot more comfortable here on Ascent as compared to Breeze, and definitely look like a more worthy challenger for Sentinel, so we'll see if it keeps up or not, but not before a short break. There we go.
back, everybody, to the VCT NA Regional Finals. We're in a 6-6 deadlock here after the first half on Ascent. My whole shift with me is Dust, and the chess game has been three-dimensional, to say the least, between both of these squads. Decent setups from Sentinels, but realistically, great responses from Rise.
Yeah, if you want multi-dimensional chess, Finesse is actually over on the B stream. You can go catch them out there. Envy taking on TSM. I think Envy took the first map. They're on map 2 now. Now playing Breeze, and looks like I think a lead actually is going to be there for TSM. So just to give you a little bit of an update on that, as we are running 2 streams for these first couple of days. But yeah, over here we are going to be having Sentinels taking on Rise, and Sentinels obviously battered Rise on the first map of Breeze.
Yeah.
You know, very one-sided game. But this has been a very different story, right? 6-6 half. Saw some great things at Rise on their attacking side there on Ascent. Definitely look like they're finding a little bit of a groove now, and now we have to kind of see how the rest of it plays out.
And defensively speaking, with this Rise team, we kind of know what to expect. You know, they do kind of have these set protocols in place, kind of like we heard from that Sentinels hype video. Like, people say we just kind of run at people. It's not the case. There are some pretty preset things in mind as far as what we need to check before we can do X, Y, or Z. And the same thing does exist for Rise. Defensively, they have been pretty darn good when it comes to Ascent overall. But the thing is, this Sentinels team, like we continue to mention, they used to live on this map when it comes down to what was done a year ago, or maybe even a little bit more than that during the Ignition Series era. So yeah, sure, they haven't played it extensively in the last couple of months, but the familiarity as far as what kind of variability they want to bring to their offense should very much so still exist.
Yeah, I mean, their first 9 games with 10s on board, they won 8 of those 9 games, and they were beating some pretty solid teams like FaZe, like Immortals, like 100 Thieves, like Luminosity. You know, only had a couple big losses here and there along the way. Generally speaking, though, Ascent has been strong for them, even if they haven't played it that much recently. And I will say this, though, their defensive side definitely was usually their better side, like a little over 60% win rate on the defense. Attacking side was a little bit more closer to 55%. Although I will say their last few games, they've had some pretty good attacking sides against XSET, Energy, and Immortals. So generally speaking, they're usually able to do pretty well on both sides of the map. And so with it being tied up, I think it's still going to be anyone's game at this point, because I really feel when you look at Rise and you look at the fact that they've lost their last 3 out of 4 games on Ascent, you know, a lot of that was because their defenses faltered.
Yeah.
Right? You know, they weren't able to do a whole lot defensively in most of their recent games, right? They kind of got blasted by Luminosity and XSET back in, you know, early on in July, for instance. So that's going to be the real test for them, is can they pick that back up?
And, you know, the 6 rounds offensively is good, to be sure, like you mentioned. But yeah, it's one of the things that, because this has been kind of one of the preset map picks when Split is not available for Rise, they usually always start on the offensive side. So yeah, I think the point is really strong about what can they do here defensively, because not only has their defensive half not necessarily been as great, but you're going to have to find a way to do it versus a very good Sentinels team. So yeah, I think you framed that up very, very nicely. And as we jump back into the mix, we will be going into the pistol here in the second half. And I'll be really curious as to see, I think, mostly what does Poised want to do as far as his setup. And we're going to get our answer. A lot of the utilities stacked in and around A.
Yep, that is going to be the case. Astra Star is going to be there as well. So definitely very firmly prepared for and a barrage on that A site, which does seem to be what Sentinels are looking for here. I mean, all of their players are here. There's no Killjoy playing outside B, which can kind of be a trend, particularly on defaults. They're looking to really drone out into A lobby and maybe just try to pack a huge wallop early.
Yeah. Again, this is a first look for us when it comes to Sentinels using this KO for Sick. The 0 point comes out, Owl Drone to follow. Nebula's has in place. Flash will come out. Just going to use that to not just move forward, but also allow Tens a chance. But the Nova Pulse able to get used. Poise finds one. Wants to find more than that. Going to use the turret as a little bit of assistance, but Zombs denies and penalizes a second. So Spike looking to get planted. Shanks is quick to try to rotate over, but there is a door in his way. And oh my goodness, Derek! A little floater comes over the top. Able to find one. Shanks now able to use this door position for a second. Dapper caught underneath, but is that actually okay for him? Able to find at least a chance to get one. Shazam able to find the elimination, but stuck backside arches, and Rise off of the shock dart don't allow the plant to come through.
No, Sentinels were looking pretty good early on. It's a great pop flash through the smoke. It's a great dash in from Tens. They're getting some space. They're trading out thanks to Zombs getting to pick on the rafters, and you're starting to like Sentinels' chances to get a spike plant, get things going. But this shock dart from Derek was so clutch. And not only that, but in the end, him double facing with his teammate against Shazam and B lobby and just never allowing 1v1s to Sentinels from this point forward. I mean, this is so tough on Shazam at that point to try to come up with something when he's being faced like that. Really brilliantly handled around there from Rise. Definitely could tell if they had their protocols in place to retake.
And, you know, this just speaks to Derek. We haven't really had a lot of time to kind of talk to Tail about what this Rise team has gone through with kind of the revolving door of roster changes through the first and second stages. But Derek being brought into this team has really kind of cemented and been the glue to hold this squad together. He's been great. And now, look at this. Sentinels looking to get aggressive over through Tree. Again, a lot of utility dispersed on the site. 0 Point will come through. Boy's going to be tested here, but does have a lot of really kind of conditions in place to keep him alive. But will be sick for a trade. Superman able to try to keep the play alive defensively. Able to find one and a second. Should know that Zomz is nearby and not going to be required to find the kill as Shanks was there for the assist.
Yeah, really good job there by Superman. He's been probably the most consistent performer on Rise throughout the last few months. You know, coming in, obviously they made the swap, Calypso and Showtime being dropped to bring in players like Superman and like Derek. And Superman has been one of their top performers throughout most of their series throughout this stage, and very crafty plays there with the Spectre around the smoke in the center of the site to double up and really kind of alleviate any pressure that Sentinels were putting on with their initial take on the site. As Shanks will finish things off there with the Ares until they will go up 8-6. Now they're going to be onto their bonus round, but Sentinels should be able to full buy here. That's where things will get more interesting, as we're starting to see Rise able to go toe-to-toe right now on Sentinels as far as fragging, as far as comfortability, and just overall map fluency. So this is where I'll be interested to see what happens, as it is going to be the op coming out for Shanks, but no op in play for Sentinels.
Yeah, that's really the big heavy-hitting defensive tool available. And Rise will actually maneuver poised over towards B to try to help out for what they feel very well may be an aggressive hit. And take a look, watch for the early pick here. Shanks is looking to get aggressive over the middle. And Nebula will make sure he doesn't actually get an angle. Sentinel's looking to aggress through the middle of the map with this Al drone, and it's going to be Neptune who's going to be here first with a little bit of assistance from Boys. Need to find at least one here.
And they didn't even spot Neptune. That's a greatly timed flash for him to peek off of as well. Does catch Zomz, and he's got help right there next to him as they continue to put the pressure here through Market. Neptune doubles up. How does he find that third? Maybe this is the last bullets on the magazine to discover that one.
And now the Trailblazers are coming back as they read this play 100% correctly. The spike has been dropped mid-match. Got Shanks walking across. Sentinels have to commit to playing through B main, and there's really no ground to work with whatsoever. And Shanks makes sure there is also no exit. Wonderfully done, and a lot of credit to Neptune for the double flash, but also just a little cheeky Trailblazer to make sure he checks B main as well. That's a beautiful display of how to play Sky.
Absolutely. Him able basically dodging the Owl drone thanks to his teammate shooting it down. He's able to perfectly time those flashes for safe peeks into middle, denies market access, and I would love to see that third kill again, because the first couple, just basically made sense off the flash. I mean, that third he was able to fit in was absolutely ludicrous. I mean, that really put the icing on the cake of that one, and now it's going to be Sentinels back into a low buy.
Looking to make sure they can establish some pressure through B main. A couple of the star placements are here to try to keep Rise safe defensively, and still Poised is also a part of this defensive stronghold over towards B. Neptune again, looking for a counter flash, maybe looking to time this with Derek. There's the peek, does see Sick, but backs away. And really nothing gained, nothing lost from either team on the early point of contact.
Tense gets caught, though, trying to make that push up middle. Thanks to Derek, who's looking to see if he's got anyone else there with him. Just getting that extra bit of information. Holding pattern still just kind of being held all across the map here by Rise. No real need to jump too much. Tends to continue to try to apply that pressure to middle, maybe try to get some market access, and maybe try to help switch inside. Obviously, an alarm bot, though, will be there. He is able to shoot it down, but now they know that market is a threat. How does Rise respond?
Neptune maybe misses the opportunity. Derek also could not keep a Poise, playing from the opposite angle to find one. Knows that there's more established pressure coming through B main, and maybe even gets caught up. Tense doesn't actually read the play correctly, so now Poise gets involved, but Shazam! He's found 3 with the Sheriff! This would be an ace in a 1v2, and he's got an AR to work with. This is definitely doable. Also has the spike in hand, wants to try to bail out the sound cue, but Supa beats him to the punch on the angle. And my goodness, Sentinels give that a really tough go there, for considering the fact that it was just the pistol upgrade for just Shazam in the mix.
Yeah, and they already kind of showed you a little bit of what they're going to be capable of with that KO. He provides something that even Phoenixes would kind of do in the past, where you can use his fragment to cover that back stairwell. So you're smoking off market, you're smoking off defensive spawn lane, and then you can get that fragment. So that really the only way that the players can defend is either playing through the smokes or just playing on site itself. And it allows you to kind of sweep through and get that, extra ramp angle onto B for yourself. So I'll be curious to see if that comes into play in a later gun round, as we see a little bit more of a default opening this time.
Shanks looking to get aggressive mid-map.
Obscuring vision.
Got a look at Tens, but it was nothing but that, just a look. Trailblazer defensively going to clear out B main, and with that, Shanks is actually going to very quickly rotate to get an aggressive angle, launching that early point of ingress, but Sentinel's not interested in B. Already stacking up towards tree. Poise is going to be the first one a part of this. Has a lot of utility here. Not committed to using any, but yeah, actually a lot of it getting deleted. He's going to back away.
Indeed he is. Has to break the window as well, so that's going to give, you know, Sentinels a silent way to approach Heaven the back way if they so choose. Seekers is going to come through to try to get some defensive room back over at Tree. Boy still anchoring here behind the generator, trying to handle all the utility being lobbed this way, and he does it great. It's a couple of big kills.
You can knife me out if you want. Does not make a difference. Poised for 3. And you can kind of see it there for a moment. We swapped his POV. He's just hugging the spike site, waiting for an opportunity to get a delayed peek, and boy, did it pan out in a beautiful way for him.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels were making some good ground there initially, but then they just kind of get held up by that last little nano swarm that was by switch position. Try to jump into the jet smoke and get the generator that way, avoiding the use of the stairwell, but that's where Poise is ready to collect at the back of generator. So just really good use of utility there from Rise. Really well-positioned players to play off of one another, and Civilman and Poise going to get the job done there. The brothers coming up big.
How about Poise just getting out of that position from Tree in the first place after the threat was coming through? That very well may have been the difference maker to allow him a chance to still hold defensively and get that utility into play. But Sentinels empty so far on the offense through our first 5 rounds here. And back to pistols.
And my fault. It's actually Poise and Shanks who are brothers, so I got that one a little wrong. Actually, really wrong. I can't save myself there. I did. At least I corrected myself.
That's true.
As we are on the all sheriffs. Sentinels here. Trying to just to see if they can't find a nice little pick and try to get something created. Not a whole lot to go behind it as they're just trying to walk forward. Shock dart, but Superman's still able to get the kill.
Now Neptune playing in the middle of gravity well. Not able to find too much, but does create opportunity for his teammates. Poised for 2. Still staying hot here on this defensive side is Poised. Dapper, last one left alive. 1v4 would be what he's required to find here. Shoulders from Shanks, the secondary peek from Derek. No problem. Clean stuff here for Rise as you would normally expect defensively, but a lot of that was just simply the fact that Sentinels committed into the teeth of the defensive Rise, really.
This is great from Rise. They're now 1 away from taking a scent and forcing us onto a third map of Bond. This would have been snapping a bit of a losing streak they've kind of been having lately on this map. Again, they've lost the last 3 out of 4. They've been actually bulldozed in many of those losses, not even getting double digits. So they were coming into this looking like they were in a little bit of poor shape on Ascent in their most recent games, but as we noted, there was a little bit of a layoff for Sentinels, having only played this map once in the last few months. And we've seen what we wanted to see out of Rise, right? We've seen their craftiness, their ability to play as a team, something that we did not get to see at all on Breeze.
And beyond that, I was just about to say, we have not really been able to talk much about Sick on this KO. It really feels like his impact has been marginalized, but the same wave. He comes through, finds first blood to make me look absolutely ridiculous. Still Neptune, maybe thinking about trying to poke through this nebula. Dapper is holding this position and actually does catch Poise. So the elimination comes through. Sentinels looking prime for an offensive round, even Tens. Finding Neptune just before the door shuts on the play. So Shanks maybe, hopefully, for 1, but that will be all he will commit to. Tens wants to take the double updraft peek, but not able to find the kill. So it's just up to Derek to see maybe if he can find an exit. I guess largely feel like he's probably just going to spam and then very likely to back away.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're very quickly seeing that playing this KO on 6 still allows Sentinels to play at the same pace you'd expect from a double duelist composition, where you're still able to be very fast, very explosive, very decisive. Using those self hot flashes, getting that extra bit of intel with the dagger, and then using that to just kind of push it together with Tens and look to take fights and just win them with that high class aim we're used to seeing out of them. They're a team that they talked about in that video, like, if people just think that we hold up. It is one of those things where, well, they do. They are a very explosive team, as you see there, but they do it with good utility layering. Like, there's a support system behind those fast-paced attacks, and that's what you're seeing there. And I think the big difference maker here was we've seen them often get this tree position. It's that they haven't been able to penetrate deeper than that. They've been caught up by some of the setups on the site defensively, and they can never really get full control. This round they are able to. They're able to break through the door. They're able to get in there, get picks, and finally lock in a round.
It's actually pretty massive as well for TenZ to just get value out of taking away the operator and the Odin. Sure, it's going to be repurchased, but that is not a light buy by any stretch of the imagination. So cleaning up those last two will actually put a little bit of a hamper on how steep the economy advantage is for Rise here defensively. Derek very early going into the Hunter's Fury, able to convert onto Shazam. Beautifully found. And even beyond that, you did have Shanks kind of try to make a play through mid-map, but not going to be required to find anything as the first blood's already confirmed.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Aldron's going to come out middle as well now defensively and might even be able to figure out Zom's position. Attacking lockdown comes into play. Neptune, though, just trying to play through it. Turret, though, will probably give his position away. Has to kind of divert back over to Stream Room, but able to get there safely. Man gets flushed out, but he's able to kind of play in the middle of all this utility and still stand firm on the site.
Yeah, this is not bad at all. He's actually got a little bit of help as Shanks will rotate up to the top. Neptune shakes off the detainment and finds an opportunity to take down two. Not done yet. Zapper's still part of this play. He's able to find one in response, but every single bit of this hit from Sentinels has been squandered, and a lot of it is just the fact that Rise survived through the early utility play from Sentinels.
Oh boy.
Oh.
You can see Dapper was hoping for a bit of a long con, but Shanks jumps over, checks it, no problem, and we are indeed going to need a map 3. A much different looking Rise. The Rise we're used to seeing in Stage 3 has arrived after a tough one on Breeze and forces the third map. And again, this match is oh so important.
Oh, yeah.
If you win today, right here, right now, you are one best of 3 later on this evening away from qualifying for Berlin. So a lot on the line here, and it's fitting that a map 3 will be needed to figure it all out.
It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a dicey one. We had a convincing first map and a convincing second half in the second map. So what will Bind provide for us? We'll let the desk break everything down and give us the setup when we come back right after this.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Def. I have to give it to my boy.
I'll say Vanity. He's the first one that comes to my head.
Bone Cold.
Finesse is one of the really good ones. I was able to play with him for a short amount of time.
I'd put Steel and Shazam probably up there.
You Shazam?
Shazam.
Shazam. Shazam.
But Shazam looking to do something crazy on top of the pipes here. Picks up 1, picks up 2. It's 3 on the...
No fans about it. I swear to God, y'all the best thing to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCT NA playoffs, and we have a tied series right now. Rise Nation able to win out on Ascent to even up the map score 1-1 versus the Reykjavik champions. It's going to be the Sentinels, but I'm going to be your host, Veli, breaking things down with Bach and Vansili, and I'm Bach. First things first, man. Versatility. I can't talk right now.
Versatility?
Versatility, yes. Versatility is value, and we saw Sick on KO. Sky, KO, he does it all, and him on KO was very useful when it came to Sentinels.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, it didn't really work out. Like, we look at this KO pick and we're like, okay, is this the beginning of something awesome? Are we about to see Sick do what Sick has done so many times in the past? Introducing a new character into the fold, a new agent into his repertoire, because he is already known as one of the most versatile players in the world.
Yeah, to start things off at least, for a guy that's like pro KO and pro Breach, I was so happy to see the top team in the world use a KO into here. It worked for a bit when they were getting a little bit of information towards that mid side, but overall, it has to be all about Rise for sure, looking at the second game. Night and day in terms of performances for this team, and I'm going to have to give it also to Derek and to Boys. They're playing in their comfortable roles. This is why I think Rise struggles on a map like Breeze and Icebox, because you also have Superman playing as a Viper, for example. And sorry, I meant to say Superman, not Boys. So now that you have the Astra coming back into this lineup, you're also getting a lot from Derek Overwatch playing as that Silva. They did quite good for the utility to help somebody like Shanks to get the first blood in.
And Superman was totally valuable when it came to that Astra, and it's all up to the gravity levels. The way they were able to stop the attack, they were able to just do whatever they wanted because of him. He was an MVP in my eyes when it comes to this, but also info is key, and info is everything when it comes to tactical FPSs, right, Bach?
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in Neptune's performance on this map compared to the first map. On Breeze, Neptune finished 2-17? Is that even right?
Yeah.
They only played 16 rounds. He died an extra round. How does that happen? Well, obviously they have a Sage. So he got rezzed and died more rounds than they even played. That kind of illustrates how rough the performance was. Neptune turns it around here on map 2, ends up being the top performer for Rise. And not only is he doing it with the stats, he's doing it with the flashes. Those guiding lights were huge. And the combination of the guiding light and the recon dart coming out from Derek, they had all that early information. It felt like this composition was more natural to them, whereas on Breeze, it felt so forced.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry, the whole versatility thing is cracking me up. But map 3 is going to be
better
fine.
than me with the 50 Cent all eyes on me kind of thing, so thanks for saving me here, Belly.
It's all right. But map 3, we're going to bind, and Vansili, we were talking about it, right? Rise looks so comfortable on attack on Ascent, but on the flip side, they're going to have to raise up their defensive game because on Fine. We're looking at a 78% win percentage when it comes to attack.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Because when I mentioned that this series is going to be decided on Breeze, it was going to be for if Rise wins a 2-0 if they win Breeze. If not, it goes to a third map, and I think it's going to be very difficult for Rise to actually overtake Sentinels on this map. Just to look at how it's being played for Rise on this map, I think you're going to have Neptune going over to a Raze, and then this is where Shanks is going away from a Jet and is going to play a Sky. So how is that going to affect the playstyle? They are still going to be very aggressive and work as a team, but at least their shots are hitting. That's what we talked about on that second map that I needed to bring up. They finally have it now. We're awake. We have a series now.
Definitely. Bach, any thoughts about map 3 right now? This is it. Rise can walk away with a huge upset in the first series of the day.
I am a little bit concerned about that agent pool. I really don't know what to expect out of them, especially when you look at how well Sentinels plays this map. Sentinels has a 74% attack side win rate on this map. That's really healthy. 57% defensive win rate for Rise. So when you look at those two compared, it's like, okay, this is already a difficult matchup, given that you're playing against some of the best players in the world, not even just North America. But then you're looking at the stats and you're like, okay, that's even painting a deeper and darker picture for Rise.
All right, now the players are ready. Real quick down the line predictions. Who do you have winning tiebreaker map?
I have to go with Sentinels. I don't think you can say anything else.
Sentinels, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see if this is about time to see if Sentinels can close out this series. We heard about the predictions on the desk, but when it comes to it, Whole Shift and Dust, who do you guys have winning it all?
No way you're going to have us predict. That would be Bias Caster City. No chance. We're not going to fall for your bait, Belly. Nice try. But hey, Dust,
yeah, that was NT.
Here's the thing. You know, big difference maker. Sentinels, we expect the double duelist. On the other side, Rise, we expect the Raze. So thoughts
Not
overall?
just double duelist, double controller. We've been
Also
seeing
true,
a lot of
yeah.
Viper Astra combinations out of Sentinels recently, so that'll be a difference maker. I don't think that Rise will dabble in the double controller in their own right. That'll be kind of one thing that separates them. Also, what duelist gets played will probably separate them, because I imagine we're going to be seeing some Reyna coming out of Sentinels alongside. So that will be another thing that'll probably differentiate them. But yeah, Sentinels, since TenZ has been on the team, have a 90% win rate on this map, and they are near 65% on both sides of the map, near 70% on the attack. So, I mean, they are looking... They're not going to have that ring rust issue like they had on Ascent, so to speak. They did play it multiple times throughout the course of July, so they have, you know, that recency on the map to kind of build off of. And while Rise has certainly impressed at times on Bond, you know, beating Gen G, beating FaZe, that helped them get to this point, a lot of their other wins are against, like, just not the same caliber of teams that Sentinels are beating, right? I mean, Sentinels use this map to great effect on LAN and Iceland to go in the championship there, so they're beating top international teams on this map. They've also beaten all the other kind of like fellow top 5 teams in the region on this map. Their only loss that they've had with TenZ on board was a very close one to Gen G, 11-13.
Yeah, they're playing the Euros still on that map, by the way.
Yeah, so... It's one of those things where I feel like they come in much more of a heavy favorite on Bind than perhaps any other map that we've seen so far this series.
It's a big shout. That much is for sure, because, yeah, the relevant statistics just with TenZ is just... He makes any statistic look good, doesn't he?
Zoms? Okay, never mind. Sorry, I misread that. No, everything's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
That's got
I thought, for some reason, I thought Zoms picked Raze, and I was really confused, but then I just realized that I misread. It's fine. Everything's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. It's still early times here for us, too. Don't worry about it. But, yeah, as we would expect here, just rosters as expected. The big thing about this is there aren't a lot of squads out there that are running, like you mentioned, for Sentinels. This double duelist, double controller. It gives them aggression, but it also gives them reaction, too, which is something that some teams have really struggled with when it comes to playing up against Sentinels. Specifically, you look back towards, like, Envy most recently. They really couldn't crack the shell that Sentinels put together defensively.
Yeah, I mean, double controller is something that I feel like Exet was making very famous when Weeded was still on the team. They were kind of like one of the first teams to really stab into it when Viper got her buffs a few patches ago, and Sentinels is one of those teams that have kind of elected to kind of keep that type of play style going forward on a map like this, because when you have Viper and Astra utility down, and you have the aggression of TenZ on the Reyna, you have the aggression capability of Sick on the Raze, as well as the Boombot clearing capabilities, that is such a potent attacking side for this team, again, with this type of composition, which they've been using for quite some time, aside from whenever they experiment with Yoru for like a couple of games, which, whatever, you know, we'll let that one go. But again, there's still a near 70% attack win rate on this map with this composition. I mean, this is going to be a really tough ask out of Rise defensively, who, you know, that is their strong side. That is their favorite side on this map. But again, they have, like, when they've lost some of these games, it has been because their defense has faltered, like against Gen G and FaZe when they lost those series. No, defensively, they were only getting like 6 or so rounds as well. They had to have like a really strong attack to help. They don't usually dominate defensively, is what I'm saying. They usually get like 6 or so rounds to give themselves a chance.
So is that kind of the temperature in the water for you here? Like, you need 6 or 7 if you're Rise on this first defensive half in your mind?
I think you need 5 or 6 rounds, yeah.
Okay. Well, there's the frame up. Rise going to get a little bit aggressive. Whoa, Sick? Has he fully anticipated this? Timing might just be perfect. TenZ is going to read it for sure, and they will very quickly back away as Sentinels will actually use the forward position from Shazam to get quickly on over towards A. Derek backing away, but look at Dapper. He's already cutting off this rotation in the back. It just comes down to the timing. Does he want to peek this, or does he want to just hold? It looks like he's just going to hold. Spike is going to come down, and the trigger doesn't put everyone just walks by, but no! Doesn't find anything. Shazam is still punching Spike, so he's able to take down one, and with that, it will go trade for trade. We're in a 3v3.
Yeah, let's see how the rest of this plays out, because that was a little bit, I don't know, like, this anticlimactic. But Sentinels do still go with the win, I guess. Zoms didn't deserve her wreck like that, man. He did everything so right except for click the mouse at the right place.
The thing about it, though, is, again, you have 2 players
a lot of
push
information
so far forward. It's just, yeah, there's no way that Rise cleanly take through, and the paint shells are so huge. So, a little unfortunate for
The thing is, I would say his aim was actually even better than you think, because he managed to click the one spot where someone's head wasn't at. Like, he actually found the gap. So, I mean, tip your hat to him.
Yeah, that's intentional, of course.
Early detection system. You know, he's just like a really loud alarm bot, you know? That's all it was. It's all fine.
Well, Sick will Take paint shells to clear out Hookah. Superman was considering contesting it, but backs away. Heavy defensive stack here for Rise over towards the B side, trusting that Poise could lock things down and maybe even walk away with one, but he's going to walk away with none as he decides instead to tactfully retreat. And instead, Rise are going to overload B long, trying to maybe play around the back.
Yeah, I mean, they have to roll the dice in a round like this. You don't really have the weaponry. You have to try to go for these, crafty pushes and stacks. And unfortunately for them, by the time they get into position, Spike's already down. Great post-plant positioning from Sentinels. They have a player watching for this flank. That's going to be Zoms. So I think all should be fine.
Okay, well, Rise are taking the scenic route, going through the caves. I mean, you got to go quickly if you're actually going to put together a retake off of this. But look at Zoms trying to fish out. Maybe they did go all the way around the back. Will get a read and keeps his life. Very important stuff. And the only play that could have happened from the pinch from Poise is taken out. No problem. So Sigma is holding a corner. Good help here from TenZ. There will only be one kill to speak of. Sentinels, as expected, take the anti-eco.
Yeah. I mean, you just have so much utility at your disposal with this Sentinels lineup that they have. I mean, you could dump all of Viper's utility on one site to kind of throw feints or use for actual attacks while still saving all the Astra Stars for the other side. So you can just kind of do this back and forth. Or you can stack all of it together and you're just like one massive blob into a site, basically. Like, good luck getting vision, good luck stopping them from cutting off angles. You combine that with an owl drone, some recons, the boom bot. There's just so much info gathering and denial capability that the Sentinels composition is going to have with this double controller in play. Looks like this time they're looking to get a little bit hot and spicy early over at Hoop.
Shanks, though, does respond to this, able to at least keep Sentinels honest through Hookah, but they still will push forward. Lear will come out. Shanks playing through the Octagon does not expect Zoms to delay too long. They're trying to hold the corner. Will find one. Spams holds down the trigger, but can't find a second. It's TenZ who collects the kill, and with that, Sentinels will plant.
Be a tough retake now for Rise. All three players still stuck in the defensive halls, trying to come through with their boom bot, try to get over towards container. They are able to get into the site itself, but and you still have 4 members remaining. You still have Sick with the showstopper as an insurance policy. Spike planted really well for them. Be a very tough ask for Rise.
Wow, Sentinels are going to trust that that wasn't a full-on defuse. The only player to check that is TenZ. He's blocked by Nebulous. Now Zoms has to go back forward. TenZ to find the trade. Showstopper comes through with the 9, and that's it. He's holding for the defusal, and Rise will stick it right under the noses of Sentinels to bounce back, find the 3rd round. Beautifully done.
Oh, cutting off that showstopper was so clutch. That wins them the round. That gets them the retake. Again, they're down a man. They're having to use a bunch of utility just to get into the site itself. Obviously, they still don't really have a way to contend with Octagon and Hookah position. Other than maybe a smoke here or there to try to block some vision. And then they just push out that showstopper and get the frag. That's so huge. What a frag. To take him out like that. You think Sick has that dead to rights, and just gets cut off and clotheslined.
Early guiding light comes through, actually flashes 3, but there was no follow-up from Shanks. Just holding on to Hookah aggressively. Recon bolt over the top, destroyed, but information still gained. Shock Dart going to clear out the front side of Hookah. Shanks just underneath, hiding inside of the net. A lot of utility getting pushed through, and they actually spam down the wall. Find Shanks, no problem. Poise and Derek, the only players that are responsible for holding on, and Derek unfortunately cannot find Sick. Poise only good for 1, and again, Sentinels will collect and be able to find a way to plant here on B.
Indeed. Tougher retake, even more this time for Rise, as they only have 2 members for this one, but Superman able to find the opening frag pretty quickly there. Shazam, though, quick to respond. Neptune gets right back into it, and with Dapper being low on HP, maybe there's a chance.
This comes down to the timing of the beacon. Unfortunately, does not get the gun up in time. Dapper ready for the wide angle. So Sentinels, another quick round towards B, get the plant off early, but this time Rise not able to retake.
And that's a perfect example of when simpletons say that Sentinels just hold W. Yeah, maybe if you're just like really glancing at the minimap and not looking at anything else, you could say that, but the layering of utility gives them that capability, right? It's not only their fearlessness as players and their aim, it's also how they layer the snake bites, around that 2 position to kind of block out that having to be an area of concern, being able to get those smokes down at elbow, at back halls, be able to use that to get some space, and then keep an eye on it, make sure that no one's going to push through it and do something crafty, being disciplined to kind of keep an eye on the smokes. It's definitely a combination of things there for Sentinels, not just holding down the W key.
I don't know if Derek is going to recognize that his recon bolt did not connect with the billboard. It kind of went through. I mean, you saw for a moment, it was Zoms who was looking at it and was there to destroy it if needed to, but it doesn't connect. So Derek thinks maybe he's got an opportunity to push forward. Zoms denies him in now a very early 5v4 in which you still have Rise just on pistol upgrades.
Yeah, and they're having to just kind of stack U-Haul. And again, it's one of those rounds where you kind of have to roll the dice when you only have these basic pistols to work with for the most part. Sentinels Dapper are going to use the orb to block U-Haul vision to get into site itself. Tin's also clearing out some corners there. And Dapper's aware of this possibility. You can see him throwing that stink fight, shock dart follow up as well, and boom, that's Neptune down. And they're doing a great job of not dropping the ball in anti-eco situations. Like, they're paving their way into sites effectively. They're using their utility appropriately to, you know, give them sanctuary and not allow them to run into those traps. And they're up 4-1 now because of it.
A big round coming up here for Rise just to try to respond. But yeah, this whole play seemed a bit strange because the Nebula was there to try to maybe gain some space for Derek. But after that initial faulty kind of push through B main, well, just turned into Sentinels, like you mentioned, is not giving away an advantage. Something that they were so good at, not just in Iceland, but before that. When they find an advantage, they rarely give away rounds or even deaths at that point.
Revealing Eddie. There's all the alts now for the Rise in this round. All the alts.
Yeah, you have to win this round.
So, yeah, I mean, if you layer a couple of those appropriately, you should be able to make a big play somewhere, whether that be retake or holding a position. Sick, using his utility. Once again, they get that hookah control. It's always a nice staple to have, right? If you're constantly able to get hookah presence here with your Raze, it kind of denies intel and gives you a bunch of different options, but they're not ready for Neptune being boosted. He's able to get one, then goes down.
Oh, Derek Hunter's Fury locks down Shazam, almost connects with Tens as well. This gains a lot of space for Poise to continue to keep this Cyber Cage as the only bit of concealment he needs, but the Viper's Pit will provide a bit of a deterrence here. Poise is going to decide to push through this. He does have a couple of trap wires that maybe keep him safe in case there is some sort of an existential play outside of the Viper's Pit. Defense is rotating quickly. Seeker's trying to help clear. Six still holding on to Hookah. That will be now Norn, but the Poise going to go right on inside. Cannot find Dapper. Big missed opportunity, so Sentinels still hold with 3v3 situations. Spike has not been planted yet, but it might not need to be. Ten's able to find one more. It's all on to the last two Rise defensive players. Shanks in the corner. He's got an operator and a pistol to use. He does find one. That will clear the Viper's Pit. Derek 1v2, not going to be able to find the first. Tens with 3 kills in the rounds, and Sentinels go up 5-1.
Yeah, such a great use of Viper's Pit there for Sentinels, not only for giving them sanctuary and getting them into the site, but also they were able to use their shooting patterns to bait people into coming into the pit, and then they had someone ready for it, right? Particularly when you saw Shanks there try to come in with Sky. I mean, it was basically being played like a fiddle. Sentinels were trying to get him to come in. They had Sick waiting for that very moment to happen, and it allowed them to just kind of keep ahead in the trading. Now, luckily for Rise, they didn't burn all their ults there. They only used 2. So they still have a lot coming into this next round, but so does Sentinels. And they have a very big firepower advantage.
Oh boy. And it's just after the Hunter's Fury, you feel so good about Rise's chance to hold off on the play. But woulda, coulda, shoulda is really the only way you can kind of frame up that previous round. Rise now in a very dire position. One-way Nebula gives Neptune an opportunity to play from up top. Does find one. Gravity Well will stall the play. Paint shells to follow. I believe he knows that he's got 10 stuck in a corner, but 10's able to slip through. Keeping his life is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that was big to be able to get away like that and at least keep yourself afloat, that they are still a man down, and Tens has no way to heal himself back yet. So this is still giving a huge edge here to Rise. Great crossfire for Neptune and Shanks here over towards U-Haul in closet position. And looks like they're able to start battling this attack back, though Shazam is able to get one. Gets it into a 3-on-4. Still has some time. They still have Spike possession. They could still double back to the portal.
Shanks does not expect Shazam to free himself forward past the teleporter. He's going to find after U-Haul. This has all gone wrong. Zymes finds the third. This was a 3v4 favoring Rise. Yes, of course, they're just on SMGs, but you felt so good about their crossfire locking down main.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune and Shanks certainly did have the perfect positioning there. They also did a great job pressuring Tens off and basically making him a non-factor going forward. It really was down to Shazam to make the play at that point, and Tommy was able to do it with a combination of shock darts and wit. Able to get himself in such a prime position in U-Haul and just come up with 3 big frags, and that's one of the great values about Shazam. I mean, if you look at this roster, you obviously praise Sick due to his consistency, right? Because he's always plays at a very, very high level, and he's very flexible on what agents he can play. Then obviously you have Tens, who's just, you know, the shock and awe factor, the star, right? But Shazam is that guy who I think finally got his credit at Iceland, where not only is he a leader, and he's been able to figure out a way to put all the parts together on this team role-wise and get them operating at a high level tactically. But he also can, when need be, come out and make a big play like that individually. He was one of their best fraggers at Iceland, in fact. So really well done there by him to save the day.
So now Rise looking at 3 ultimates to potentially spend. Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, Neural Theft on the table in their next buy round. And one that you feel like you need to win. And unfortunately, Derek, I don't think has actually seen the information on this play from Sentinels. Now we'll confirm it. Aldrone will be through to also double check to see how many players are here. Mir will come out. Ken still wants to maybe take away an angle, but he's not going to really gain too much with this. Derek still holding his ground.
Yeah, that was good. Derek got key information. Not only did he spot 2 players, but he spotted 2 players, right? And that kind of gives him an idea of whether this is like more of just kind of default and map control, you know, or whether this is like a committal type thing where they're really looking to get heavy-handed on the B side of the map. Not only that, they maintain control of hookah position this time around, which is a big adjustment because they've been losing that pretty often in the early round. So being able to maintain that gives them a lot more to play with on B site, utility-wise and personnel-wise, and also gives them a little bit more flexibility to have this 3rd player rotating now over to A side and be prepared for this attack, as we are seeing the orb go down and Sentinels starting to look to pave the way up short.
Gravity Well will stall them for a bit. Superman, though, gets spammed through the toxic screen. Oh, what a key loss that is. Boys now has to essentially vacate heaven to get onto the site itself, trying to contest from any sort of a point, but Ken seems to know that he's here, and yeah, sure does. Finds the kill, responds to the last defender over through U-Haul, and then Derek, who tried to wander on in, denied. Only play available would be Neptune from the flank, as he was previously in hookah, but Zam reads that as well, so flawless again from Sentinels, and all of a sudden, things look a bit desperate for Rise, down 1-7.
That's one of those situations where knowing is half the battle. Like, yeah, they got a good read on Octagon early. Yeah, they got a good 3-man rotation. But again, with that layering of Astra and Viper utility, there's so much vision blocking going on there to give Sentinels a lot of pocket space to kind of maneuver through. And it gets to a point where, yeah, like, look at Poise being forced to just play like a really tough position, being forced to jump out heaven, play in that back corner, basically get stuck there. And it just doesn't really allow them a whole lot of play. So Sentinels, again, just being very overbearing and are able to come into this round with a huge edge.
Oh, Eric. That is going to be a huge bit of damage coming through. Sick wants to contest, and oh, actually, Neptune wants to give him a go up here. And the double peek is actually very successful. That was a solo play from Sick, by the way. So a weapon has been collected. Opportunity here. Maybe pull off a thrifty if they can get away. Dapper was quick to follow up and does find elimination, but Superman, meanwhile, mid-map, keeps the numbers in favor of the side of Rise. Trying to hold the ground as poised. He will fall, and all of a sudden, the advantage of the AR picked up has been denied. Derek, who is tagged down heavily, will also fall. And it's on to Super and Shanks to try to contest. They want to go quickly. Flash will come through. Dapper playing through long, though, will deny any extra engagement, and that will be Sentinels taking the 8th round.
And that's another thing that makes Sentinels so good that you have to really highlight here, Shift, and that is their ability to be reactionary and decisive when things start to go wrong. When you start getting buried in all the chaos of the mid-round, you're, you know, having a push get used against you, you lose a player, you're giving a gun away, Shazam gets caught on short, you know, things are going wrong, but it's in that moment where they very quickly decide, all right, let's send it, we have to, you know, and they just plow into B. They know that they have Derek pinned down low health back aside, they're able to clear that out, they're able to at least battle back and chase down the exchange that happened at hookah, and able to still come with the victory despite, you know, some of the things that went against them early on in the round.
A little bit more of aggressive defensive prodding going on here from both sides of the map. Successful through B-Long, unsuccessful through Showers. So we stay 4v4. Superman on 1 HP, that's the big key. But Sentinels are committing forward to get on towards A. Defensively, there is nobody here at the moment for Rise. But still, Sentinels a little bit apprehensive to go for a quick plant, so they still can fight back.
Yeah. The problem is there's no Shanks for Rigo, so Superman's stuck on this 1 HP, which makes him such a low factor in being able to have impact on this retake now. Stick looking to go all the way up with these rockets, and at least it's the 1 health player, I guess, for Rise's sake, but still a tough one.
Yeah, ultimate versus health comparison. Not exactly full value, but the elimination in the space, more importantly, was big. But Neptune can respond of one of his own, able to take down Dapper. Shazam playing from a clutch spot deep through middle. 10's here to guard him with an Empress. Space been gained. Neptune gonna stick on in. Hunter's coming out. 10 wants to peek through it, and he finds himself two. One more available. Able to still dismiss on the backside of the Hunter's Fury, and the finesse from 10, exquisite. That will be good for 4 and the round. 9-1 up our Sentinels.
Even when you think you got it wrapped up, you can never quite count on it to be gifted to you. I mean, I have to give credit to Rise. They used a great combination of Neural Theft and Showstopper to actually get themselves a numbers advantage back, despite, you know, losing Superman inside Heaven thanks to the Showstopper of Sick and just all the space the Sentinels were getting on site and getting that safe post plant. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you got a combination of Tinge and Shazam ults just bobbing and weaving around and able to still steal the round away from them.
Early aggression here from Rise, and oh boy, it's all gone wrong. One flash will come through. That's just to get the Shanks away from the play initially. Tries to retake, but it's only good for one elimination. Looking good for 10 unless Poise can double up. Not going to be the case, and it's just down to Derek with a Marshall for a 1v3.
Yeah, some might say that Fawn's looking like a breeze for Sentinels.
Hey,
You
only
take that
been
one a bunch
sitting
of
on
different
that
ways. Now, I actually just came up with that. No lie.
I'm really proud of you.
That's been my job for a few years, so I hope that I could every now and then come up with a nugget.
A golden nugget at that.
Last round before the
One
switch.
of those.
True.
Here.
There's something to be said about how Golden Sentinels are looking right now, but I'm not going to go there.
Yep.
Yes, this should do.
Though I think you could argue I just did, but
Yeah, you did.
This is a nice spot.
It's like, it's almost like a humble brag when you do something like that. It's like, I'm not going to do this, but
it's like, well, for me, it's like I'm not creative to think of something on the spot right now, but my mind is working on it, so trust that I had something built up and was trying to spare the audience at large.
Yeah, I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take in commentary. You can also get yourself into a lot of trouble, don't get me wrong, so be careful on what shots you take, but, you know, take a shot every now and then.
Speaking of, Sentinels aggressively through Hookah, and oh my lord. It's just the spam that we've seen a couple of different rounds here through the edge of Hookah hasn't even give Rise a chance to fight back. Seeker's from behind, sure, but Shanks is so far away from this play. Derek is trying to delay with the Hunter's Fury. He does find one to his credit. But actually, Shanks doesn't go. Wow, okay. I thought by the Seekers coming from behind, they would have known that the play was going to be here sooner rather than later, but not the case. So the spike doesn't get planted. Trailblazer will see Shazam and Rise could salvage the second round here, pending. Zoms doesn't do something unbelievable. And well, this is going to be a very difficult 1v2 as he will have to reaggress back into the site.
Yeah, if his teammate could have stayed alive a little bit longer, maybe he finds a way to get this 1v1 against Derek and get in. But now he's stuck in a very difficult 1v2. He does have time. That's about all he's got going for him right now. Trying to find a way in here. Gets 1v1, but Derek able to win the duel. And so Rise fits another one in there right at the end. But, I mean, outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot to highlight, unfortunately. They had a couple of rounds that were pretty close, but it's just, again, Sentinels were a little bit more comfortable in being reactionary in some of those chaotic mid-round moments and came out on top on the vast majority of them. So, again, like Breeze, a big lead going in the second half.
Indeed. So you said they needed 5 or 6. Not the case. So see if Rise can find a way to respond on the offense when we come back after this. Welcome back, everybody. I hold shift with Dust, and a very similar scoreline to what we had in Breeze. Only one extra round to the positive here for Rise. It's been an all Sentinels affair, and a required pistol coming up here, Dust, if Rise want to stay in this series.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, too, considering that Sentinels with this lineup has been well over 60% win rate defensively. And with 10 rounds already in the bag, seems almost unquestionable they'll eventually find what they need to get out of this one with the dub, but hopefully Rise can maybe try to put some doubt in that, as this pistol is certainly a necessity. Becomes a bit of a cliche sometimes when people talk about how important a pistol round is, but it really is when you're this far behind. Yeah. You can handle a loss if it's like 7-5, 6-6, something like that. Even 8-4.
8-4, as I said, that's where I draw the line. Yeah.
Yeah, but once you're like down double digits, it's like, all right, that pistol, we're gonna need that. Yeah.
But Rise have avoided the early prodding of information from Sentinels mid-map, and they're looking to reaggress here. It will cost them an owl drone. Sick will be here to read this. And also still has the paint shell. Oh my. Just the way that he takes that shell. Unreal. 10's up top. No problem. Shot at range. What in the heavens is that? Rise will have to escape into the teleporter, but that is an escape that doesn't really provide them any safety whatsoever.
I mean, Superman's about to get memed on. Let's be real about it. The man's about to get absolutely
30
wrecked.
seconds left.
Yeah, go ahead and play like Astral Chess, but you're about to get wrecked here. They're trying to make sure he's still in the portal right now. They don't know for sure. I think maybe he might have got out of it. Now they Oh, that's a nice little shot. Not the best he could have hoped for, really.
But that is
I was expecting like 3 teleporters with knives out or something. Yeah, that's a tough loss, though, in the grand scheme of things. Though, I mean, it forces you to force buy basically, and it just makes it an uphill climb. It's already won, and now it's just deeper. Yeah, Tim just happened to play.
Enemy remaining.
Even the peak from Sick in the first place, like the confidence to know, yeah, the owl drone is there, but if I throw paint shells in the middle of this play and still peek, at worst I go 1 for 1, maybe even 1 for 2.
Right.
Unbelievable. Out, Dapper shakes. Maybe eyeing up potential play through showers, and Dapper is just going to make sure nobody will push through, so he will get out. And for Rise, it all really falls on this force buy situation with these upgraded pistols and SMGs.
Yeah, we already see Shanks taking a little bit of chip damage from the snake bite of Dapper, so it softens him up just a little bit going forward. Not too big of a deal, but small things start adding up when you're this far behind.
Yeah.
So you are going to see Rise trying to make an approach here with Poise through long. Shock Dart able to clear out Octagon to give him that little bit of space. Also has a player trying to get into Hookah at the same time. Great shot from Poise indeed. But the chase from Sick and Zombs is starting to give them right back the edge.
Spike was never a part of the play, though, and Supa makes his way forward. And beyond that, I don't think anyone's read that Shanks is as far past as he's gotten. So the spike will be retrieved. That's Derek who has it in hand. Sentinels are committing to rotate over, but this is a 3v4 where they don't even really hold the weapon advantage. So this retake is going to have to be sooner rather than later. Oh, not like this. Not like this.
Player standing.
I love that from Zombs, knowing that Sick is in an exposed position down below. He had just jumped. He was probably going to get killed, and Zombs is right there running in to make sure he doesn't get trade off of it.
10 seconds left.
Again, that is a decisiveness that makes Sentinel so great.
Man, it's just like the
timing
like a really
of small
the
detail,
too.
but
match point.
It's a small detail, but when you start adding it all up, and you just start to realize how together this team is.
If that peak comes a second later, rises through the teleporter back over to B. Man. Not a lot of ground fear for Rise to stand on. In fact, you would probably figure they're being charged by the minute here. So 12-2 the count, and man, it's just there's not a lot going right here for Rise on this map 1 or map 3 now.
After it gets pushed off by the cam, Aldro does a good job pushing Sick back deep into U-Haul, so we are seeing Rise getting a little bit of space here. Now trying to use that with the blast pack to get up there and get a pick, but still able to keep dropping back little by little, but they still wind up folding. Big entries from Rise here. They need this to survive, obviously, and at least they're going to get a plant.
That's not bad at all. A lot of that was actually through the chip damage from the decay as well. So beautiful response here from Rise. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. They've got a long way to go. Regrowth will actually get this team back to essentially full HP, though, so that's good news. And Superman will live peek onto 10s, no problem. Boys looking for the same onto Zombs. No, surely not.
Surely not.
Weapon's been picked up by Shazam, though. He's got an angle on this. Able to find one. No, don't give him the second. Just don't give him the second. Okay.
Oh, they almost did. They almost gave him a chance there. Even Shanks I was a bit concerned about when he got spotted by Shazam. I thought maybe there was a chance there, but they do get it done, and it really just comes down to like great use of their cam, great use of the owl drone to start forcing players back, give them an initial space to start pushing into sight, and then getting those clean entries. The thing is, can you do that 10 more times in a row?
Well, if you're looking for an answer from me, you're not going to get a positive reaction to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough. I guess 9 times in a row to guarantee overtime.
Yeah. But at least they do have Sentinels on the pistols, so
that's true.
Silver linings again.
Yeah, but the alts are coming back here soon for Sentinels as well. They'll be bought back next round also, so they really have to start getting into like 9 or so rounds before you really start to put faith in the full-on comeback for OT, but one step at a time.
Gauge triggered.
Information here, Shazam. No. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Still, though, the fact that he gets one. It's already stalled the play, and Sick gets one more big
That's
map.
Spike.
That is Spike indeed, my friend. So Sick will move forward. Remember, the collecting SMG, Zombs is actually working this now with him. Seekers have been sent. Recon Bolt will reveal one. Although, Seekers, in combination with the Guiding Light, have both been deleted. Sick looking to take this fight aggressively, but Derek will find the second. And even though there was a bit of electricity in the air, it looks like Rise should be cruise control for a win. I mean, it's just after on Frenzy, he would have to do something unbelievable.
And that Trailblazer pretty much seals the deal.
30 seconds left.
Wait for him to do the snake in the grass any longer. Shanks will clear him out, and Rise will get the W. It's always scary when you have to work that hard for a round you're already this far behind and you're up against a low buy. It just, I feel like it keeps like Sentinels on a mental high. Like they know what they've got. They know that they're still causing trouble even when they're dropping a couple of rounds here and there. They still have plenty of room to burn. Now they're back onto several alts and full rifles, so big moment here for Rise. I feel like this is the round that gives you that juicy need to maybe start to back. If you can get this one, force another save, get yourself to 6, all of a sudden, you know, the distance you need to travel looks a little bit shorter.
Shanks? No. He thought he was cheeky.
Can't have that.
Yeah, avoiding the boom bot, but not the case, and Poise also falls. Not looking good here. 5v3 situation, no room for Rise to work with anywhere on the map. Unless maybe Derek can isolate Shazam here, but I think Shazam did catch the shoulder and is not interested in being gate kept, so he will back away. And it really all falls on what happens in this playthrough B-Long.
Yeah, I mean, they have to just send it at this point, but they're already down 2 players. It's a great setup here for Shazam and Tint, holding the octagon position. Not really a way forward for them. Great little trade there, thanks to Shazam. And Zombs. One left.
Neptune 1v3, trying to force it, not going to happen. So a handful of one-sided affairs here and there leads to Sentinels taking the series 2-1, and it's just off the back end of just 2 convincing maps. I mean, you mentioned it, you know, the rust off the ring, just kind of getting back into Ascent, but Breeze and Bind were undeniable from Sentinels overall. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just a dominant performance from Sentinels today. You know, obviously just wreaking havoc on Breeze, then here on the final map also winning it in a pretty one-sided fashion. A great showing from Rise on Ascent, obviously. At least we got to see a little bit of what they're capable of there, which I think is good because I feel like they are a solid team, but they just didn't show up when they needed to on Bind. I mean, that was really their ticket. Yeah. I mean, Breeze was always going to be a gamble because they hadn't played it in an official yet, and so it really was going to come down to this one, and unfortunately they just didn't have any gas in the tank for this third map.
Well, that'll do it for our first series here against Sentinels, one step away from qualifying to Berlin. And after their little sizzle reel talking about how they don't just want to get to Berlin and win, they want to make sure they're the only North American team to see the glory. Well, they're looking very much so in prime position to do just that. We'll throw things back over to the desk. They'll give you the breakdown, and we'll be back for match number 2, rather, when we get to the point of it. It's going to be 100 Thieves going up against FaZe. Not going to be a fun one, not a fun one, not going to be a bad one to miss, so don't go too far.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, and as usual, I'm your host, Veli, and I'm here with my mans, Bach and Vancilli. And Bach, when it comes to Bind, we thought this was going to be a close map, and what were your ultimate thoughts?
I honestly didn't think it was going to be a close map. I thought ultimately when we came into this one, it's like you said, they were going to have to win Breeze. The series started on Breeze. That was Rise's key to success. We thought they stood a chance on Ascent, but the second it went to Bind, we knew this was going to be Sentinel's series to win, or for that matter, to lose even. They would have to seriously screw things up. And I'm definitely a little bit lost. I don't love some of the things that we saw from Rise. I don't like the way they juggled some of their roles around, and ultimately it just felt kind of clumsy.
Yeah, I do feel like the idea that they have with this composition, not having a Viper who seems to be like a staple on this map right now, is the idea of Rise, yeah, they want to try to fight for map control on this defender side. You see these aggressive pushes along B or whatnot, but the same thing for Sentinels is that it's a map that's so comfortable for them that they're okay of fighting back really quickly. I want to take, for example, one round where they're trying to take hookah control for Sentinels. Sick actually lost the initial round to Pistols, but then what happens after? You have Tense running, holding W just behind, with another player to make sure that they trade. I'm pretty sure that was Dapper, just so that nobody's able to pick up a gun on the defender side and set up on the defense. So for Sentinels to just aggress back, not give a chance for Rise to get any type of footing on the map, on any control, definitely showed the demise here of Rise on his third map.
And taking a look at the total stats right now to see the breakdown happen, Rise Nation loses 4-13 on tiebreaker map, which was Bind, which is going to send them straight to the loser side of the bracket. But let's talk about the credit karma, instant karma moment for just a second. Now, I want to give a big shout out to them as well, because even though Rise lost his first series, there's a lot of positive things that are definitely coming out of him. And one of the main reasons has to do with Superman and what he was doing on the scene.
Yeah, definitely. It was mostly on the attacker side where we're talking about Superman playing his role, how it works out in his favor, and it helps out Rise. Just a simple gravity well towards A main, allowing two players to push forward, and on top of that, not legal for trade. They both won their duels. And that just opened up an easy 5-on-3 to start off the round. So very well done at least to have that going for Superman.
Yeah, and it's that and the combination of that guiding light too, that 1-2 punch both coming in at the same time. You could see Sick goes for that aggressive peek with the knife coming out as KO, and he instantly is blinded. He just turns around and starts running into a wall. He's getting sucked back into the gravity well. His teammate has to dash away, so he doesn't even offer up support. He tries to come in for the refrag, get the trade, but he's already half HP at that point. So it's just really well set up.
You're right, and that's the feeling of instant karma right there. But still, Rise, they have a chance to make it to Berlin, but they're going to have to fight it out and not lose one more time, because that's going to be it. Sentinels move along to face the winner of TSM and Envy. And Vancilli, you were checking out that game. Oof. What's happening right now?
It's back and forth. I mean, we had Breeze finally come out again, actually, on this map, in his qualifier. And to see that TSM actually won 10-2.5, but it still finished 13-11. There was some iffiness going on for TSM's map pick after all on Breeze, but now on Ascent, it's really back and forth, so I'm loving this series so far.
Oh, yeah. Now, coming up next here on the main stream, by the way, Bach, we have a team that you thought was going to do extremely well, or you think they're going to do extremely well this event. It's going to be 100 Thieves, and it's going to be FaZe as well. What are your thoughts about that matchup?
I think that FaZe definitely has a difficult task in front of them. I think that 100 Thieves is looking better than they potentially ever have. I think the meta right now really leans in 100 Thieves' favor. You've got this more slow, methodical pace to the play that works really well for 100 Thieves, but you still have that pop-off factor because you've got Asuna and you've got obviously the rest of the skill on this roster as well. One of the most interesting stat lines I've had when I've been digging through this, though, is it leads into the Hiko is a baiter meme. He's got only like 10 rounds across all of the rounds of play where he's gone for a first fight. Like compared to anyone else, it's like 3% of rounds he tries to take a first fight.
The thing for me is I'm going to have to disagree with you, actually. With 3.0, I actually do see this double duelist comp coming back. So the aggression coming out from FaZe could actually pay off, because why? Astra got nerfed. There's less utilities to go off the wrap, you know? So we got to figure out what's going to happen going into the series. But I mean, we have time to talk about that.
Okay, fellas, we're going to break all that down coming up next. But speaking of coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we also have a B stream where we have Simo and Ender tearing it up. I can't wait to hear their cast later on. But coming up next here on the A stream, we're going to have FaZe versus 100 Thieves, and I can't wait. We're going to see you guys soon after this break.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Let's go.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here for the VCT NA playoffs. We have the 8 best teams in NA battling it out to represent us out there in Berlin, Germany, and I can't wait to see who does it best. But here on the desk with me, it's going to be Bach and Vancillion. Fellas, the last match we saw, Sentinels once again win and they move forward. What is there to say about them?
Just another Tuesday.
Yeah, literally just another day at the office. I mean, that's exactly what we expect to see from them, so not really too surprised.
Oh, you're definitely right. Now, let's take a look at the bracket, by the way, to see what's going to happen and who Sentinels are going to play against. Now, this match that's on right now on the B stream, make sure you catch that. It's going to be so important. We have TSM facing off against Envy, and the winner of that will play against Sentinels. Rise on the other end, they're going to be in a loser's bracket, and this is it for them. They can't mess up anymore.
I mean, I think we all want FaZe Ignition Series rematch. Sentinels versus TSM for qualification to Berlin. Like, you really couldn't write a better storyline. TSM finally returning to form. Sentinels laughing at that because of the fact that it's been so long. And then on the other side of the bracket, XSET and LG also should be a really good series after that. But we've got 100 Thieves and FaZe coming up in a second.
I actually think you have two great storylines on whoever wins between Envy and TSM.
I agree.
Right? Because you're looking at this point, if it's TSM versus Sentinel, it's like, okay, when TSM was dominant last year, it's like, okay, Sentinels is here. Who's that #1 team? Now we have the answer, but TSM wants that back. If it's Envy, they met against each other, Sentinels and Envy, like 9 times, and Envy only beat them like once or twice. But now that they have Ye, could be a different story.
And talking about a comeback story, this is going to be a good one that's coming up right now. FaZe versus 100 Thieves. Now, you take a look at FaZe, and what do we remember? We remember the Smeeg over there in Masters, where we all worked at desk, by the way. It was incredible. But this team, they fell off, and they're trying to work their way back up. They've made a team change, and there's a name on there that I really love to see, and it's Baby J.
Yeah, Baby J is a great player, great addition to this team right now, too. And you were talking about it here, Veli. They're trying to find an identity. And I think it's a very similar where they're trying to find their identity in an IGL at the same time, because I had an interview with Coach Trippy, and he told me they had different IGLs on different maps, which now makes the playstyle quite different for FaZe. And I wanted to just finish the point that we had before the break. I think this patch 3.0 definitely complements the playstyle of FaZe going into this, because you have to be very smart in your utility on how you want to deploy that into the later rounds, because they cost more, you get less than flashes and stuff like that too. So that actually gives a lot of opportunity for map control, early map control, if you do want to bring that Shmeeg out.
The question is, though, is the game fast enough for them to play the way they want to play, or is it slow enough to allow 100 Thieves? Because even though it's not the same as it was back in Stage 1, Stage 2, you really saw how they struggled. They didn't make it into a single Challengers event. They didn't qualify. They kept getting stopped up in the open qualifier process. Sure, they do a lot better here, and the game may be speeding up in comparison to how it was, but is it quite where it was in Stage 1 when they were able to exploit that?
Yeah, I think this is where Baby J definitely steps up and helps the team, because his utility, the selfless plays that he has as a Sentinel, and other maps actually where he plays a Breach, it actually enables those two duelists for Baby Bay, and for Corey.
Now, the other team that they're going to be playing against is going to be 100 Thieves, the team that struck first in First Strike. They're coming back now, and Bach, I know you like this team, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it. Pound for pound, player for player, this is the scariest team full of individuals that I see here in VALORANT so far here in NA. And you have Austin on that list. They're disgusting.
I think, honestly, there's quite a bit of pressure on 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Sure, they're a team that's used to kind of dealing with that pressure because you have so much veteran esports experience between Hiko and Steel and Nitro. Even Ethan had a good run towards the top end of CS. Soon as the only one at the end that doesn't really have that experience, but I don't think he lets it get to him because he's kind of just this nutty fragger. But I worry, looking at this team, that there's high expectations for them to like make it to Berlin, potentially win that event, especially considering they've had time. It's not like this roster was formed last week. They've been working with this roster for a while. Something needs to click, or I worry that a change could be coming.
Right now, talking about a chance in order to go to Berlin, the weight is going to be heavy on the player named Asuna. And Bach, I need your help with this. We saw his killing spree over there on Icebox, where he popped off, what was it, 48 kills?
Yeah.
Right. Now, how important is he going to be in this head-to-head, especially going against the likes of Baby Bay, the crazy Jet on FaZe?
I kind of want to lean towards Asuna here. Like, sure, Baby Bay's been great, but he's so... I'm trying to think of the word. He relies on the AWP a little bit too much, I feel like. Sure, his rifle work isn't bad, but when you compare the two, there's greater flexibility for Asuna. Asuna can play an AWP role if he needs to, but he's mostly going to rifle, and he really pops off as a Reyna compared to a Jet, whereas Jet's not as versatile, doesn't necessarily play as many maps. Also, Asuna can flex around on a couple of the other duelists in the game and still have a really good performance, whereas I feel like Baby Bay is super dependent. I don't want to say one trick, because I feel like that's dismissive, but in comparison to Asuna, definitely a little bit lighter in what he's able to do. His depth isn't quite there.
I do definitely agree. I think it's the same type of like idea you have on Wardell in the beginning too, though, right? Wardell being like, oh, maybe one trick, relying too much on the op, but it works, right? It works for a lot of these teams as well. Look at Europe. If you have somebody like Ascend that always has Seen and playing the Jet, they qualified. They're probably the top team in Europe right now. So that Jet, staying as a one-trick Jet is actually very powerful for a lineup right now.
But here's the question. Is Baby Bay as good as those players?
Yes.
Because that's what you got to ask yourself. You got to say, are those like generational talents, like once in a lifetime playing that kind of role? Or is that just something
based on what I saw from the last time FaZe to qualify into this one? Definitely, because Baby Bay was doing 1080s with a Marshall on Breeze and still hitting shots. I know it's only a CD match, but it shows the confidence that this team has. So I think they do have what it takes.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring this back. Things are getting heated up right here on the analyst desk right now. Right, speaking of hype, we actually put together a very hype video, and I want to see what 100 Thieves are all about. Let's go ahead and take a look. That was fucking awesome.
Good.
We did win First Strike, and we were seen as the best team in North America.
100 Thieves, they've done it. They are your First Strike North America champions. What a performance, Sean.
I think Austin has had some of the strongest individual performances we've seen out of any player, maybe across any region.
When I saw Austin getting 48 kills on Icebox, it was the craziest thing. Just him dominating like that. 100 Thieves have probably the best duelists in the world, and I expect them to pop off in the playoffs.
People saying that I'm like a top 3 player, like top 5 or whatever. I don't really feel it because I'm just in the moment. I'm just kind of just doing my thing.
What in the SEAL Team 6 is this?
I don't put too much stock into it. I don't really try to think as much about like the consequences. I'm just doing whatever I think is best in the moment.
He's got that just raw skill. It's sort of underdeveloped. It's not quite there yet, but you see it every time he plays. Now that he's surrounded with these strong players and the roster is coming together, he can just go buck wild.
Coming from CS, we have a lot of experience. Myself, I've been playing for 13 years competitive Counter-Strike. Hiko, Nitro, they've been on the competitive stage for, since 2014 at least. Hiko longer than that. Ethan's been on a top team since like 2016 or 17. So we have a wealth of knowledge and experience coming from Counter-Strike, but that experience takes you so far in Valorant.
100 Thieves, it's disappointing. They get close, they have close games, but they never seem to finish. And me personally, and a lot of people out there, we think it's a strategy in the comp lineup, but at the end of the day, the matches are still very close and they're still almost making it. I'm seriously hoping that this time around they get it together because they belong on top.
I understand why the fans and even, maybe 100 Thieves as an org hasn't been the happiest with our placings and the happiest with our results, but I promise you, as bad as you think you feel for us, I promise you we feel worse. We're putting in a lot of hours, we're practicing a lot, we're hiring support staff, we're hiring analysts and assistant coaches and all these different kind of people that are helping supplement the team.
I think 100 Thieves could easily make it to Berlin. I think they're one of the best teams in North American Valorant. They've got a ton of veterans on the roster, plus some young guns like Asuna, who can help drive the performance level up if the team is starting to crumble a little bit around the edges. It's the high pressure situations that they're going to excel at because they're used to being in those situations.
We're not just here taking it easy and just going through the motions. Like, we are grinding and we want to win, and that is our number one goal, to make it to Berlin and hopefully even win Berlin. And I think we have the possibility and the capability of doing it as long as we show up and we do our jobs and we do what we know we can do.
As they pick up the dub on Icebox 13-7 over Envy.
This is the moment that everything's been building up to, and there's no not making it.
I don't know about you guys, but watching that right there just got me so excited. 100 Thieves are looking to just take the throne back right now, and it all starts right here, right now. So let's talk about the maps right now, Van Silly. You studied both of these teams. What might we be looking at?
I think at this point, it's going to be a automatic ban for FaZe to actually take away Icebox, in my opinion. Just looking at how Trippy was talking about before, too, is like, we realized after Masters 1 that Icebox is not for us looking at Masters 2 qualifier, so that's going to be out of the question. And I think for 100 Thieves, who maybe aren't as practiced on a map like Breeze, because they're still trying to find their identity on other maps, they should auto-ban Breeze, exactly. So you're going back to the basics of Ascent, Haven, and Vine, and who's going to take this one? FaZe?
Maybe. Let's go ahead and find out what maps both of these teams are going to be battling out on, because the map ban phase is always the first part of war, right?
Yeah.
So Coming up right now, the anticipation. Haven's going to be on the board. Love watching 100 Thieves there, and of course, they're going to be the one that choose that. We're going to Breeze again, baby.
Okay.
And then the third map, if needed, we're going straight to Ascent. And whoo, watching both of these teams play there and battle it out for tiebreaker map, it's going to be everything. But let's go down the line because the lobby is just about ready. Van Silly, you're going first this time. You rocking with FaZe or you rocking with 100 Thieves?
You know what? This time, Valiant Bach, I'm going to have to face up. You know, I love the 100 Thieves boys, but I think we're going to see a face up because I want to see some Curry Yoru on Breeze here.
That's what I'm talking about, Bach. How are you honestly feeling about this matchup? This is way closer than the last one that we saw.
You know, I was looking at this, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it, but the map pool coming into this for 100 Thieves is kind of iffy. They have two maps they don't really play a whole lot, it's Split and Bind. They get one of them out, and I was a little worried that that third map was potentially going to be Split, but because of their map pool being so weak, or I don't want to say weak, but because there's maps they don't typically play, they end up on Ascent, which is a map that's really, really good for FaZe in the most recent history. I think they're 10-2 throughout Stage 3. So that's a little bit scary. I also have to give the nod to FaZe. I think this is going to be a 2-1. If we make it to the third map, FaZe wins. If we don't, it could be a 2-0. I think it's really going to be dependent on that third map.
As Vans usually says, he just hopes both teams have fun. But it's time to take it away to the first series. Whole shift and Dust, do what you do best and take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Indeed, it is time for what will surely be a more tight affair than the first series. You have to feel like for sure, Dust. But hey, Haven map number 1, both teams have been tested on it, tried on it, and well, they've showed us some pretty consistent results. Although for 100 Thieves, maybe a little bit of shakier ground because almost every single series you watch them playing this map, it usually goes the distance.
I don't know. I think FaZe are in a lot of trouble coming into Haven, man.
Oh,
like their results lately have not been that great. They've lost their last couple of games, including a blowout loss to TSM. They've also had a bunch of other losses throughout. I mean, their win rate actually this year is 47% on Haven. So it has been very up and down, and a lot of their wins have been against really smaller name teams, you know, that you probably haven't even really heard of. I think they've only had like maybe one or two like big wins against like top level teams. You look at 100 Thieves, you know, since Ethan's been on board, they're more near like the 63% win rate on Haven. Yeah, they lost at their last 2 games as well, but look at all their recent losses. They lost in double overtime to Sentinels, single overtime to XSET, 11-13 to Envy, and 11-13 to Sentinels. So even when they're losing, they are right there with whoever they're competing against, and they have big wins over Envy and Version 1 and XSET and, you know, some of these other top teams in the region. So I think if you're just going on a results-based analysis, 100 Thieves does seem to be the more functional team on Haven lately. And also what we've really seen that's been neat is the Asuna Jet. That has actually been this new X Factor that has been huge. But look at the other X Factor, Sentinel's Cop Steal on KO. That is spicy.
This is brand new, fresh out the box for sure. I was about to say, you know, the other big difference that we're going to see here is Nitro will for sure be sticking largely onto this Omen. They don't like to play a lot of that Astra. So definitely interested to see the KO brought into the mix here. So, you know, early establishment of pressure and a lot of flash potential as well, I think is the big key here for 100 Thieves on this attack.
Sure, but it kind of surprises me because Steel has been such an effective Sentinel player on this map, particularly with Cypher.
Really
I feel like he's such a good agent, like on defaults, getting his intel at the cams and stuff like that, particularly on the A side of the map, but also being really good at like finding really good aggro alert timing, things of that nature. But maybe he's found a way to implement KO very effectively. So we'll have to see. This is obviously new territory for us in that regard. The one other thing I'll say about 100 Thieves before we pivot focus to FaZe is that Ethan's been a little bit dodgy for me on Sky at times. Like, he's definitely had games where he's looked really strong on Sky, but he's also had some games where he's really gone missing with Sky. And I feel like he's kind of meant to be that other, like, really heavy hitter on this team next to Asuna and perhaps next to Nitro, who often gets regarded as one of the best controller players in the region. I think there was a time before Astra came into the fold where he was considered the best Omen for sure in North America by a lot of people around the first strike time period. So definitely they have a lot of firepower on this team, and it's pretty well balanced out, but Ethan, I think, is still kind of mastering Sky. On the flip side, it's the same basics for FaZe as always. That double duelist potency of Corey and Baby Bay, the support factor coming in with Rockus and Zachary and Baby J coming as a very comfortable Sentinel player on that Cypher. So it's business as usual for FaZe.
Yeah, sure is. There have been a couple of results where there has been a killjoy in the mix. They've kind of maybe tried to figure out what identity they want from the Sentinel overall, but I think you're absolutely right. Like the more recent addition to Baby J, he has been locking down that role really nicely. We had a chance to kind of also talk to Baby Bay after their win from the Masters 2, or pardon me, the Challengers 2 main event. And, you know, the confidence that he said that he had in this team, it feels like everything really is starting to come together. So we'll see, because they're going to be tested in a very different way here. Just largely because of the fact that this 100 Thieves squad is going to have so much entry potential. There's going to be a lot of pressure on a player like Baby J.
Yeah, because even though Asuna hasn't played a lot of Jet yet, I think he's only played the Jet, I think maybe twice, maybe a few more times than that. I think it's only played it this last month, though, I'll say. You know, coming in, playing Jet only for the month of July after previously playing a lot of Phoenix and things of that nature. So it's definitely a big move, but so far so good, I would say. It's the one map that they really felt like they needed a Jet, as they were a team that didn't really run Jet at all prior to this. They were one of the few teams that didn't. But got away with it and were still very successful. But now they've added that, and Asuna's picked it up very well and done a great job. They do some awesome set-piece plays with Asuna on Jet, by the way, particularly on that C-bomb site on Haven. I'll try to point that out if we actually see it. But we saw it throughout the qualifier process, and they definitely had some really nifty stuff there. What I'm also curious about on the FaZe side of things is, like you said, they've been cycling through a bunch of different compositions. They've tried Breach, they've tried Reyna, they've tried all kinds of stuff. And you can tell that they've been kind of scrambling to find comfort on this map. So is this comp it?
Here's one of those flash moments where Asuna is not just going to play for B. He's going to push through this. Wants to catch off a couple of connectors. It did look like Raucus maybe was prepared for a potential contest, but it's hard to make that argument when he gets his head pulled off like he did. Spike will go down, and look at the post plant setup. They're moving all the way through over towards this A connector, but to be fair, for FaZe defensively, they're doing okay to try to battle up against it. The problem is Nitro's also lurking mid-map, and these kills just a little bit too good. Hiko even beyond that. Yeah, very clean from Hiko. 2 in a row for him to clean things up. Another the first pistol going to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, like, is the advantage for 100 Thieves coming in this series, is they're just deeper. Like, I feel like their playbook is just going to be chock full of little plays like this where they maximize their utility. They do, like, these wacky, you know, things. Like, Steel's always been known throughout his career, dating back to Counter-Strike Source even many, many years ago as a tactician, of trying to push the boundaries, trying to, I don't want to say break the game, but try to bend it, try to figure out what designs he can come up with, what pieces of utility and what set plays he can build. And that was a really well-designed pistol round.
More aggression coming through. Steel's actually able to lock down first blood. That's down towards Sewers at A with the Marshal. 2 defensive members for FaZe are still possessing over towards the A site, but Aldrone will move Asuna forward, looking for aggression. Guiding Light comes through, but not before Baby Bay can find the first blood. That will actually push this 100 Thieves offense completely back.
Yeah, it does, but they know that they're up against a low-bot FaZe. So they know that that commitment has likely caused a massive rotation from FaZe, and they would be correct. So they can start redirecting attention now. They're making sure that their mid is clear with the Trailblazer, which they have done. They're starting to force FaZe to respect that they could be dropping back. But all FaZe has done is just recommit to reinforcing A, and they've doubled up and done a Sewers push. So now they're even kind of better off to defend against attack than they were prior. So 100 Thieves kind of missed the mark here, just a little bit.
Flash will come through. Baby J not able to find the first blood. Main point of entry. Corey, though, picks up the Marshal able to find one. Nitro in the back does make sure that Baby Bay is kept honest, but does he expect Corey? Does not seem to be. Corey able to find the kill. Rock is still potential to play from the front here. Steel is low on HP. This is still very winnable. And beyond that, 100 Thieves are actually looking to rotate this Spike out. Raucus is maybe considerate of this potential play, but doesn't want to overchow, and that will at least allow regrowth and likely behind that also a plan.
Such a crafty play from 100 Thieves, kind of realizing the situation and getting out of it, and they'll be able to take the Spike plant onto C. Like I said, they got the regrowth on the Steel, so they got him back up to speed. They still hold the superior firepower for the most part, other than Corey having a Phantom, and they're able to start setting up post plant. So this is a tough one now. Problem is, 100 Thieves don't really know where FaZe are coming from.
Yeah.
So they have to kind of sit together and hope that they can get the read, which Ethan is going to get. He spots one, able to get away. Smart.
Flash will also be there just to delay. Go off a little bit of time. And yeah, the flash actually does not fully give them the opportunity that they were looking for. So 100 Thieves again just killing off time, killing off space. FaZe moving quickly though. Ethan for 1. Stays relatively healthy. Corey needs to be very cautious about how he wants to take this challenge, but also needs to isolate, and Ethan will not allow him a chance. Whoa, that's just a beautiful little kite backwards for 100 Thieves after the aggressive move to move from A to C.
That's one of the big things about 100 Thieves is just their experience levels and their communication capabilities. I mean, all throughout that round, they ran into constant trouble, right? They got Thompson Baby Bay on their initial peek into A. They ran into like a 4-man stack. They got into like a tough 2-on-2 situation. But through that all, they kept making the next best decision they could make to keep themselves in the round and pave the way through all of the, you know, haymakers that FaZe were lobbing at them, basically. And so able to navigate to the C site, get a win, get 2-0 up. It wasn't clean by any means, but they got the job done nonetheless. And now they get to play this bonus round. Now they're going to go for the set C play. They have some beautiful set C plays with this roster.
Yeah, look for that paranoia to come through with that guiding light. There it is. This is exactly what we would expect.
He'll dash into
paranoia
the smoke.
right on the right. Yep, this is exactly what we saw. This is so wonderfully done. But to be fair, FaZe have actually backed off. So yes, they give up the site, but they don't give up any numbers. And that's actually pretty key for FaZe trying to retake with a lot of utility still to use.
Yeah, that's their response. Like, okay, you have this really cool multi-layered C set piece. We'll just let you have the site. We'll play retake. And that burns a lot of 100 Thieves' utility, right? They don't have that much now left over for the post plan. So it's really come down to positioning and fragging. They're all playing for long C, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, good fragment, though.
Yeah, this
could be a good lineup.
This could be nasty.
Yeah, you can't really
There
do
it goes. It's
anything
going to go
about
out
it.
early. Ethan flashes, wants to check, finds one. Not going to get more beyond that. Baby J for the trade. And a lot of smoke in the way here could potentially allow an opportunity, and Baby J actually keeps Nitro responsible, so now the entire post plan has to come through C-Long, and the setup is decent. Team shots coming through for FaZe. Baby J trying to lock things up. More spam shots coming through, and the retake will be successful with just barely enough time to defuse.
Yeah, again, for all the credit that we give 100 Thieves for how they layer that paranoia and the guiding light to set Asano up, to dash on top the C site box and get like that high peaking angle to really control the site. Yeah, that is a brilliant attack, and it does give you the site, but then it's about managing that post-plan scenario. And unfortunately, when Nitro gets caught here in Garage, it funnels all of it this way, and those shock darts aren't able to get over towards the spike at all. I don't think either of Hiko's shock darts landed towards the spike defusal. Yeah, the fragment came in from Steel, and that slowed down the initial progress of defusal, but they weren't able to get that follow-up they needed, and FaZe really managed that retake effectively. Like, they didn't follow the pressure, they just kind of calmly approached it and got it.
A beautiful first blood here from Baby Bay. Also reads a number of more 100 Thieves members trying to aggress onto the B side as they find themselves on pistol upgrades. But with that first blood, 100 Thieves will back away. Watching the C garage, actually, as Baby J, he completely gets up and leaves the C side. And I don't know if he really got a chance to know how many players were in front of him, but he will push them back. And what the shock dart is that?
That was so well done. You know, Corey could kind of tell that they were making that pivot. He's able to slowly back off. Shock dart comes in, does a lot of chip damage. Now Corey's spotting them crossing into the lobby area. Going to be able to take the 1v1 against Nitro. Doesn't get the frag, but able to back up with the hot hands down, stall them out. Now they're pushing to come from 100 Thieves through with the guiding light up long, and they're actually able to get into the site.
Counter curveball, though, does slow things up just a touch. And yeah, Zach has also gotten into this. And look at all the information coming through from Ruckus. Yes, Nitro finds one, but that will be all that is found for 100 Thieves. Oh, man, really good stall tactics once again from FaZe. Not just on the really cheeky shock dart put into A lobby, but then the counter curveball and then just the brilliant recovery off the recon bolt to make sure that the site was never really given away.
Yeah, from this point forward, again, I'm keeping my eyes on Ethan and what he's going to be able to do on the Sky, because, again, he's had his struggles with it at times, but also has had brilliant games with Sky. So that's one thing I'm looking at. And the other thing I'm looking at is, does that Corey Baby Bay 1-2 punch come out hot? Because if it does, the support system's always going to be there to help them keep it along, you know what I mean? But if those two are feeling it, if those two are playing that assertive play style and, you know, landing the mark, they're always a nightmare to deal with.
Offensive recon bolt sent deep in through A lobby. Baby J moving up towards C long. Help here from Baby Bay.
Ooh.
We'll enunciate that because it will trip me up.
Yeah, the double babies, the baby squared is definitely.
He didn't say they. When we asked Smeeg about it, he was like, "What do we call these? Let's call him Baby Smeeg."
I don't know. I'm gonna let that. I don't think that one really hits. I think they need to go back to the R&D department and try to come up with a little bit of something else. But you know, up to them.
Fair.
As I thought Baby Square was pretty good, but you know, teach their own. As we are going to see 100 Thieves dart back over, start pressing a little bit onto A side. Zachary with the jump peek is going to spot both players there. Guiding light sent through, but no follow-up. 100 Thieves that they've been sniffed out and wants to kind of fall back. It's in the Seekers to kind of keep that A presence there, but they're also looking to get some mid control.
Good information here, though, from Corey. After he saw both the Jet and the Sky try to push their A long, he had to run it back, clears off A long. So now he can make the quick rotation back up to the teleport. Raucous mid-map, able to find one. Steel needs to still commit to this, and Baby Bay watching the opposite angle. But Ethan for the trade. Asuna there as well to follow up, and that's 2 for Asuna. Now Baby J, the only defensive member that can really still hold off for this spike plant. Still holding for it is Ethan, but Baby J's allowed to get a second, and then Zachary cleans things up from the opposite angle. Beautiful retake, and really just a full-on contest from FaZe again defensively.
Yeah, great job by FaZe getting some good information on the A side of the map based on, you know, the ult that you were talking about and the jump peeking of Zachary. Also, just a smart play from Baby J, knowing that, you know, he basically is going to get a 1v1 at the front of B site because the spike is being committed to plant. So he's able just to kind of keep angling out, keep buying time for Zachary to also get into position. And then just go and take this fight with Nitro, win it, and then set up Zachary to be able to come in there and finish the job. So great job there for Baby J, the new addition. Glad to see this man on this team. He was hunting for, you know, long-term home for quite some time. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but what the heck? He's the only player I know of in top Valorant that comes from the console world. We have a lot of Overwatch players and Counter-Strike players and Fortnite players, all PC-based shooters. This man, a Halo player. That's a big transition.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, trying to get aggressive. The Nullify was used. Also looking to take advantage by moving forward, but Baby J denies. And Baby J, who's trying to make sure nobody pushes through the C garage window, means that he's left Corey off by his lone. Some late rotate, not going to be good. Ethan for 2. And once again, 100 Thieves have created just enough space to plant.
They are. They're going to have a 4-on-3 post plant here. They're still going to have the one shock dart available, I should say. They have no fragment left over from Steel, so they're going to have to kind of play more on-site because they don't really have the utility to convert diffusers from the back. But yeah, this flank could be the problem.
Oh, but he doesn't actually convert into the shots. Ethan looked like he was dead to rights. Maybe a more beyond that, but does not fall. Shots will not land, and now it's up to Zachary and Raucous to decide how do you want to go into a 2v4 retake situation, and Steel may have just closed the door completely, and yeah, he sure will. 4th and 5th kills will be there, and 100 Thieves have tied us right back up at 3.
Yeah, but now they're going to have Seekers available coming into this next. They also have Nitro's ult. He's usually very crafty at figuring out the exact ways to use that and get the most out of it. Yeah, just a brilliant little fast-paced C-split. Able to all out some players. Force them that only really have guns only to defend and able to come out swinging. Big fights won by Steel there to close out the round. Now we are going to see, you know, several ults are in play for FaZe, but again, Seekers and Nitros from the shadows could be huge.
Seen a lot of early aggression from 100 Thieves, but it looks like they will kind of pump the brakes here a touch. And Baby Bay, that's what to say. He wants to get aggressive. The shot dart timing nearly pays out. And yeah, I was about to say, C-Long is also done and dusted. It's completely held by the Cypher.
Yeah, and this is big. This allows such more flexibility for FaZe to rotate. Raucous now trying to use his Hunter's Fury in just the right place, knowing that C had been cleared out. He could gamble it on short. He's able to get some damage in, and now Baby J's flank able to set in. Huge! That's so big.
Yeah, you have to feel like if you're Baby J and you miss out on a second opportunity for free kills, that's going to really rattle the confidence, but he converts this time, and yeah, beautiful read as well from Raucous to get the Hunter's Fury in play, dealing a lot of damage. Steel tagged up. They have to peek, and whoa, it's actually a really nifty peek from Steel. Does open up a bit of space to retract backwards and maybe open up some space towards C, but Baby Bay kind of hitting the same flank again, so this is very quickly 100 Thieves getting over towards C, but they're not going to expect the fact that you've already got this flank completely concealed.
They did spot Raucous with that knife, but yeah, like you said, that flank is still going to be a problem
30 seconds left.
Like it's going to go down, but yeah, Baby Bay just finds a perfect moment.
Asuna's only bit of safety would occur here at the garage entrance, but Baby Bay dashing forward will not allow him a chance to get away, and that will be another beautiful defense from FaZe. Again, 100 Thieves just really caught, honestly. The aggression this time from the FaZe defense just allows them a chance to isolate and find an early win.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in the past with 100 Thieves' older compositions, they kind of leave Nitro to kind of play that spot to watch for those long C pushes while really trusting a lot in, you know, Steel's Cypher utility to be kind of what they need to create presence on A side and not intel there. And they would kind of play from that platform, whether that be, you know, like slower rounds or whether that be like kind of pivot pretty quickly into some type of faster pace hit in garage or something like that, letting Asuna be the tip of the spear. But now you see them like kind of putting focuses elsewhere, and so there's these little vulnerabilities that FaZe are, you know, using their aggression to try to exploit, and you can see the adjustment. This round they are going to have Nitro kind of keeping tabs on that C side again, and just kind of making sure that they're not allowing FaZe to kind of cheat a flank early.
Huge responsibility here from Steel. He's going to be tagged by the Recon. Easy first elimination, but Ethan still holding on. Nearly gets a second look. That would have been big. Baby down to 10 HP, but the gunfight does turn out in favor of FaZe, who now enjoy a 4v3.
Yeah, and Baby J still has, you know, tabs completely covered on the C side of the map, so they're not too worried about that. He is going to go ahead and spot, and he'll play off of it. Asuna tapped out. Great play from Baby J. That's to give them now a 4-on-2. They're getting slowed down here. Nitro Company trying to get into C side and still get a spike plant, but in a 2-on-4, it's going to be so tough to stop FaZe from moving around ahead and stopping 100 Thieves from tying this thing up.
But Nitro does have a paranoia. Aldrone still available for Hiko, so the tools are there. And they could stay alive through this. There goes the paranoia. Cosmic Divide coming into play. Hiko finds one. That was a completely isolated pick. Nitro holding inside this dark cover. Backs away. Gravity Well now fourth. Hiko for a second. Hiko for a third. 1v1. Bang! Hiko for 4. And 100 Thieves survive a 2v4.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man, that's just so uncanny. You know, you always think that maybe it's over, but then you realize, wait a second, Hiko's still alive on the server, and this is the environment he thrives in. He had Nitro to help him as well, but such a big clutch from Hiko, and that's a big round for 100 Thieves because they were looking out of that pretty much the whole way through. They lost the long A exchange early in the round based on FaZe getting a lot out of their aggression, who traded 2 for 1. And then Hiko still pulls that off. That is incredible. It's uncanny how often he does.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, and that is been his trademark since like 2013 CS:GO.
Yep. Stinger in hand for Baby Bay, able to find one quickly, but again, Hiko actually going to find 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Ethan for the 3rd in the mix. Nitro will find Tally the 4th. And blink it, and you'll miss the round. Zach 1v4. Spike going to be planted, and well, Zach does have a little bit of space here. Maybe an opportunity to catch 1 or 2 off guard. There's the first. Does he expect the second? Maybe, but Hiko going to find now a 3rd in this round, and wow, that is unbelievable from 100 Thieves. It kind of quickly changed the pace again.
Exactly. The pacing change is big. I mean, 100 Thieves is definitely a team that prides itself on being more calculated, relying on their more experienced players, and playing like a more methodical approach to the game, whether that be just slower defaults, or whether that be some type of, you know, more calculated, layered set piece. But you have rounds like that where they can just, you know, put the pedal to the metal, let Asuna lead the way, and just do some of these faster splits to catch their opponents off guard with, you know, because you never know when that pacing change is going to happen. And now they've allowed themselves, based on that pacing change and a Hiko clutch, to get FaZe onto a low buy and have a chance to start extending a lead here.
Aggression through mid grass.
Get out of my way.
Ethan in the window. Oh, that's easy. Baby Bay looking to respond, though. Well found with the Blade Storm. So now a lot of forward position gained here for FaZe, plus a weapon. That's the big key.
And a neural theft as well from Baby J to get some intel. Knows that his C push has come in. Steel able to get the frag, but Baby J able to keep things afloat. It's a 3-on-3. There's still a chance here for FaZe. They have a couple of weapons in hand.
And Asuna did go to the Blade, so he's only got a Ghost as a secondary option. Late Aldrone coming through. We'll scout out some information on what's coming through C Garage. Rock is playing deep through spawn. Hiko continuing to throw shoulders. FaZe need to set something up with the time, and Asuna has shut down one side of this play already. Spams through the side brigade. It's Hiko who finds the kill, just down to Zach. 1v3, 100 Thieves on the retreat through long, but do they line up? Zach for 2. He nearly gets a 3rd. That was a dangerous rotation, but Nitro saves the round, and it's 100 Thieves on 6.
Imagine that's the way it ends, man. All the good things 100 Thieves did in that round to, you know, steer around the neural theft and all the daggers that FaZe are trying to throw in their plans with their mid-aggression and picking up a couple of rifles and making it interesting, and almost got lined up there by Zach. But Nitro able to stop that from going through, gets 100 Thieves a 6th round. We got 2 more left to go in the half. Back onto a bye will be FaZe. They also have a couple of ults in play, including a run it back for Corey. Let's see how it plays out.
Aggressive through sewers for the first time goes Asuna. Spike is not a part of this play, though, so just a bit of forward positioning. Ethan making sure that there is no Aldrone to scout him out, but also the run it back was spent, so that will be Asuna deleting it, and beyond that, pretty much having to back away.
Yeah. Just not letting it have any impact. That is such a brilliant move there by 100 Thieves to make sure that they kind of don't have to worry about that stressor anymore. That's off the table. They can just kind of focus up on playing a more standard round. And look at this timing. Baby Bay allows Steel to slip in, and that's why Steel is such a good player. He's so good at finding these little timings.
Wait, do they know that Baby Bay is here? He's going to find the first elimination. Gets a little bit caught up on the doorway inside the dark cover, and then the gravity well behind that also delays Nitro just a touch. So
Spike planted.
it was looking a bit dire for a moment, but First Blood still does get capitalized. And now it's 100 Thieves, 4v5, post plant setup. Nitro goes high, Steel plays back low. Two more players holding on to mid. Cosmic Divide's going to come through to split up this offensive post plant, forcing everybody to play from inside the site. Recon bolt in. Nitro, how much does he see? Maybe a lot, as Ethan's able to take advantage, but it is even trade so far. 3v2 situation. Rocket's on 1 HP. Steel falls. Now it's just down to Hiko. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Shock Dart comes through. Still hasn't know he wants it. Peaks finds one, but Baby Bay there to deny anything further, and FaZe able to keep it within 1 round.
Yeah, so tough because I thought Steel had really done it by sneaking around the site and getting to the back of it and clearing it and giving 100 Thieves a lot of free space with really nothing spent to get it. But yeah, they just didn't know Baby Bay was still holding this angle, was able to get his kill and get away, and then play the retake, right? Cosmic Divide basically making mid a non-factor, forcing 100 Thieves to play more on site, and then kind of using that with their Astra utility to really just kind of get in there and slice and dice the remaining members of 100 Thieves. Not much he could do there with the Astro Wall down. He had to just kind of gamble it. And so FaZe will get the 5 and working towards this tie. And this has been exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah.
Banger.
Also
Lots of back and forth.
Yeah. Credit to Raucus as well. You kind of saw from the overhead perspective.
Oh.
He finds a high-low setup and a little bit of toe tagging going on here. Baby Bay taken down to 34 HP, so small health
jump.
advantage for 100 Thieves, but not much else to speak of.
Yeah, they're able to keep Nitro in the bottom position, so they still have presence at Long C. They're starting to threaten the garage as well. They also still have Steel playing over here outside of A. So they have pretty good posturing all across the map, but still have yet to really show their hand. Meanwhile, we do have FaZe kind of keeping tabs with their operator on both Long and Garage Hallway. They still have 1 player on A.
I've got
and they're
your
basically
trail.
playing retake A and
Dangerous situation here. Yeah, Baby J was trying to see if maybe that Nitro was still holding over towards the C cubby. Assistance from Baby J to try to check the angle, but no escape. And as the Seekers came out, Baby J will fall for first blood. So now all of a sudden, you've got 100 Thieves with numbers as they actually hit over towards the opposite side. They're here at A. Zach is the only defensive member that is here, but he might get to catch one for free and does. So Nitro will fall. Steel not going to fully quit the plant initially, but we'll double check it. And tries to push through the fragment. Not going to happen. A bit puzzling to be sure.
that didn't seem required when you still had a 4-on-4. Just let him plant, work out the retake together. Taking his life away. I don't know that I can agree with that one. And now Ethan and company making them pay for it. Ethan up to 4. Could ace here if he can find Corey. He's going to find Corey, that's for sure. That Trailblazer's right there waiting. Hi there, buddy.
Just delaying.
No charges left.
Curveball goes out. Not much that can happen here. You have to still go for it naturally. Last round of the half. But time is a big problem. If the 1v3 wasn't, it's almost like a 1v4 trying to play against the clock. Corey will find one and a second. Goodness, if he would have done this maybe 3 seconds sooner, nearly gets one more, but not gonna happen. So Dust, it's a 7-5. Back and forth affair, but 100 Thieves, narrow advantage.
Yeah, that was a head scratcher of a last round. That jumping out from A Heaven, I don't know about that one. I didn't actually catch the clock. I don't know if maybe he would have stopped the spike plant if he would have won off the timer or something. Maybe that's what he was thinking of, but I didn't catch the clock, so I'm not sure how much time was left, honestly. So we'll let that one go. I'll just say it was kind of odd, especially in that intensive a round, but to each their own, a very close one, and I can't wait to see the rest of it play out, but I guess we have to take a break for a shift. Hate to see it, but we'll be back in just a second.
Back into the mix. It's a 7-5 first half for 100 Thieves. We swap the sides around, and it will now be up to FaZe to try to put together an offense. Close to fair, though, largely speaking, though, Dustin, that first half.
Yeah, certainly some back and forth moments for sure. 100 Thieves just edge out, really based on that final round, honestly. That final little 4-on-4 post plant with Zachary's jumping out of heaven into Doom. That whole, whatever you want to call it, situation was a very costly one. As Asuna tries to get aggressive. Oh, and he gets it later, Baby J. Holy cow. How's that happen?
That's going to feel bad for Baby J. It's another kind of free kill that he misses out on. Corey curveballing in, but Nitro! Headshots locked in as he finds 2, and that is the majority of the push from FaZe Clan. They are still trying to force this one in, and they have gained space to get Raucus in position for a plant, but this is a 2v5 that even Hiko wants to try to contest sooner rather than later. Zach trying to gatekeep over through the link, but the long flank from Ethan is on the way, and it looks like 100 Thieves are just going to wait for that before they go.
I mean, this round has just been like an open and shut case for 100 Thieves. It feels like Raucus and Zachary are going to try to see anything here. And I mean, I guess they get 1. That's cool.
And a plant?
Yeah, not bad. That's what you're going for. But I mean, it's just start to finish. 100 Thieves in control. That push through long C. That punish on the Baby J. That instant man advantage. And then, like you said, Nitro teeing up a few himself. Brilliantly done.
That's going to feel bad. That's Baby J. I mean, that's the whole position is he has to go 1 for 1 at least. It's really tough.
This is a chance for 100 Thieves to really extend that lead. It will be on the buy up here, and, well, there's Asuna. Again, you'll see him opping as well defensively with this jet.
Yep.
And he is actually pretty darn good in the games I watch. So you can go toe-to-toe with the best of them on the jet op. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Asuna's definitely been one of the best wolves in the region for quite some time. Definitely one of the most fearless. You really can kind of match Baby Bay in that regard.
Oh, for sure.
He is a student of this meeting.
Maybe an adjunct professor as well.
Yeah.
Spam down from Steel. Able to find 1. Asuna continues to try to poke away, but does get pushed back eventually. Still, though, numbers very heavily favor the defense of 100 Thieves, and still, it's really just on Zach to try to hit some shots with this Marshall. Everything else is just pistols. Ethan will take away Baby J, so now it is just a 2v5, and FaZe have gained no ground to work with really whatsoever.
This is looking like just a formality at this point, that we will see Raucus trying to get the spike into A side. Maybe try to get a little something out of it, but Pico, of course, will stand firm, cutting them off at the pass. It's getting pushed back, though, by a little bit of Asher utility as well as some damage being taken. So they will get into the site, and they will actually get the spike down, and they actually get Pico off the board. So 2-on-4, post plant, Steel on low HP. I mean, it's going to be a miracle, but there's a couple of factors out there maybe giving them a chance.
Zach only has 7 shots left, just in case things do start to get off the ground for this retake to grow some legs. Steel making his way forward. Dark cover to block off Sewer. Plus also looks to be a 0 point in the mix. Asuna has just hard scoped this angle all the way through. Zach seems to think about this could be a play, but Asuna able to find 1. Just down to Rock. Fantastic with the reload. Steel sticking for the defuse, and Nitro takes away the ability to treat Chow. And 100 Thieves does expect to take the follow-up round and gives them a little bit of breathing space here. Up 4. First big cushion we've seen so far in the back.
Yeah, this is the most separation I feel like we've seen for sure. So bonus round coming up here for 100 Thieves. A chance for FaZe to strike with the early firepower, perhaps. Rifles all the way down the line. You are going to see really nothing being picked up here by 100 Thieves, as you'd expect. They'll stick with the Marshall, they'll stick with the Ares, as well as a couple of Spectres. Still can certainly make use of those weapons. Kind of curious to see Asa looking to take his Marshall this time at long A, so constantly repositioning that sniper. Makes sense. That's what you want to do with a jet. Be dynamic.
Attack from Asuna.
Shock dart. Ooh, so close to finishing the job.
Asuna underneath pressure, though. FaZe is really amounting a hit, and they have found the 2 kills required to get on in. So that should lead to a plant. Defensively speaking, it's really just Steel who is going to be here, but he's already tagged down to 29 HP. Ethan's nearby. He has a lot of utility to play with, and it looks like if there were to be a retake attempt, it might have to be based off Nitro coming from behind, but there's a trap wire in his way.
Yeah, that is definitely going to put a foil in those plans. That is for certain. You can see that In fact, Ethan was trying to come with him, and he does spot it, shoots it, alerts them to his presence. Trying to still lay down some utility to see if they still can't find a way, and they might flash through that smoke and try to use that to get in here, but BabyBay's going to play inside of it.
Just looking for exits at this point.
Yep.
Steel hasn't seen anything. And FaZe Steel Nitro. Only other player to deal with would be just Ethan. Flash comes through. He will find one. Opportunity for more, but BabyJ will put down the hopes of that. So another clean round coming through, but this time on FaZe's offense. Good take.
Yeah, indeed it was. Able to handle some of that aggression early on at A. You know, yeah, they got tagged by Asuna's Marshall, taking a little bit of chip damage here and there, but still able to trounce them with their superior firepower. Locking that one up, keeping it within 3. But now here comes the full buyout from 100 Thieves, including an operator in play for Asuna. It's also 1 away from daggers. So definitely could pack a big wallop here. So looking to go for that quick sewers play. And there's definitely a big A focus early on here from FaZe. So this could be some fireworks early in this round.
Gravity Well will stall any potential early peek through sewer. So Asuna will hold his ground there. Steel in support, same position. And then the peek. There's the first. Dashes away, no problem.
Yep. He's got reinforcements as well. Geeko up towards Heaven Steel here with him and Sewers to kind of give him a little bit of a bodyguard to help him get out. He pulls the daggers out, lands a nice one on the BabyBay right between the eyes and keeps 100 Thieves a man ahead.
Corey did snap back though. Spike has been collected, and I don't know if anyone knows that Steel is still playing inside of sewer here.
Probably not. I don't think he was ever spotted. And that could be a huge X factor if he does get a kill on the Rockets. Corey, though, what a response.
Spike down A.
Needs to find more than that, though, and not going to be able to. Yeah, it really is just the concealment of Steel largely through sewer. Just kind of picks the right timing. Good help from the front to turn a utility focus to make sure FaZe were so worried about the retake from really not just Heaven, but also the Link. Gives Steel an opportunity, and he takes advantage.
Indeed he does, and that's back to saving for FaZe, most likely. We do see a Marshall out, actually, for Zachary, and there's a little bit of money there for Corey as well to maybe get a Vandal. Indeed he does, so they can piece together a little bit of something. Actually, going to kind of let Corey and maybe one other player kind of be more of a raid boss situation. Maybe he's going to go with the Stinger, which if he can get up close and personal with the dash, it can still be very valuable.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to look to just pounce, maybe a little bit of a mid-to-C split. Again, we know the FaZe aggressive play style. Love these fast set pieces in the late rounds. But Asuna's here.
Don't double peek him. So first blood good, 0 point to clear out C Garage, and the only player not really tallied would be BabyBay trying to open up space, but denied by Nitro. And the hopes of this Thrifty really just squandered from the beginning.
Yep, Asuna getting that early pick, not really allowing them to get through, and they needed to start launching up long C and try to get that Stinger in the close range position. Of course, there wasn't too much investment from FaZe into this, so they can still get a full buy next round, so that's the one good sign, but you feel like that's kind of their last chance, right?
Yeah.
If they lose that, 100 Thieves is likely finding pretty early access to map point, and you're probably forced buying the rest of the game. You're going to wind up with suboptimal buys, you know, all the way forward, so next round is a very big moment for FaZe. As close as the first half was, as back and forth as it seemed to be, 100 Thieves got just what they needed to get some separation at the end of the half, and now they've come out in the second half, and they've done a very good job.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Response needs to come through next round for FaZe. Be fine if you could maybe tally up another kill or two here. And how about it? Zach will find one. They know Nitro's nearby. Paranoia will come out. Flash as well. Nebula almost creating enough of a deterrence. Not going to happen though. Then Asuna, you would have thought a free pick right there, but Baraka stays alive through what looked to be a connection. Has a chance to maybe find one more with the pistol, but Nitro able to make sure that that does not unfold, and that will be 11 now for 100 Thieves. And yeah, this next round must win coming up for FaZe.
Yeah, and they have all the tools to do it, right? They're going to have their full buy. They're going to have to run it back on Corey. They're going to be able to use that to either just like push into long C, hot and heavy, use it to maybe get some garage, whatever the case may be. It looks like they're loading up long C. And again, this is FaZe's special, right? This is the #1 combo deal at the drive-thru. It's the, we're going to run it down your throat with double duelist and alts. Here we go.
Is that what the #1 combo meal looks like at Haven? The drive-thru window?
That's the only thing on the menu.
Trailblazer stops any initial push. All drone to counter. 0 point also in the mix. A lot of information gained right there defensively. Oh my.
They know, FaZe now realizes, okay, we can't run that play anymore. Like they know, they're ready. So they're going to just pivot back to A and try to do the same thing. And Asuna's going to be here to maybe get a pick and dash away. That's no run it back left.
And a second for Austin. Oh my goodness.
You know
That's
what?
the problem.
Here's the thing. Baby Bay's sad because he got killed, but you know, like, there's also a slight smirk of, yeah, that's a Smeeg. There he is. You know, like there's got to be like a little respect there.
Steel watching over the mid cross. The only opportunity for FaZe to work for a plant would be here at B, but I mean, you see Ethan on the opposite side kind of watching almost the exact same angle. They line up, but the team shots are good. Zach considering a plant, wants to reposition. Hiko makes sure that no plant will be allowed, at least not initially. Hunter's Fury spent in the cause. And honestly, FaZe have survived through this pretty nicely.
Yeah, not bad. Considering how the round started, they actually have a plant. They have a 3-on-4. Zachary is low on health, so is Baby J. And they're still a man down, it's all said and done. They still have a couple of ults, though. A Neural Death could come into play here. If they can get a pick. Can help them maybe make something happen, but they're pretty bottled in here.
Zach pushing under the Nebula, but he's been reached this. But Baby J from the gong, not able to find a double. Could have been massive to try to secure the round, but now Raucus needs to hold things up. Trying to hold on to Hunter's Fury for as long as humanly possible. Hiko pushing. Damage will be confirmed, but Raucus, he gets caught. Trying to go immediately to the shock dart to deny the defuse. Hiko punishes, and with that, 100 Thieves on map point.
Yeah, it's just tough. 100 Thieves just having the edge, able to clear out. Baby J never allowed the Neural Theft to pop off.
Match point.
And when Raucus is stuck in a 1v3 like that, there's only so much you can do with the Hunter's Fury. You don't really have the follow-up you need. You can get pushed in midway through. It's just tough to time that out at that point when you're left alone. But this is just such a beautiful sequence here from Asuna. Again, the Jet opping, pretty new to him. He's played virtually every other duelist at some point in his career.
For real.
Jet was the one that he hadn't really latched onto, but the team had found a need, and he was able to live up to it. And he's been doing that all stage long, honestly. It's been one of the, I wouldn't say surprising, because, like, you know, I expect Asuna to always be a very capable player, but the Jet mechanics and being an opper are certainly different than really any other agent you're going to play in the duelist category. Like, yeah, there's some advanced movement mechanics you have to learn with Raze, with the satchel charges and stuff like that, but the responsibility that a Jet has to perform is really high. And then again, moving into an operating position, you know, yeah, if you have good aim, you have good aim, and defensive opping's a little easier to do than attacking opping, but still, I think it's impressive that he went from, you know, being that, what a lot of other teams have had, like, as their secondary duelist, right? Because they have a primary Jet and then maybe a secondary duelist. Now he's just like, nah, I can take up the Jet. I can do this.
Yeah.
And it allows the rest of the team to, like, build compositions around that and still keep that heavy utility comp rather than having to run double duelist, you know?
I was just about to bring that point up. Like, it says a lot about not just the trust that the team has in Asuna, but also beyond that, it just gives them so much variety into what they can bring to the table. Like we see, like, again, Steel, first time we've seen him play in this KO here. Asuna going to be tested again in Baby Bay. Denied once more. And if there was a smirk last round, it's surely turned into a frown now, as this is now a 5v4, 100 Thieves looking to lock up map 1.
It's like a master being proud of his student, but he's still mad he got beat. You know what I mean?
In the worst way possible. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's just, what do you use here? I mean, you have to trust that Corey can find something. You would have to feel like with run it back.
I mean, I don't have the numbers, but I feel like Asuna has gotten every opening hit on
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Other than the round where he was
still
still other than the Marshall bonus round, probably.
Marshall, yeah. Well, Corey did try to make the run it back play. Asuna, oh my goodness! Deals with the first iteration of the Blaze and then finds one more behind it. Oh boy. Now a 5v3. Raucus gonna be revealed and Steel a couple of spam shots just to be sure. Now the peek. Not gonna be denied by Raucus. Steel looks for the reload and maybe even finds an opportunity for Zach, but the trade will be there. Underneath 30 seconds we go though. And this is the last hope for FaZe. They have to make this play through Sea Garage, and wouldn't you know it, all of 100 Thieves are here pretty much ready for it. Cosmic Divide will try to provide a line in the sand. Corey looking to play an opposite angle, but you've got to find success no matter what you do here, and Ethan will not allow Nitro as well. 100 Thieves, near perfection on the back half. 13-6 in map 1 after a very back-and-forth affair when we were on the opposite sides.
Yeah, only one round for FaZe in that second half. 100 Thieves absolutely dominated defensively. Asuna, a big part of that. Early aggression on pistol round at long C to kick off the half. Constantly getting opening pits with the operator throughout every gun round that they had once he was able to afford it. not just single picks, but doubles. You know, getting away with 2 before having to get out of dodge. That is just too high of a level of efficiency to allow happen if you're FaZe. Got to be able to, you know, trade back, and they just couldn't. Asuna, again, showing you that strength, and now it's like, what can the guy not do? I mean, it feels like he's really just proven his worth in so many ways. He's already very valuable. He's just added another accolade.
Unbelievable stuff. So 100 Thieves able to strike first. We'll step away, let the desk come back to break down the action and set up map number 2. Don't go far. More of 100 Thieves and FaZe coming up after this.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Tens.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. 1-4, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Welcome back to the VCT NA Analyst Desk, and I'm going to be your host, Veli. Breaking things down, my boys Bach and Vancillion. What we just saw right here on Haven between 100 Thieves and also FaZe, it was kind of like a seesaw battle in the beginning, and then ultimately 100 Thieves put out on top.
No, definitely. I think one thing that's interesting is, yes, 100 Thieves brought out here, triple initiator, no Sentinel. What's going to happen here, right? So what I did like at least is like, okay, how can FaZe actually try to take control of this? They tried to push a little bit more aggressively here on the attack for a couple of rounds, but then after that, it just turns out that they triple initiate to get information just works out very well for 100 Thieves. But also, sorry, Bach, but when you look at them on defense, it's all about, okay, well, get information first. What happens after? You're playing for retakes, you're playing for trades. Pop flash off of Sky, pop flash off of KO, take a retake off of Paranoia. Like, everything looks
so
really
valuable
good
for information.
Exactly.
But the craziest thing was, I was expecting this to be a little bit more difficult for 100 Thieves because they don't have a Sentinel. And traditionally, this is a map that requires that Sentinel role because of the fact that there are 3 bomb sites. You're going to have one site be weaker. That's just the nature of the beast. But they made it work, and a large part of that initially was some aggression. I liked early on in the pistol round of the second half, you saw Steel. He throws his knife so they can push down long C, and they get a free kill on Baby J, who was hoping the tripwire was going to help him out, but it doesn't because the tripwire doesn't work after the knife comes through. So it's like some creative use of that KO utility to put them in great positions where they don't miss the Sentinel.
And shout out to Steel to bring up my stonks here for KO.
Oh, by the way, shout out to Baby J as well. I love watching him play on FaZe. But as you see, ultimately, it's 100 Thieves pulling out the win 13-6.
Yeah.
Just raising the bar when it came to the second half. But let's talk about it for a second. In the first half, Bach, I'm not going to lie. I love the jet-on-jet action. I was looking at Baby Bay popping off, and I said, he's on. His aim is so crisp right now. But then all of a sudden, Asuna steps in. I remember the 2 KO swords with the op. He wasn't missing.
But here's the funny thing. When you look at the statistics, the game doesn't look like it was that good for either player.
No.
Baby Bay ends up finishing 11-14 with 191 ACS. Now, Asuna definitely does a little bit more, 249 ACS, 16-15. But the stat line you don't see here is 7 first bloods for Asuna. Now, sure, 5 deaths as well. So 5 first deaths. That means 12 rounds out of the 19 they played, he was taking that first fight. That's 63% of the rounds. So 63% of the time, Asuna is going to take the fight to your doorstep. That's high risk, high reward. That's the nature of being an entry.
The thing is, for me, guys, it's actually more FaZe's fault for that, though, because Asuna didn't have to do any flash kills at all. He was just posted there with an operator.
Right.
Boom, easy kill. Because why? You're playing Corey on a Phoenix. You have to be ready for the curveballs to get in. But if you're posted deep in like sewers and you're trying to run in just body peek, it's just easy kills every time. So for him, for Asuna, like the amount of first blitz that I saw was like, bam, kill, dash away, kill, dash away. So what does FaZe have? You need more utility to push him away.
So would you say that's an instance where you would rather see a Sky over a Phoenix? I think we're seeing a lot of teams start leaning in that direction where you have that flexibility with the Sky where you can kind of play it as a duelist. It's not perfect, but it works. I mean, you could maybe even say that KO could be that person with the flashes. But for me, I agree. Phoenix is kind of feeling like he's being phased out slowly, no pun intended, simply because of the fact that you have to get so close to make those flashes useful.
Now, map 1 is over, and let's take a look at what is ahead of us right now. We're going to Breeze once again, and I'm excited to see the meta really get fleshed out on that map. And then after that is going to be Ascent. But speaking about Breeze, the thoughts on what we saw last series and what's expected now, which team do you think is going to benefit the most with their playstyle, Vancillion?
What I like, again, is to see Corey on this Euro. He's done some good stuff. But where I actually give a lot of commendation for FaZe, especially in Masters 2, is how they were able to lock down a player, for example, a star player like Tens, when they were playing against them, like FaZe against Sentinels. So how does that work? They play utility to try to push him away. I did not see it on Haven, so I hope to see this at least on Breeze. You get more utility on the side of FaZe to push or aggress against Asuna to win these first blood duels.
Now, Bach, do you think FaZe can bring it back? Like I said before, they looked hot first half on Haven, man, and then they just fell flat. What do you think is ahead of them here?
I don't know. See, you're loving the Yoru. I'm worried. I'm personally concerned about the Yoru. I question its viability at a pro level.
It's an experiment kind of right now, right?
Yeah, it's a bad time to do that. Like, it's not the right time to theory craft and get into that like meta development. But at the same point in time, you work with what you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
I'd say, looking at the two teams, I don't really give either one an inherent advantage on the map. I think that ultimately this is going to come down to I think the agent compositions, and I think looking at 100 Thieves playing Sky over Yoru, I feel like that's going to make more sense. I also think the fact that they're not playing a Cypher, whereas we've seen that from FaZe. I don't love Cypher on this map. I know we disagree on that, but I personally just am not feeling that as a general agent that is really strong on the map. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning in 100 Thieves' direction. I think it's going to play to their advantage, but I think it's going to be a closer game than the last one because of the fact that that's really the only separator for me.
Now with the talk about Yoru and the speculation here on the desk, we don't know what's up to come next here on Breeze, but we're going to see if FaZe can battle it back to tidy odds against 100 Thieves. So Des and Hold Shift, take it away.
So much, gents. Well, I know Vansili, you mentioned it, but let's be honest, any MC Hammer fan will know when there's a big but, there comes an honest truth behind it. And you cannot lie. And that Yoru very well could pay the difference maker. You know, it's one of those things that the X factor could be established by it, but at the same point, it also could be a crumbling factor if you don't find efficiencies. So, I don't know, Dust, any thoughts on the Yoru overall if we do see it?
Just a disclaimer that the opinions of I Hold Shift did not reflect that of me. Or anyone else here for that matter when it comes to
what, MC Hammer?
Yeah, so just, I just wanted to put that one out there just in case that any cringe alert gets put on that I had no say in that whatsoever. But we are going to see the double duels composition come out of FaZe for sure. This is the same exact comp that they've been running recently. Both teams have only played this game about 3 times. Granted, FaZe's games have come up against all other fellow top 10 teams in the region, whereas one of these have had a couple of wins over some smaller name teams. Their only big game was against Sentinels, which is a loss. So I'm going to put it this way. I think the sample size is way too small to really know anything at all about how good these teams really are on this map. And to go even further, we still don't even know what the ideal composition is for this map. So I really hesitate to hedge bets or, analyze too harshly or heavily anything that happens here. Nor do I really know who comes in as a favorite, in my opinion, because I think there's just too much variability right now with this map. And, obviously, FaZe obviously have something that they like running. Like, they find this is a map. And I will say this, with all the flack that Yoru catches, I feel like this is the one map you can utilize him. It's so large. And because it's so large, I feel like he can get the most out of his teleports and things of that nature, as well as his ult. So I actually think that, this is a map that Yoru actually can maybe thrive a little bit. We have seen some of it on Bind, I feel like, because of the teleporters, and you can kind of game that a little bit with Yoru, but I feel like with the vast size of this map, I think you could definitely do some cool things with Yoru. But, that's something that 100 Thieves may have scouted, watching some of FaZe's games and seeing how they're using Yoru on the map. Maybe they have something prepared for it, right? And yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if 100 Thieves make any comp changes. They made a huge one there on Haven, bringing in the KO for Cypher. So I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to do coming into this. If they're going to make any fellow changes. This is a map where we have seen Ethan be able to play the Sage, which is the agent I feel like he grasped onto best, making his transition to Valorant. And Steel picks up the Sky to kind of help that along. So I'm curious to see if they maintain that or if they're going to do something else entirely. So that's going to be interesting to see. Because, again, we haven't seen enough to know what these teams like. And, yeah, I'm curious.
I think for me, the big question, and I'm glad that Vansili had brought this up about the Haven play, is that FaZe did not have a lot of success utilizing flashes or utility to push back 100 Thieves off of set angles. And now you're kind of looking at the flashes from Euro have to be that almost in a way, because you're still going without the Sky. You have the Viper that can maybe pull some ability off either by snake bites or through poison clouds, whatever it happens to be, but you're relying on a lot that these blind sides are going to hit. So it almost feels like a lot of resiliency and reliancy is actually coming off of what this Euro brings to the table. So I don't mean to put a lot of weight on Corey's shoulders, but I think there is a lot to kind of keep in mind as we're watching these executes come through, especially when FaZe find themselves on offense.
If you're going to play a tricky agent like that, you have to cash in on it, right? Like, you have to be able to make sure it has impact if you're going to, spend a pick on an agent like that. So I can kind of side with you in that degree. I think the other thing that's going to be interesting here is that, 100 Thieves is one of those teams that have elected to go double controller on this map. Several other teams out there are relying strictly on Viper to be the solo because it's so big, so much wide spacing that, it feels like Viper's utility is kind of the most cost-efficient way to block some sight lines and give you some access. But if you do double controller, it means that you can constantly keep spinning Viper utility one direction and mask what you're doing. Like if you're on the attacking side, you can keep throwing that Viper wall down on A, sure. But if you ever decide that you want to, get some more comfortable mid control by like smoking off like window and smoking off towards B tunnel or the case may be, you still have that option because you also have the Omen that can provide that for you while you're using your Viper utility elsewhere. So you're not going to be A, as telegraphed, and B, you're just going to be able to be more diverse on like what type of map control plays you're going for. So I actually like double controller on a map like this, and 100 Thieves is one of those teams that so far have been showing the willingness to do that, where other teams have really just relied on the Viper, similar to what teams like to do on Icebox. So that'll be something to watch.
Yeah, I think as well, just to kind of look at, just in the immediate past that we just had, looking at Rise trying to pull off the Sage with the Viper in this previous iteration of Breeze. The one thing that is not going to be there for Rise that is going to be there here for 100 Thieves is the ability to have that paranoia in play, right? Because they were still running the Astra. That paranoia, we know that 100 Thieves love to use that to kind of clear off one side of a site. We see them use that on maps like Haven. We should expect to see them do things like that when they're on the offense, trying to execute over towards B, or even kind of synergizing it with that wall over towards A to get extra clearance. That was something that Rise was missing, that we think 100 Thieves should have their bases covered just because of that little agent switch up.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is that, 100 Thieves were another one of those teams that were not playing a Sova on this map, which has its pros and cons. Yes, you can gain information with Sky using the Trailblazer and using the Guiding Lights. Yeah, there's definitely some of that going on. But yeah, there's so many wide open spaces that the Owl Drone definitely has a lot of room to flourish and be able to get you what you want. So that is something that you're sacrificing by not having that in play. But again, the reason why you're making that sacrifice is that double controller, which is going to give you a lot of ability. So Ethan will play Sky. So this means that Steel's going to do something different. And I'm kind of curious what that's going to be. Like, are they going to play a Sentinel now? Because that's what Steel's kind of known for. Are they going to go KO again and do double Initiator? I'm really curious about that. Now, Austin will not be playing on this map. He'll be playing one of his other mini different duelists that he likes to play. It'll be Reyna most likely coming up. Hiko on Viper is probably going to happen. So I'm just curious about Steel. That's what I'm curious about. Like, what is he going to go? Looks like he is maybe going to pick up a Cypher. Okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that is the change for them. This is the first time they've run the comp this way.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So we've got a little bit of a lineup here as far as what we've got. Yeah, the no Sage is the big kind of key. So when you talk about the Cypher the mix instead of the Sage, you may lose a little bit of that offensive pressure just to be able to get that barrier orb in place. But beyond that, you kind of feel like defensively, they don't really lose nor gain anything. It's just a different setup as far as how you want to interact with Steel and kind of Hiko behind him or, next to him, depending on how they want to set up their defensive bomb sites.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, just a little bit of a tweak there for one of these to get the Cypher out. Obviously, Cypher can still be great for, watching flanks or, having some type of anchoring capability defensively. So I could see why Steel would want to go for something that he's just comfortable with. Maybe he wasn't liking playing Sky. Maybe they're wanting Ethan to be that more full-time Sky for the team to kind of get him that fluency across the map pool when they want to use that agent and just kind of help him just keep learning how to use that agent and be that secondary, like, flex duelist type of guy.
Right.
So I can kind of see it from both ways. I do wonder a lot about not having a Sova on this map, but again, I think it's still so early days that it's hard to know, like, what's optimal and what's worth sacrificing and what isn't. Again, the obvious curiosity will always be how much value can Corey get out of Yoru on this map because it's such a off-meta pick, so to speak. So that's obviously going to be a fun factor to watch. But, yeah, outside of that, again, I think that we come into this, very shrouded. Like, we don't really know what to expect.
Right. And again, like, just because we mentioned it from before, I think it is important to establish that the sample size, at least in this stage, has been 3. And a lot of those, when it comes down to watching these teams play on Breeze, has been in the open qualifier stage where, like, for instance, for 100 Thieves, they played it up against Lazarus, was the most notable team that they had played up against outside of playing Sentinels in the lower final. So, I don't know. It's one of those things that, even what we knew from before, you kind of take... all right, a kind of very at a glance look as far as what is successful versus what is not, because there is still a lot of figuring out going on, and that's one of those things that I think why we look at Yoru with this kind of you love it or you hate it. It's this kind of pre-notion cognitions about what you feel about the agent at large, and I don't know, maybe Corey can turn some heads here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing you have to think about here is this is like one of the small details that often doesn't really get talked about because I guess it's like lesser important on the totem pole of things that you have to get through with Yoru, is that his flashes are actually pretty darn effective, right? Like, they're easier and more effective to use, in my opinion, than Phoenix's. They don't get you as much information as a Guiding Light, and now that we have KO on board, yes, his is like the most traditional flashbang type ability that we have in the game as far as setting up pretty easy pop flashes and all that good stuff. But Yoru still has some pretty darn effective flashes, so we can still kind of give you that slight initiator vibe, despite being in a duelist role. And again, this map is so large, I think that he can get a lot out of that gate crash.
Yeah,
So-
agreed. That, especially with some of the angles that you can actually find cover on when you get onto a site. So those are definitely things to keep in mind. Flash comes through early. Asuna wants to control mid-map, and boy will he. There's 2 early in the pistol as Raucus will fall alongside Baby Bay, and 100 Thieves dominate mid-map.
A little bit of deja vu there, isn't it?
It really is.
Asuna making an aggressive play on C defense on Haven for a pick in the second half of the last one. There indeed is that large gate crash, but Corey was spotted out. Asuna with 3, might just ace.
Oh, but might get caught out, or will he? Oh boy.
Here it is.
So Asuna now 2 away from an Empress in round 1. Here comes the play. Nitro able to get the kill, and you have to feel like Asuna will be awarded the defuse. So after
Nitro.
round 1, Asuna is going to be 1 away from having an early Empress. Maybe not. Just kidding.
That was kind of scummy, Nitro. Let your boy get an ace.
Flawless.
You know? He would have been right there for an ult immediately.
Would have been.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Man.
See it.
Or you love to see it. Again, depending on what side you happen to be rooting for.
Give the man his ace. He worked hard for it. He ran all the way around the map. That's a large map. You gotta have some cardio for this one.
That's true. Man. So this is another one of those things, you know, when we were talking about the matchup between Rise and Sentinels. Rise, who did not have the Sova, had trouble taking the middle of the map. That much, well, has not been a concern yet for 100 Thieves, but definitely a question that could linger depending on how FaZe decide they want to play some of these offensive rounds early.
Yep, triple a Marshall purchase here for FaZe. A lot of long angles on this map, so it is one of those eco-type purchases that can sometimes be fruitful just because of how many long sight lines you might get to capitalize on with the Marshall. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves getting, once again, fairly aggressive out in the middle. Big control of elbow position. Asuna looking to push even deeper than that here. All the way past the pillar now.
And has this early Vandal. This is going to be such a huge advantage to play these corners however he so feels fit. Although, Raucus, some damage coming through, but it's Ethan over through elbow. FaZe not expecting it nor watching it at all, really. Finds 2, and that's going to be largely just the round right there.
Yeah, you get a little bit concerned because, you know, you're wondering, oh no, is Asuna going to get caught with this Vandal out on an island in front of pillar? Is that going to give FaZe a little bit of breathing room? But they're able to handle it. Now the tripwire is going to not really allow Baby J to...
Thinking about
You think he's like, can I sneak behind? No, you're not. That you're not flanking, bud. Like you're not going to make it. Unfortunate. Big sad. That's a great trapwire to have, by the way, because we definitely see that A-Hall position kind of get overlooked, and we saw it last series from Rise. They were able to abuse it.
Here comes Asuna. No, denied. Nice shot from Raucus. That's a rifle picked up, but only 15 seconds on the clock, and they're going to have to make their way through the large majority of what the Cypher setup is going to look like. Spycam, Trapwire. Spycam will scout this all out. Guiding light to make sure, and then steal. Long range clean for the second, to be honest, and 100 Thieves will take the second round.
They will. Bonus comes up clean, and they keep the Vandal in play, which is huge, because now that gives them that little bit more leverage on their bonus round that you wouldn't otherwise have. It gives you a little bit more equal footing firepower-wise. So that is kind of a nice luxury. Ethan actually will go Sheriff only.
Yeah.
Looks like. But plenty of utility, of course.
Look at FaZe's stack here.
Yep.
Alarm bot to keep the flank safe. What's the call here? Is it early aggression maybe in the cards? I mean, look at the setup, though. Defensively, Steel has a nice little corner picked out for him. And again, you still have Ethan that can throw his utility over. Yeah, he just has the Sheriff, but the Trailblazer and Guiding Light is huge. Here comes the hit. Steel first one to fall. Very quick take from Baby Bay. That should lead to a plant. Corey is going to be able to lock down another angle as Ethan was tagged up. Power of the Sova coming into play in a 5v3 post-plant setup for FaZe.
Yeah, pretty just quick, bursty type of attack there from FaZe. Kind of something that's very characteristic of their team. Tough to crack open B, though. It's a very tight choke point just getting through that main archway position, especially if you don't have mid-control to also attack from B tunnel side. But they put that Viper wall down. They kind of just catch Steel off guard in the corner. Very clean entry onto him, and that just kind of opens the floodgates. Hold the phone, because 100 Thieves are making this really scary.
Nitro's found a free angle. He's just been waiting for a play to come through the middle or from behind. So now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 the opposite way. Shots from Hiko are really good. BabyBay fighting back. Able to tag him up to critical health, but Nitro finds one more. Time will not allow them to get this defused, but boy, that got a little bit too close for comfort for way too long time.
Yeah, I mean, they're only going to survive with 1 Vandals. That's a very tough round, especially with the Huntleys coming into their first full buy here and now. If they white phase this round, their economy is going to be in tatters because they're having to rebuy so much. And so that, for the long term, for 100 Thieves could come up really big for them.
Man. Yeah, the utility being spent here was just so good for FaZe. It's a different story, though, if even Steel finds one, though, realistically speaking. I mean, he puts himself in a corner where he's going to be forced to battle 1v multiple, but the Cyber Cage did not provide enough for him to get away. Fake out coming through with the Owl drone. That will actually keep Nitro from peeking. Still finds a chance, and boy, does he ever make good use of it. Corey will fall for first blood, and all of a sudden, out of the mix is Nitro. He's found a little bit of haven to play with the backside of the site.
But unable to escape completely. Maybe Jay gonna take him down. Hiko good for one. Maybe Jay continues to put the pressure on right now. Even spotting another player over towards mid doors over this railing. Asuna trying to get into the mix, is able to pick up a flank. That's Cave, and he actually gets the spike down. Oh no! Maybe Jay in a tough spot now, 1v2.
This would have to be a full ace for Baby J to secure the round. He knows that Asuna's in the back. No information on where Ethan is positioned. Asuna just kind of tapping away. There's Ethan for one, and Asuna denies the ace in what looked to be a really good setup initially. I mean, yeah, Nitro finds the first blood, but the trades were looking good for FaZe to get onto site. Up until the capitalization came through from behind, and just beyond that, just the kill from underneath the bridgeway deep into the site.
Yeah, and it's also kind of a throwback to see Nitro on an operator. He was, I don't know if I would say like an unwilling primary operator in CSGO, but he wasn't like a classic one. Like, he didn't have it from the beginning of his career to the end of the career. He kind of did it out of necessity a couple of different times for Team Liquid and CSGO, and then just kind of embraced it. Definitely was very good at it, especially defensively in CSGO. He was very smart about angles he picked, timings, stuff like that. But that's really like the flashiest shooter of the op, but he was just really smart in how he managed the weapon. And so seeing him that round, do what he could defensively on the A side, definitely a map that requires some defensive opting, I feel like, that it's so large. Cool to see him have it. A little bit of nostalgia. Even though that was only like a couple of years ago in CSGO.
Offensive pressure from FaZe through Caves has forced the Seekers out here in the eco round. Also, the Blades are in play for BabyBay. Clearing out spawn. No one is sure whatsoever what's coming around the backside. Asuna has also hit into the Empress. And he is largely the first point of contact that would have to be here defensively, playing deep into the site as Hiko.
Yeah. Taking up that position here. Does spot one. BabyBay misses the dash. Unable to get away. And Asuna gets two, and he's just feeding now. Finally silenced by Corey, but he's done so much damage.
Poison orb emitting.
Yep, Hiko knows exactly what's to come here. Poison orb will deny. Snake bite will delay. And all of a sudden, the defense still with good position mid-map. Ethan, a little dicey, but is able to at least tag down. Baby J to critical HP. Steel makes good onto Corey. Also onto Baby J for his double. Zach, the last player left alive, and Ethan will find this kill. No problem, no contest. 100 Thieves up 4-1.
Indeed, they are. And it's really just this mid-aggression from Asuna. He's denying a lot of space. He's getting intel on rotations. And now this round with the ult, he's able to not only create presence, but have a substantial impact on the man count. And that's going to put 100 Thieves now up 4-1. We are going to see the buyback here from FaZe. They're fully equipped. They have lockdown. They have Corey's ult as well. So they definitely have a heavy toolbox to use in this round.
Yeah. Early aggression, though, from Asuna. Lots of damage onto Zach. Also denies any play through this top bridgeway. Asuna still wants more. The Leer comes out. Nitro working with them, but the trades favor FaZe. So now aggression comes through. Dimensional drift from Corey, trying to clear off space. The Recon Bolt also a part of this. And also, I mean, everything's being spent. Attacking lockdown as well. Hiko's just going to back away. He could still fight this back. It's going to be a 1v1 with Corey to start. And actually, Corey's going to back out with the gate crash. That was a lot spent to never actually fully take the A site, but Raucus able to tilt the advantage even further in favor of FaZe as he finds one more, and now it's a 4v2.
I mean, they basically took the site. Yeah, they didn't quite take it, but they pushed the defense back so heavily and whittled their numbers down so much that it was almost as valuable as taking the site and getting this tank going. And they are going to have, you know, Baby Bay now also pushed up top middle, potentially backstabbing defending spawns. I mean, this one's wrapped up for them. They just handled that A-Hall situation so well early on. I mean, Baby J trading 2 for 1, that was so big. And then obviously just getting that space with the lockdown and with the dimensional drift. And now they're going to cash in.
Deal on the other side of the map. I would have to imagine probably will consider just playing for either an exit at best or what would be most likely just a full-on save. So FaZe able to strike. I mean, it does cost them a lot when it comes to ultimates. I mean, lockdown, dimensional drift. You have been at least able to get the Hunter's Fury and potentially Viper's Pet for next round, but I don't know, worth it in your mind?
Not sure. I'll come back to you on that. I will give you a little bit of an update on what's going on around the scene. We do have Sentinels taking on Envy. That'll be up next. Winner of that gets a spot in Berlin, so Sentinels versus Envy going to be a very important matchup. But then, of course, the winner of this game will play the winner of XSET Luminosity for another slot for Berlin. We are deciding spots today. We aren't eliminating people today. We're deciding spots today, which is nice. It gives the, you know, it means that like a team gets to hang around a little bit longer, right? If you lose, you get a chance to kind of recover rather than just getting knocked out immediately. I think that's quite nice.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Much better that time from FaZe through and through, and I think, like you mentioned, it really just comes down to the fact that they trade 2 for 1 in their favor up top instead of the opposite way around. I mean, Austin had a really good look at the gunfight, but him not winning it very well could have met win conditions.
Is this a teaser?
I sure hope so.
Sloth Sniper? Would be interesting.
I'm here for it. Take my money. Trailblazer, Poison Cloud, and also the Snake Bite coming in. And how about this? Raucus is actually going to come into the Hunter's Fury. He does tag down Ethan, I believe, once, but cannot finish the kill. He was also tagged by the Aldrone, so space has been gained in front of B, but even still, FaZe not feeling confident about it, are just going to re-wrap over to join Baby J in mid.
But they've caused a big rotation, but the counter to that is that Steel has a deep position here in Cave. And so it's going to get interesting to see how it plays out. Austin looking to take the battle out in the middle. Austin able to win his fight over on Corey. So main advantage gained for 100 Thieves. And again, still has his spot. It goes unchecked. Neural Theft comes in, and this is looking great.
Man, confidence through. Nitro still with the scope. Able to find one, but the Neural Theft may have done him awry right there as he was expecting the aggressive challenge, but holding the ground.
Enemy remaining.
Deal in the back. Able to find one. Baby Bay, nowhere to go but down. And man, it just looked like one of those things. You use the Hunter's Fury, you push back a couple to be defenders. I think, like you mentioned, you would expect from 100 Thieves for you would be the hits coming, but Steel's fine with that. He says, all right, you go ahead, hit B. I'm just going to push through into A, and that keeps the defensive play largely alive through mid-map if they want it.
I think a lot of it came down to Hiko's counter utility as well at that deep choke point. And it's a very scary choke point to push whenever you have, you know, Viper smokes in your face. If you Snake Bite down, you're going to take damage if you try to push through it. You don't have B tunnels access. It's a funneled hit. You're not able to split the site and really put that multi-prong pressure on 100 Thieves. You're able to just kind of, you know, settle in the corner. So I think Hiko's a big part of that. Just the stalling tactics he had to force FaZe to feel like they needed to divert back. And then, yeah, still in the perfect position to collect. Neural Theft was huge there. Now they have a double stack on the double stack. And that could be interesting.
Aldrone will see Nitro, but like you mentioned, Steel will be concealed throughout this. Does actually get flushed out by a Snake Bite off screen and kind of the other side of the map. Oh my God. Saw the tail end of the gunfight between Ethan and Corey. And this Viper's Pit getting committed to, but again, not a lot gained from it as of yet. Also just going to slip around the back. This could actually cut FaZe's offense into 2. And actually, it's going to dive right on in. Also up for 3. Able to hit the dismiss, sees Raucus at range. It's a Marshall for him. And oh my, Asuna single-handedly once again destroys the entire setup for FaZe. And Nitro's final kill puts now 100 Thieves up 4.
Yeah, FaZe is hoping that Viper's Pit is going to be a bridge to the site. Shroud to hide in. And Asuna says, nah, I won't be having any of that. I'm going to come in here and bust it up. Obviously still putting the pressure through with a bunch of spam as well, making it hard for FaZe to feel safe traversing in to that A area. And so that's the 100 Thieves now up 6-2. It's back to a low buy for FaZe. They are running out of time in this series. Again, loser doesn't go home. They're still in the lower bracket. There's one spot up for grabs through that direction. But yeah, the win here is so big because now you're one best of 3 away from Berlin if you take a victory here. And 100 Thieves are already a map to the good and already a great opening in this one.
Raucus did find first blood though. Hiko trying to fight back, but Raucus again.
Okay.
Yeah, this is that triple Marshall setup that we very regularly see kind of come through here on Breeze. So 3v3, but you still have Marshals v operators, so you're going to have to hit more headshots if you're any of these final 3 phase players.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That is for certain. I still haven't really made too much presence anywhere else in the map, though we are seeing Corey start to make some real good forward progress through the A halls. But the thing is, Nitro's waiting for this. He's sitting in defending spawn. He's kind of keeping an eye on a potential A hall push through. They still have a good defense on the side itself. So, I mean, 100 Ds are fairly well prepared for this very scenario. It's going to come down to whether or not Corey can get this kill on Nitro. If he can, then all of a sudden things get interesting.
Oh, but Ethan, he's actually feeling a bit fortuitous. Wants to move forward through the cave. Sees the weapon of one. Also, the sentry turret reveals him. Baby J. Huge pick here, and he finds it.
30 seconds left.
3v2. Nitro rotating. Oh my goodness, how did he ever get that shot versus Corey? Steel now on the site. Final 2 phase numbers right in front of him. Steel for 1. That's the spike carrier down. Spy cam will be spent. Rock is revealed by this. No chance for him to delete the dart from the body, and Nitro will walk away with the 3rd kill in the round. 7-2, 100 Thieves up big.
I mean, obviously, a kind of scary scenario because you feel like Ethan gets a little bit careless there inside cave, you know, not checking that secondary hallway and kind of getting blindsided. And all of a sudden, you're starting to worry for 100 Thieves because if Corey's also able to capitalize, then, I mean, Steel's done for. That's a round for FaZe all day long. Yep. But instead, Nitro makes a big rotating frag onto Corey, and then Steel able to hold his ground, you know, knowing that his A-halls are covered. He can focus up on cave, able to deliver, and so 100 Thieves able to get their 7th round. But back to a full bot is FaZe, but they need to figure something out fast. I mean, Higo's just giving him nothing on this B side. He's playing
literally
so
zero.
smart, so patient.
There has not been a good look for FaZe here. Outside of maybe one of the opening rounds. Nitro through the toxic screen for 1. Does get revealed. Hiko now going to get tested once more, but Ethan is a part of this, and nobody from FaZe expects the quick hit. Ethan for 2. Raucus will find 1 in response to Hunter's Fury, but the site has not been broken, and Asuna is on the deep flank. May not even be needed. Baby J stuck inside an elbow. Ethan good for 4. Oh boy. And that may be the 6th foot in the ground dug as 100 Thieves is up 8-2.
Zachary on 0 frags, bro. I hate to point out things like that. And then also Corey picking the Yoru. Again, a tricky attacking agent. Only 2. Normally a star player for this team. Normally one of the best duelist, man, you know, skill for skill, pound for pound in the region. He's only got 2. So they're not getting a lot of value out of what is normally one of their best opening weapons, which is Corey as a duelist. Zachary's struggling to find any impact on anything. And alongside just picking at individual stats, I think the other thing you have to really talk about here is that their attacks are so one-dimensional.
Yes.
You know, they're not able to have any mid-presence at any point in time in this game. And so all their attacks are being essentially funneled through A-halls, cave, or that initial B choke point. Well, with that, Hiko's doing his job to use his counter utility to stall out that initial choke point, buying time for rotations, giving Ethan the comfortability to be able to play elbow, play B tunnels, you know, keep some tabs on middle. You have Asuna who's been wreaking havoc aggressively at middle all game long. You have Nitro who's, you know, being very crafty with his operator, repositioning it. You know, pretty much every round he's somewhere different, looking for picks, and he's finding them successfully. Very reminiscent of what Asuna was able to do defensively with the op on Haven. And they're just getting whittled down. Like, FaZe are just way too one-tracked on this map. Like, they need to, when they have these full rounds, they need to be able to get that mid-control. They need to be able to coordinate better on some of these faster attacks without getting picked off on their way to the site.
And we really haven't seen any of Raucus's utility being set mid-map. I mean, if you were just to take the compare and contrast between what we saw in the first series between Sentinels and Rise, where Sentinels were using a lot of their Sova utility mid-map, Raucus hasn't done that at all. And with the extra flash presence, 100 Thieves have been able to just walk in, see what's going on mid-map, and then rotate back away. Baby Bay, aggressive. Gonna be denied. Ethan for another kill. And, well, I don't really know what to say from here. I mean, it's just, you have to force something in, and they're going to try to make a play over in towards B. Hiko is watching this. You also have a little bit of assistance from Steel backside of sight. Sentry turret will make sure that, yes, indeed, Hiko, there are players coming through, but FaZe, not bad. Find the first couple of kills, and that's going to be a plan.
Yeah, pretty solid little kind of fake there over towards A side. Definitely kept players in place, allowed them to have these distractions to this B site, and they're able to get some work done. But Asuna bringing right back into a 3 versus 3, but that's a big shot from Zachary. He's finally on the board. What a moment to do it. Let's see striking back.
What in the world? Asuna, he dismisses away. Corey, though, in the Dimensional Drift, is buying a little bit of time, trying to find some space. 100 Thieves trying to play Where's Waldo with the Yoru right now. Weapon back up into hand. Fake out also set through. Double peek from 100 Thieves, and they still find a way to battle back. Oh my.
I mean, it's a tough one because FaZe didn't necessarily have the firepower to back up that attack, right? I mean, Zachary still, it's a pretty nutty shot, though, with the Marshall, to be fair, but Thin Steel and Asuna just come in there and mop up, and that one shot from Asuna was kind of unreal. I mean, a little luck involved, but also just awareness of what to look out for, where is the potential spot to land a spam. Just, I mean, they are getting just bombarded right now, FaZe. This is the round. They have to win this round, bro. They have to win this round. Lockdowns in play. They need to be able to if they're going to go for this ace, they need to be able to really solidify that A-Hall's control.
Oh, Nitro sees Baby J, and it's Asuna again, just taking an aggressive angle with this. That's the lockdown now off the table, and that very well could have been what was execute condition for FaZe.
Yep. Now they have to just rely on this Vipers, or never, that's a Vipers, but a Hiko over on the B side of the map. So that's entrenched. Eden still has mid. Oh, finally they got mid, bro. Can they do something with it now?
Flash comes out, Asuna playing aggressive, but Corey denies. Second blindside coming out. Nitro does get a bit of information that the hit is on the way. Steel still holding the site, finds one. Baby Bay playing a little bit further forward. Zach on the exact opposite angle. Finds another, and Nitro.
So close.
Nearly takes off the scalp of Baby Bay, but it's a 3v2 for FaZe as they plan.
Off the hair bun of Baby Bay, perhaps. Aaron goes through, trying to stall Baby Bay from pushing any further. Baby Bay will just kind of stay in the doorway here. Nitro has to worry about a lot right now.
Last player standing.
Hiko comes in, only good for one.
One enemy remaining.
Bags gets the kill. Uh-oh.
No way. No way.
Not like this.
Surely not.
Rifle now gained. Rock is holding in between the two pyramids. Not at full HP, just 67 health. Nitro is full. 2 dart covers to play with. Has to clear space, and round they go. The snap. Oh my goodness. Nearly there, but Raucus is able to salvage the first half 3-9. Oh man, Dust.
No easy rounds found there for FaZe, and not many of them at all, period. Only coming up with 3 in that first half. A dominant defensive display from 100 Thieves. They just look so good. Whether it was their mid-aggression, whether it was, you know, Nitro's opping, whether it was Hiko stalling tactics at B. I mean, they just ran the show on that half, that's for sure. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if 100 Thieves can take care of business in 2, or whether or not FaZe can muster a comeback. Stay tuned, folks. You don't want to miss it. Well,
Welcome back. It has been a display of dominance throughout this entire series from 100 Thieves so far, but we swapped the sides here, Dust and FaZe. Well, we keep mentioning it. I hate that we get to keep mentioning it, but FaZe find themselves in a required pistol round that they need to win.
Yeah, gonna be tough. Again, double controller can be very oppressive. On a map like this, you can cover so much ground, especially if you double up those abilities one way. And on a pistol round,
Revealing area.
where you're kind of more prone to do those types of things, again, it can be a lot to deal with. We are seeing at least a quick push through elbow, though, from FaZe to have at least a faster flank towards A side.
Trapwire will be there to keep this play honest, though, so you got to reconsider what exactly you want to do as now the hit starts to unfold. Baby J able to find the first, but flashed out from finding anything beyond that. Austin taking over so much space, not able to capitalize on an opportunity in front, but Nitro there watching the opposite angle, and uh-oh is right, Dust. There's 3 straight kills. Baby Bay, sure, you got this flank plus an extra little tap onto the head, but you are in a 1v3, and that's just a free rotation for 100 Thieves to go playing over at B.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Bay is also just stuck, still fighting. He's worried about being like mid. It's a watch decision. That's a nice little kill on the eco, but again, Spike's not being planted B. I hope that Asuna gets back up with Ethan. I would hate to see them give 1v1s to Baby Bay here, because Baby Bay has the health and the skill to win this.
Oh, he does see Ethan on the corner. Okay, Ethan just does not
touch it.
Just don't
touch
peek.
the fire.
Yep.
Don't touch
Stove
it.
is hot.
Stove is hot. Red alert.
Okay. Asuna timing from behind. Maybe be considerate of this, but misses the timing.
Oh, a little bit of discipline being shown there. Love to see it. I was a bit concerned for Asuna because I thought he was going to be in turbulent waters that forward with no real escape strategy, but then Ethan showed up with the guiding light. Nitro comes in there, reinforces, and that's the round right there. That's
yeah, it really is. And it's just, I mean, again, like, I don't know, in my mind, and I might be a little bit off the thread here, but, you know, watching Sentinels play Rise and now watching 100 Thieves play FaZe, they're playing with a different level of confidence than their opponents are on this map.
So if 3 Marshals wasn't enough, baby.
How about 5?
We're in the Old West. Get your cowboy hats and your spurs on.
Is there something to be said about not shooting the sheriff? But
the deputy is fine.
I did shoot the marshal.
Okay.
I don't know.
There's no deputy in this game, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, missed opportunity. Honestly.
Spike planted.
Spike will be planted. And well, for FaZe, I don't know how you retake a site.
The Marshals, yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. But they're darn sure going to try.
Maybe.
Send it.
Well, it's going to be maybe one by one they go, because first one forward is Baby Bay.
Bro, this is like
does get the wall. Corey is playing alongside Rockets. Asuna thinks about peeking. Flash comes out. There's one. There's 2. Oh my goodness! I thought Asuna got the 3rd. He didn't, but nearly did. And 11-3, 100 Thieves up.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is kind of fighting a war of the past at the firing line with muskets, and 100 Thieves taking full advantage of modern-day technologies. And that's going to be that one. Dunzo. 11 rounds now for 100T.
Dude, it's just like, there's something about watching Asuna that is, I don't mean to sound biased, but it's just special compared to everybody else, because
no,
like
you're biased.
he plays on
Everyone hate on him on Reddit now. I want
please,
to see tweets.
Bias caster.
I'm the best, though. Definitely want to follow me and say only kind things about me. But Shiv, you know, each their own.
He plays with such a high sensitivity, these little micro corrections. Even when you slow it down, it doesn't look like it's slowed down.
I've got your trail.
Different, kids say.
Oh.
Speaking of crack, Baby J making a big play there. Gets spiked down, gets the man advantage, and gets control of cave position.
But Asuna has gained the A site and has an Empress to play with if he wants to.
That's a big catch.
Asuna's still alive. I mean, you can have as many kills as you want if you're FaZe, but until you kill Asuna,
Finished.
this round is still plausible. And with that response coming out as well from Ethan, now it becomes very doable. Spike has been collected, 55 seconds on the clock, and it will be planted. Zachary looking to get aggressive. Ethan has read this. I like to come through, able to get the flash, not to find the angle. Baby Bay here as well. A little bit of damage confirmed. Asuna, no way. 1v1. Asuna not gonna find it. FaZe stay alive.
Oh,
if only barely.
A lot of the hair on their chinny chin chin. They are able to pull this one through, get themselves a 4th round. Again, very costly though. least they're going to have daggers available for Baby Bay in a lockdown. So they do have a couple of things kind of helping them out in that regard. But 100 Thieves
Got your trail.
still
I've got your
sitting
trail.
pretty with the lead.
Yeah.
On that advantage. And that's a tough loss. Sure, you just got caught on a little bit of a timing. But, I mean, you know, to be fair, props for the intuition of Baby J to make that play, give his team a lifeline. Because they were starting to really lose any hope in this series. But now, maybe something has been sparked. But full buy is back for 100 Thieves. No ult, but still plenty of utility.
Yeah.
Another maybe early A-Hawk battle in play here.
Blades for Baby Bay. Early lockdown coming through. Baby J gonna once again just take the same angle, finds the kill. Nitro responds to one, but not the second. Baby J for 3, and oh my.
Well
That
done,
works.
sir. Okay. Now you have my attention.
I need you to dress up as Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Django Unchained now for Halloween.
No.
All right, well, I tried.
That's a hard no. Nothing good would come of that.
You had my curiosity, sir.
It's a good line, but
it's a great
not
line.
a good costume to wear. Anyway, as we get on to this, we'll have Bays going up to 5.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Should.
Yes.
45 seconds to play, and the Spike has to clear so much space no matter which site you want to go to.
Toxins going up.
We got the boomers of 100 Thieves still left on the server. See what they can do
Deck
here.
W.
Yep. I mean,
30 seconds
very
left.
good boomers, I would say.
For sure. Zach?
The best. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. 22 seconds on the clock.
They don't have time to go B, though.
Rocket for 1.
Last player
Not going to get the
standing.
second. Hiko. It's only 1 HP essential for AJ. 1 bullet will do the trick. 13 seconds on the clock.
Didn't have time.
Hiko has to commit. Has
10
to commit
seconds
here.
left.
Baby J is holding the site. Damage from the sentry. And Baby J does just barely peak in time for 4 in the round.
The thing was with Hiko, his HP was at a point where he didn't want to have to keep contesting that turret. Because obviously
Yeah.
it's his location away, but he's also taking a lot of damage. It's just an easy frag for Baby J to clean up at that point. So I feel like if they would have bit the bullet and went B the first time around when they got into the 2-1-2, maybe they would have had time to make it. Well, and Hiko's in the 1v2, there's just no chance. There's not enough time to pass. Baby J just continuing to do big things in this cave area. That's 2 rounds now. He's basically single-handedly captured for his team to keep them afloat here. And now it's 100 Thieves onto a low buy. So this is a chance for FaZe to start building up a little bit of something here, making this a close contest all of a sudden. They need a couple more, though. They need to keep this rolling.
This could be nice. Baby Bait. Elevation angle. Tries to avoid the flash, but has to give up the angle. And here comes the attack from 100 Thieves. Through the poison cloud they go. Snake fight. Also flushing out 1. And Zach doesn't actually finish the kill. Ethan able to find 1. Now dismissing forward as Asuna as he takes care of Baby Bay and 100 Thieves on what is essentially nothing purchased. They're in a 5v3 with a plant.
Yeah, let's see how the rest of it plays out. Regrowth coming from Ethan to help reinforce his teammates here. They already have man advantage on this retake, but Baby J going to equalize those odds with the kill onto Steel. The rest of the 100 Thieves still holding onto the site firmly.
Baby J trying to clear a little bit of space as he moves over towards the corner. On that flank, though, would be Nitro.
Toxins going up.
Corey finds 1. 100 Thieves just trying to kill off time. Here comes Nitro's flank, but he's denied by the toxic screen. Kills are good from FaZe. Nitro, he is snuck behind, but they will see him, and he nearly gets a lineup. That could have been dirty, but Raucus will secure the defuse. And hold on a second, we've got ourselves a 6-11, and FaZe Clan could be right back in this game.
I will say this right now. Even though 100 Thieves lost that round, you, if you're a student of strategy, should go watch that round because the layering of utility from 100 Thieves there was probably one of the best I've seen for executing the B side of this map. The way that they layered the Guiding Light with the Leer to basically make it impossible for Baby J to feel comfortable continuing to hold an angle and get a pick and fall off. The way that they lined up snake bites. Obviously the smoke placement was key as well. I mean, that was just such a great secrets of utility. And they almost pulled it off because of it.
With no weapons, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That's how good their utility was there.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Trail.
Dimensional drift.
Deleted.
Just to rotate away, Baby J does lock down Cave, so at
That
least
is
for
his
FaZe.
place, bro. That's his
Yeah.
home.
Yep.
Stay away from there.
Lear comes out, Guiding Light again. Flashes come through. Zach, no chance. This 0 chance. He's flashed to oblivion.
Neural Depth out as well to give extra intel to 100 Thieves to make these final decisions, as they will get the spike down with a 4-on-3, and they know that the defense is really still far out. That's the thing about this map, so large, when you have to make these later rotations, you don't have a whole lot of time to work it out.
The lockdown that could be used for the retake isn't even going to fully encompass the entirety of the zone. So I mean,
well,
this
it
is
could, but then you put it in a dangerous position to do so.
Yeah. There it goes. Comes out. Oh, it actually gets destroyed. Nice paranoia from Nitro, and that will allow them a chance to peek. Baby J nowhere to go, but down Raucus from inside the tunnel. Good for one, but that will be it. And 100 Thieves put themselves onto match point, up 12-6.
Yeah, and that's the shortcoming of the lockdown defensively.
Yeah.
You know, like, to be able to encompass the site, you have to have, like, a really firm foothold on it. And their goal was to try to control wall towards B tunnel, but that's just easy pickings for 100 Thieves, who were able to spot that out, shut it down pretty much immediately. Had 0 impact on the round, and 100 Thieves just continuing to race towards the finish line. They'll have a Viper's Pit available for an approach onto a site or for a post plant coming into this one.
Oh boy, well, it's going to take 6 in a row here for FaZe. They will have a Viper's Pit to deny the front door to B.
Yes.
Doesn't seem to be really deterring 100 Thieves too much, though. They still have 4 members that are stacked over this direction.
Yeah, I think they're just looking to see if maybe FaZe are going to look to use that Viper's Pit to try to get aggressive into B lobby, or whether they're just using it to anchor site. Now that they kind of know what they're up against, they're starting to back off, starting to route over towards B tunnels. Maybe look to get some access to middle, create a little bit of pressure, try to force some respect out of FaZe defensively all across the map. They also have to be concerned about Baby J, who is relentlessly pursuing K's position. Hiko will throw a wall down on A side to kind of threaten that while they look to take middle. Maybe A is in a little bit of trouble here.
He's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to have to find at least one, then dash away. He's able to get the Cloud Burst to at least provide some distance. Ethan still wants to push forward. Safety net of the Viper's Pit is there, but as Corey tries to make his way and still actually locks down 2, it's now just down to Zach, and Zach is good for a double of his own. 21 HP, but a 3v2 as FaZe bend but do not break. The question mark is, do you still recognize that Nitro's in the back of the site? And yes, they do. So 3 in the round for Zach, and now it's just on to Hiko.
Yeah, really well done by Zachary here. Such a big play inside that Viper's Pit to get that multi-frag and to keep his team afloat. Hiko trying to sneak in, still making it happen, but little time left. And no fight position is going to be a tough call, and WJ still playing the defending squad, able to clean him out. And so that's the 7th round for FaZe. They're starting to slowly but surely create their presence here on the server. The thing is, I know this is going to sound really pessimistic, I don't mean to, but the way that these rounds have played out, look at how many times 100 were so close to closing, even with like a minimal weapon, right? Like that eco push on B, you know, they almost won that. So it seems like, yes, FaZe are absorbing this pressure and they're staying alive, but you wonder, like, you know, surely they break at some point the way 100 these are playing. Like, they're just a masterclass of map control right now from them.
Yeah, really the only time that we've established dominance for FaZe's defense is Baby J over through caves.
Yes, exactly. Everything else has been 100 Thieves being able to dictate the basic, you know, get access to B tunnels, threaten one of the toughest sites to crack in the game just based on how they use their utility, which is that B choke point. So they're doing a lot of things right, even though that they're losing, that keep the faith alive that they're eventually going to find a way to close. Now, if FaZe can win 1 or 2 more confident rounds, it's a different story all of a sudden.
Yeah, for sure. Different angle here for Baby J, getting on top of the double box. Trying to watch over the middle. Nitro, operator in hand. Baby J is going to have to respond to whatever comes through this toxic screen. Lyra goes through, Trailblazer as well. Here comes 100 Thieves. Recon bolt sent to try to counter. Lots of information off of it as well. Tons of players get tagged, and that's enough for Rockets to say, okay, time to go for the Hunter's Fury. Not going to really connect with too much, though. Viper's Pit also going to be spent. Baby J moving on forward, denies the Empress. Spike does get planted, though. It's all about what happens in the 4v4.
Yeah, that was a big shutdown, but like you said, there's still a lot of interesting resist this retake, but Corey cracks open once with WJ, and all of a sudden finds a turn.
Nice. Just up to steal. Puts himself inside the cyber cage. Players all over the site, littering it. In fact, and Zachary from the high ground will find the kill. So now all of a sudden, cooking with a bit of gas is FaZe. 8-12 will be the tally, and they've successfully taken care of the Empress.
Yep.
That's
it was
not
a
bad.
nice initial attack from these. Like, it's a great paranoia line that they use to push that player off the site by triple box and get in and get a plant. Use Viper's Fist to reinforce. They had a 4-4 post plant. You feel like Asuna is able to complete his ult there and actually get that kill, then things could be different. But on the flip side, this is the confident win from FaZe that you've been wanting to see throughout this half to really give you faith that they're going full steam ahead and actually challenging that finish line. You know, to come in like that, to win with 3 players still standing at the end of it, being so efficient on how they traded back into the site, even through a Viper's Pit, and now they force 100 Thieves onto a save. That's big news for them. That's a big win.
Do this cleanly, not only are you on 9, but your bank accounts are going to be looking mighty fine.
Yes.
Which could be absolutely pivotal when it comes to trying to stretch through these backgrounds to force an overtime. Lots of pressure established by 100 Thieves, but it's read by the recon bolt. And just tapping away. Corey does get blessed with a headshot.
This round
In a
now
second.
becoming a foregone conclusion, pretty much. These are able to get access to A through mid door, using the cage to cross into site. Maybe just trying to sneak a plant in here. Not the best they could probably really hope for. They're actually doing a little bit of damage here and there, but yeah, Baby J, the king of the caves, strikes once more. And that's going to be it.
Flawless stuff coming out. Corey for 4 in the round has earned himself a dimensional drift. Really curious. I know that a lot of eyes are obviously focused on what the Euro brings to the table. We got, well, at least some results, I guess we'll say, from the first half. Yet to really see kind of what he wants to do with this agent on the defense outside of throwing out a couple of fake outs and blindsides here or there, but now maybe a chance to see what he wants to do with this dimensional drift and what, again, will be a very big round.
Yeah, lockdown also going to be available, but again, it's just tougher to get that in a good location to clear out an entire site for retake, so you have to be a little bit more crafty with it. Maybe even use it earlier round like he did to get Ethan earlier. And this time he's been silenced, finally.
Yeah.
That's such a big kill for Ethan. Conventional drift
Corey.
being used to flank in.
Oh no,
Bye-bye.
Gets caught.
Goodbye.
A little greedy playing for the information. Gets pulled out of the channel of the ult and right into the waiting columns of Nitro.
I mean, that
so now
couldn't have been more
5-3. Yeah, I know, right? 80 holds the angle, finds one in response, but Asuna gets the trade. It's all down to Zach and Raucus, and watch the late load from Steel. The attacking Cypher might not even be required. Raucus has been affected. Steel right behind. And well, this would be a 1v4 from the Aegis, but it will not happen. It took a little bit longer than maybe we anticipated after the first half, but still the result, I think, went as expected from that first half result. It's 100 Thieves in 2. Take down FaZe Clan to move on.
Yeah, indeed. They will now be waiting the winner of XSET and Luminosity. They'll play them in a little bit to have a spot for Berlin. It'll be Sentinels taking on Envy for that other spot. And man, we got started up a good series by the end of it. It was kind of a one-sided affair on the first map, but we definitely did see some little showings there from FaZe that gave you some faith in that second half of Breeze, almost climbing back into it, almost forcing a third, but just not quite. 100 Thieves looking very strong. I think that's great news for all their fans to see them show up with a big performance like that after having, you know, a bit of a layoff because they qualified their challengers once, so they haven't had to do anything for a month, right? So I think that people were really curious to see, you know, what had they been working on, and we saw some of that. We saw them bring out the KO on Haven. That was an adjustment. Seemed to work out pretty well for them. We see them continue to show that they have some really capable attacks on Breeze, like that one Eco B execute. That looked beautiful. Like, you can clearly tell they've been, you know, designing some cool stuff for their entire map pool. So you're seeing little inklings of that, and that's always cool. So that's going to be it for us, though, I think, Shift.
It will. It's been a fun time here at the VCT, but we'll make sure that the desk gets all the chance that they need to break everything down. Gentlemen, give us the breakdown. We'll catch you later.
Welcome back to the desk, and just like that, another team moves forward. And what we have to say about that is we all believe in Asuna supremacy, but Bach and Vince, they're going to help me break this thing down right now. And fellas, Asuna, okay, I'm a big fan of Tens as a duelist, but Asuna is a straight demon. There's nothing he can't do.
I think if I look at this matchup, especially on Breeze, there was actually 2 storylines. It's definitely Asuna to start things off on attack and defense. This man was going everywhere, like sneaking through Little Snake as Arena, 2K, 3K dismiss, get information on top of that. He just played it great. And it didn't look like it was going to be one-sided. 100 Thieves winning this 2-0 easy. But then on the defender side, we finally saw some players take things into their own hands, and it's Baby J. Baby J for a couple of times, maybe that one you're going to talk about here, but he pushed outside towards A main. He was able to get a couple of kills and made things work. So he turned some rounds over, but overall, it just fell short.
At the same point in time, though, when you look at that last round, where the game ends, it's because of that type of play. So they live by that and they die by that. That aggressive play style ends up costing them the game. But in reality, you can't say it's that one round. It's the culmination of the entire game. But when you look at the final round, the way that final round played out, Baby J pushes aggressively into A main, gets flashed by Sky, dies. Then you have Yoru jumping down with the ult, and then he realizes, I don't have another player here. What do I do? He's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with my hands. And eventually he comes back, dies immediately. That's a immediate 5-on-3. There's no trade opportunities. You get a quick pick come in from Baby Bay, dies also right away. Then it's a 4-on-2, and the round's over. The game's been lost. So it's a little bit disappointing that they ultimately lost the game by the same way that they got back into it.
And just overall, I gotta say, like, I don't want to be mean, but at the same time, I'm kind of disappointed into FaZe looking into this one so far, too, because leading into this matchup, leading into this tournament, I saw Trippy going like, hey, guess what we got cooking up into this matches? Get ready. Be ready for what we got in store. Infamous also was hyping it up. I was ready. I was believing. But in the end, even on the second map, when Nitro was opping instead of having Asuna opping, and he's opping as a Omen, and it still works out. There was no, again, lack of utility to push out these offers away, and these first kills just always pays off for 100 Thieves.
Now, by the way, we're giving a lot of credit to Austin and a lot of other players on this roster, but there's another player that popped off entirely. In one, when it comes to first engagements, it's going to be Ethan. And I was asking you guys, how good was Ethan in Counter-Strike? And the way we see him play now, there's nothing that's not going to tell me he wasn't great. Ethan has been a valuable asset to this team. And Bach, the future looks bright for him.
I mean, Ethan's also the setup man. Being the Sky player, he's the one that's kind of opening things up a little bit, giving Asuna a little bit more space to work with, but he's also there as the accessory. Asuna is self-sufficient. Asuna's playing as Reyna. I can heal myself. I can flash myself. I can get away. I'm fine. You guys worry about you. I'm
a one-man army.
Yeah. But Ethan is the one that's there to try and lift up everybody else and give them the opportunities they deserve. I do think another player you really want to look at, even though statistically it doesn't look like he played that great, is Nitro. His impact kills on that op. It was really beneficial to them, especially in that first and second half. But like the first half, I felt like he was really just hitting his stride.
Yes, now I want to give a big shout out to Credit Karma, Instant Karma, by the way. And man, Silly, there is a specific Astra play that we saw in Haven over at the B site that you really love. Let's go ahead and break that down.
So maybe not everything worked well here for FaZe, but at least this one did, looking at this map. Taking advantage of one less smoke that was available from the attacker side for 100 Thieves, the Astra wall was really good. They already knew what Steel was at towards the back of the site, and this forces now 100 Thieves to play inside the B site because they can't play the post plant with the darts. So now you're able to close in for FaZe on both angles, also forcing Hiko, forcing his hand to run into a 3 versus 1, and he just got crossfired. And that's, for me, the Credit Karma moment from Zachary's Astra Wall.
Great play, and that right there is a feeling of instant karma. Shout out to FaZe as well. But they are going to go down to the loser's bracket. But in the winner's bracket, we're advancing a little bit further. In this upcoming match that we have, we're going to find out one of the teams that are going to go to Berlin, and I'm so excited. But with that big smile right there, Van Silly, this next match, we're going to see Envy face off against Sentinels. And I have to ask you one question before we toss into a break and get ready for this. Are you buying the hype right now with Envy and this latest team change?
Stonks are into Envy for this one, for sure. I think I'm going to see this upset for Envy against Sentinels.
All right, Bach, any last words here on the desk before we throw it away and get ready for this next big
It's no
matchup?
surprise that Vansili is favoring Envy. It's kind of his thing. Every Envy fan, feel free to tweet a clown emoji at Vansili on Twitter. When Envy loses a round, it's all his fault. So make sure
I can't win at this point, because if I'm actually going for Envy, I'm usually the jinxer at this point, because I've been running high on Envy every single time. And when I don't go against Sentinels, I also get the clown tweets. So you know what? The best team right now is the fans. I love you, fans.
We love you all. Hey, all of us here at the desk, we love you guys. But coming up next, we're going to have a banger of a series. There's going to be 2 Titans here in all of Valorant throughout the entirety of this release. It's going to be Envy versus Sentinels. I can't wait for things to pop off. But after this break, we'll see you soon to see which team is going to go to Berlin.
I feel like I have to say C-Ned.
Scream.
I'll say Tyson because he's my friend.
Tens.
Tens.
Tens. Tens.
I'd say 10s. You have to say 10s.
It's away from the knives. Demo. He misses. Oh my goodness. 10s through the smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This matchup is going to be the most important one that we've seen all stream today. The winner of this is going to be one of the first teams that are going to qualify to Berlin to represent NA, and it's going to be between Envy and Sentinels. I can't wait. My name is Veli, and I'm breaking things down. My boys, Vansili and Bach. Fellas, this is going to be incredible. But before we get into the nitty-gritty about this upcoming match, 100 Thieves, they were able to advance by beating FaZe 2-0. And ultimately, Bach, you said that at the beginning, man. You really believe in this 100 Thieves roster.
I do. Even still, that was a little bit surprising because I was looking at that. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like the map pool could potentially play in the favor of FaZe. That's obviously not the direction that things went, as 100 Thieves looked really, really good. Sure, you can look at the second half of that last map and be like, oh, 100 Thieves kind of tapered off a little bit. But that was still a really dominant series for 100 Thieves, and they really cemented themselves. This, though, as the game that I think a lot of us were wanting to see, even though I think good percentage of people were hoping that would be TSM for that FaZe Ignition Series rematch, but still, this is a great clash of two North American teams.
Like I said, I'm happy, man. Sentinels, Envy. This is like the team, the first team to meet up with Vision Strikers and F4Q, the two Korean teams that are going to Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
Now we have a chance to see our first North American team to make it, because the other one in the B stream is still going on in the quarterfinals. So this one is the one you want to be at.
Listen, Vansili's bringing the hype, and I love it, baby.
Dude,
Now,
I'm ready.
Bach, let's break down what's going on with Envy. Let's break down what's going on with Envy right now. Now, the thing about Envy is, this is the Envy that we grew to love throughout the entirety of just this roster, right? Mummy is gone, and they brought in two new guys, and who was this? El Diablo, Bach.
So, El Diablo would be Ye. You can see him on the end there. It looks like he just woke up. He's got that bed head, but don't let it distract you from the fact that this guy is going to come out swinging hard. You've got Crashy's Victor, Marv, who joined the team more recently for FaZe, FNS, and then Ye. But Ye is the X Factor. We talked about this earlier. Before we were even on air, we were talking, what is Ye going to bring to the table for Envy? How good is he going to be? Because when you look at him, his past, when he played with Anbox, sure, he was solid, but the rest of the team was really struggling to keep up. Is he going to be as good as those numbers indicated? And I kind of think, yes.
Vansili, do you buy the hype right now with Ye?
I definitely buy the hype, because at the same time, it's not only Ye that really brings up the hype for Envy, it's just Envy as a whole now, because now you have Marv in the roster that's also helping you out to play these clutch rounds. There was a round on Breeze. It was a 4 versus 2 versus TSM that he and FNS clutch. FNS, he's the best IGL, or one of the best IGLs in North America. You have Crashies, that's another good clutcher, or an anchor player. And now you have Victor that can mix up between a Sky playing a Sky as a duelist, or a Sky as an initiator to help. This is so complete as a roster now.
There's one thing that I found really interesting when looking at all the stats for teams coming into this event. Envy has played the fewest rounds of every single team competing. By a lot. Like, the closest team is like 300 plus, they're at 222. So that indicates that they're winning games a lot easier than some of the other teams competing, and that was with the old roster. That was with Mummy. So if anything, it should theoretically get a little bit easier.
Now, things aren't going to get a little bit easier with this matchup, though, because Envy, they're not going against just, the Squiggly Wiggly squad. They're going against the one and only Sentinels and Vansili. The Sentinels, what we saw today, do you think that they're ready for this matchup?
100%. At this point, you're still looking at the best team in North America, the king of the hill right now, the unstoppable force, but maybe stoppable at this point right now. Is the first stop sign going to be versus Envy now? But if you're looking at this roster, it's always complete. I talked about FNS being one of the best North American IGLs. Well, Shazam for me is probably going to be the best North American IGL. So this is where this is going to help Sentinels play as a unit and potentially just maintain their title at that number 1.
Vansili, this gets me a little excited. Now that we jump into the head-for-head, right? The thing is, with the head-to-head and a player to watch, we usually talk about which players is going to dominate the lobby. Kind of like when Tens joined Sentinels as an already established team and helped them be the best. Ye is joining Envy, an established team, helping them be the best as well. And these two, no, they're not going to carry their teams, but how big is their influence going to be in this matchup?
I mean, look, you got to realize, this is Ye, a player who's more recently slotting into a roster. Things aren't going to be as comfortable as they are going to be for Tens. So even if they match up pound for pound on the statistics, my concern is that Tens is going to feel way more comfortable.
Man, I don't know. Again, you just look at the stats as well from the last matchup between TSM and Envy. What did Ye have? 20 bomb on the first map, 20 bomb on the second map, 20 bomb on the third map. This guy's just consistently good as a Jet, not only when he was with Envy, but with Nbox too. And this is also another thing I like, actually. When you play with Nbox, he was kind of like the second star player, really playing behind Android, giving Android the opportunity to shine. But now that he gets the limelight, he gets the spotlight, he's the one that's actually cracked out of his mind to help Envy win.
Well, with a video that is just about as hype as Vansili has been all this segment right here, we actually caught up with a few players, several players in the league, to see their thoughts when it comes to Envy. Let's check it out.
But the kill comes through. Envy will put a stamp in it. They will find their first win over Sentinels in a series, and they will be the first of 4 to qualify for Masters.
If I could define Envy in one word, it's dominance.
We kind of play a very defaulty style, so in that sense, we're very comfortable with the way we play versus everybody. But there are certain teams that have tendencies, right? We're going to exploit that to the best of our ability.
We are going to look for Envy to grab a third round here, as patience is really all that's needed to close out this round. FNS is just going to deathmatch over here in showers.
FNS doesn't really like to call in a way where everything is just set in stone. We like to adapt our play style to the team we're playing. Like, everyone's just really motivated right now. Everyone's really excited to make Berlin and even place well in it.
He has to hit the shot. Babyface dancing around and crashes. He's gonna nail it. And there it is, Envy still in the match.
Representing Envy in Berlin would be amazing. You know, being able to qualify in general for such a big event would be amazing, because it would be a breakthrough for our team as well, because we've not been able to do it yet.
Version 1, and their first showing on stage will send home another Titan.
Now, I think this is like our third or fourth event where we've been able to qualify. It's just a matter of looking forward and kind of seeing if we can break through that barrier of getting out of third, fourth in North America.
The addition of Marvin Ye can definitely bring Envy to Berlin. Marv is an annoying omen. He knows how to place the smokes well.
He's just an incredible controller. He has a really, really easy time communicating what he's doing. As soon as he hears communication, he kind of knows instantly how to use his abilities to help us. And I think that helps us out a lot.
I would say we're pretty confident since adding Ye. He's just mechanically ahead of the vast majority of pro players in the scene. I can tell, like, when he plays, he's just so really confident in himself that he's gonna win the aim duel no matter what. That, like, instills confidence in the rest of us. Like, if he's confident, how can we not be confident? It was literally a plug and play. In any situation, if he is alive, it's winnable. If he's in a 1v4 and he has 5 HP, I go, wait, he might win this, actually.
Resurrection traded, and Nbox are not giving this one up. It looks like an ace because that's exactly what it was.
I think the game is in such a state that, you know, if you have a great day, you're going to end up winning the whole thing. And if you don't, you could end up losing in the first round.
I would say our main goal is Berlin. Anything less than that is a huge disappointment, and the whole team feels that way as well.
Hey, you guys heard it from some of the best out there, but the maps that we are going to be playing on today, Vansili, we have Icebox, Haven, and Tiebreaker if needed. It's going to be, Bind. How do you feel about that?
I'm actually excited for this one, too. To leave Icebox in the rotation right now and for Sentinels to pick this up, this is going to be a spicy way to start this series. I think this is going to go 3-map for sure.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. And it's going to be a banger. Sentinels versus Envy. And we have new casters in the booth. It's the duo. You guys know who they are. And I'm happy that I'm finally able to say this. Sully and Upmine, take it away.
Thank you so much, Belly. Oh, it is actually time. Yes, it is true. We do have a green screen behind us, and yes, we're on a couch cast, but this is our first time casting together. And folks, we're so glad that you guys have stuck around to what is one of the most important games of NA Valorant, period. Thus far, it is Envy versus Sentinels for a position to represent our region in Berlin. Sully, what a moment.
Dude, this is absolutely insane to think about, all right? Sentinels and Envy, these are two teams that I feel have always been touted to be always in the top 3 of North America, and they are now battling for the first qualification spot in Berlin. It's just crazy to think about, because this game, at least for Envy, means a whole lot. To have that contention, to make it to top 2 against the likes of V1 and have that second qualification spot, it's an important game for Envy nonetheless.
It absolutely is. Again, they still have that cushion of the losers bracket, but that's actually an additional best of 3 that they would have to get over in comparison to Sentinels, or in comparison to who wins, period. Agent Select already up on the board. Sully, what are we looking at here for Icebox? Because this is a rarer map already for Envy.
Yeah, at least for both of these sides, I don't think the comps were expected to change that much. Now on the side of Sentinels, it appears that maybe TenZ is going to go from the Raze back to the Reyna. Now for Envy, this is a composition that lacks the Sage. And I know a lot of people have always had that concern. It's like, okay, no Sage on Icebox. It feels like it's not the best way to do it, but 100 Thieves have showed us that it can be done. Envy recently have showed us that it can be done. Sentinels, on the other hand, no comp changes. Again, I think TenZ is probably the only up in the air at the moment with Raze or Reyna. Both the agents are very viable in his hands, so if Sentinels were to switch between the two, I don't think it would make that big of a difference.
Yeah, I think it's mainly Envy actually being a little bit more brave in a sense and not actually utilizing a Sage pick as only 90% of tier 1 teams have done so. Right. So still sticking around with the KJ. It is amazing counterplay considering the fact that they have already started off on the defensive side, and I feel as if that would be a better quote-unquote defensive comp. But even then, the comparisons, they are drawn very thin between these two teams. So it's all going to have to come down to that action in the server. It's a full best of 3. And out of the map pool that we ended up getting, I think this is probably our best case scenario.
Yeah, exactly as Van said. He's like, if this were to be a 3 mapper, it would have to be this best of 3 with these 3 maps. We already get rid of probably the 2 weaker maps for both these sides. Right, Envy up against TSM on Breeze. That was their ban. Sentinels, we know, always to ban Split. Well, that was Envy's perma ban. So they instead remove their weaker map, that being Ascent. So we come down to these 3 maps where it feels like both of these teams are so evenly matched. It's so difficult to differentiate them. In the past, Envy have been a little bit weaker on Icebox, but still, Envy and Sentinels, it's the clash of 2 titans.
It's a clash of the Titans. It is a path to Germany. Sentinels versus Envy to kick off our winner semis. And we're already having ourselves, at least Sentinels, trying to decipher where they even want to go early on. It's more of a default.
Yeah, at least for the time being, Sentinels, they're not a team that's instantly going to rush into a site. They're just going to fill out the map and early recon. Both Marved be forced a little bit out of position. In the meantime, we see a little bit of movement from Shazam towards that A side where 2 players, both Victor and Ye, stand. But Shazam, good to find that first right off the bat. That'll weaken that A side defense, and a lot more pressure applied on Marv here as he realizes he's got to back away.
And really, it's the rest of Envy still trying to decipher where they even want to play up for the rest of this round. Sentinels not exactly making too much noise. They do put up that Viper's wall right in the middle, and finally out goes an Owl drone trying to get a bit of information. I don't think it's going to spot anyone, but as this goes down, Sentinels, yes, they make their take. Sage wall goes down. Good counter util, though.
Yeah, a lot of util dumped here by Envy. Both the Nanostorm, Snakebite, and that Viper's Poison Orb going up to buy a little bit more time, and that allows Envy to make these rotations. 4 players here now, every single one of them, and I think Sentinels are not necessarily committed to helping at least the spike to go down. Again, it's going to be denied after that spot 2 Nanostorms and a nade to go in as well. Envy are dumping the util. They are not getting this spike down for free.
Yeah, no, I was doubting this comp. I was doubting at least the comp of Sentinels, but there's a reason why I even favor the comp of Envy. It's because of that KJ effect through that wall. It ends up extending, and still that Viper damage still is getting up so much just off of the poison. Now in we go, still 2-on-4. It's TenZ holding W through the wall, and he's able to get himself another one, make it a 3rd. Victor goes down in a heap. Dapper comes up from behind, and that's going to be the round done and dusted. Yes, Sentinels with relatively easy.
I wouldn't even say it's relatively easy. It's our head-to-head, right? TenZ pops off at the perfect moment to win Sentinels that round. Envy, they did everything they could, not only to delay the spike play, but to force players back and do as much chip damage. And plays like this to get aggressive, they catch someone reloading back towards defender spawn, and to find a second here to open up that site and allow your team to push through. TenZ is the playmaker. He makes a difference, and they pick up the round.
The reason why I even say that it looks easy is because really, Sentinels, they were the one biding the time. They were the one playing the tempo. Envy, they only have, only enough util, only enough poison to actually get your way through. Sentinels at this point, it's going to be really that same dialogue throughout this entire half. How is Sentinels going to be going up against that control of tempo from Envy? No, wait! How does this happen? It's a disaster! The classics stacked up over in B main. Both of them end up getting frags. Sentinels now with only 1 SMG remaining and a Guardian trying to make their way on. Out goes an early shot off that Marshall. A lot of damage done by A, but still Sentinels maintaining their 3 players alive with only 1 player in the middle of sight.
Yeah, TenZ is here all alone. Essentially, he's got to try and find an open frag, get a Devour, which he does, back to 150. Now he looks for the reposition. 10 still in the middle of sight. There's one player towards top rafters, but that does mean his team can now make the entrance into the A-bomb site. Victor, a very nice nade. The spike gets tapped. He tosses. Again, more delay. Those are the fundamentals of this enemy composition. And yeah, it's buying time. Rotations have come in. No flank present just yet. So there's one player just watching, and Shazam up close.
No
with the
way!
share can't get it done. Guns will be picked up, and Zoms is left alone.
Zoms 1v4. It's possible all 4 players without armor. Zoms realistically could catch themselves a couple of peeks here, but everyone from Envy ready to peek out at the same time. It's a synchronized W off the Thrifty round.
Yeah, it happens with those 2 classics towards B. That's the main point of the default, is that Sentinels, they get that space, they get caught lacking 100%. And with those 2 players going down, Victor here, able to take so much damage, and then Marv just in the back to finish it off. That disrupts the entirety of that Sentinels default, and it forces them in an awkward position where Tens is all alone lurking. He's having a hard time winning his fight out. 3 players left alive. Envy, off of a Thrifty round, are going to tie things up, and that should reset Sentinels, and yes, it does.
Yeah, yes, it does. It's going to leave them with only a couple of sheriffs. Again, their economy not exactly in a great spot. At least they were building up to be in a good spot. They were looking for a bonus coming up into that next round. So yeah, Envy, they're the ones that can chill out with an SMG singular at this point. Let's see the rest of this take, though. Sentinels, they're still playing around that mid side. They have control of Orb and potentially control of A, as there's only one person playing contact.
Here's the thing, though. It's the one with the nade, and the other would have had double shock darts, but Crashy doesn't have that in his repertoire. So Victor, he's got all the util to deny, but Shazam, he slips through just barely, and while more players are starting to aggress, Spike goes down. It's in a perfect position for Zoms to play the post lane with that Vipers, or apologies, that Snakebite. However, the lesser guns makes it difficult.
Shazam has that elevate position over towards Raptor, but as the poison runs out, he does have to back out. Not exactly a safer position to be at, but FNS, he ends up running away right as Zoms makes his way through. Zoms currently on the flank. Shazam trying to play up on that first contact. They know that they're there, but they still have to fight this. Zoms coming up from behind. It is only a classic. Oh, comes up, has to get a right click. Not gonna be able to get the kill, but still delaying a little bit of time. Crash is going for the defuse, still a 2-on-4. And yes, the rifles, they finally take advantage, as we expected from the very beginning. But Sentinels, they make it entertaining, at least.
Such an anticlimactic ending. You were hoping that Zoms is good for at least one there, draw attention away, allow the rest of his team to peak with those sheriffs, but no, Zoms, I'd say it's more or less unfortunate timing on his end. So Envy, it was not the best of starts, but they do make things at least a little bit easier, losing only one player, that being Victor. So reinvestments are going to be pretty light here. On the other side, Sentinels dipping everything from their pockets into this round. Operator in hand for Shazam, the rest with the rifles. We'll see how this one pans out, as early on, poison up towards the mid side. It looks to be a more focused hit towards this B side, though. However, there is one person to contest. Again, that being Marved over towards B main with the snake bites already used.
Oh, Shazam! Tight angle in mid, but it's Ye already ready for that trade.
Sick has at least found a little bit of space. The Owl Drone forcing Marv away. Now, how does Marv play this position? Again, we see the Nanostorm popped up alongside the Poison Orb just to delay. Both have been popped now.
Oh.
I don't know if FNS is in a good position to at least try and support. He doesn't even have a second Nanostorm, so actually this becomes a lot more difficult.
It absolutely does. Essentially what they're relying on is this Poison Orb up on that front side. They have a lot more liberty to plan, and indeed they're going to take that advantage. A Snake Bite plus the Orb combo. Sick is able to escape. Ye with a spam through, but he's not able to find anything. That's going to be a revive back and heal up back for Sick. Out goes the retake in for Ye. Ye trying to find 2 over towards Yellow. There's 3 in his stream, but he's still not able to find anything. Out goes the wall. Out goes the strike from Tens, and he's able to get 2. FNS now the last man remaining with a Guardian and a Hope. But Sentinels, they tie up the score.
Yeah, no matter what in that scenario, Zoms falls away to play with those 2 snake bites, and well, you're trying to maneuver around that wall that Sick throws up, and you're just funneling, feeding into the crosshair of Tens. He's able to find 2 off of the spray, and Sentinels will be sure to tie things up there. Now, Envy still with a pretty confident buy. FNS, the only one that's to work with the lesser gun in this instant. He's going to opt for the Sheriff. Operator bought up for Ye, and he's one of those players that the desk was talking about. He can be so explosive, right? 20 kills against TSM on every single map. He's the standout player. You give him the Operator, and this is the clash we wanted to see. Operator v Op, Ye versus Shazam.
Where is Ye even going to play out in this round? Because we could see yet another early contact over towards A. But it's the contacts that's, well, we're seeing mainly a lack of. Sentinels still maintaining themselves relatively spread apart. Envy, I do like this take back of B main though.
They're so confident to take this control, and the two players here, because EA is kind of just locking it down on top of screens towards that A side. Two Storms to support there as well. The focus pivots back towards mid and B.
Yeah.
For now, Sentinels, it's nothing but quiet here as that orb will slowly start to fade. Now, Victor's positioning, he's got the elevation. It's a high-low setup here from Envy that might honestly catch Sentinels off guard, but he does at least decide to reposition. Victor tossing blast backs. Not looking to get punished just yet as he's taking fights alongside Marv. Trades go back and forth.
Victor!
He's out of bullets, but here comes the cavalry. Two more players to his rescue, and a 2 versus 2 as a revive comes into play. It's FNS alone with the Sheriff.
It's Chaos FNS. He has the angle, but he's not able to get the shot. Ye's a little bit far away, but he just has to line up. Oh, he has to line up with Radiant Triple, but it's not going to happen. Wall goes up. Dapper walks through. Easy kill for Ye. Ye now in a 1v2. Doesn't have knives. Zom still has double snake bite, so time is going to be played heavily by Sentinels going forward. Yay. He has to contemplate picking up a rifle, and absolutely he will. He has no clue where these last two players are. It's over towards yellow where they're cross-firing. Early slow orb. Very well timed at that. Yay, still trying to look around for a B main contact. Finally moving on to yellow, but Sick just has the better crosshair placement and the better angle. It's going to be a 3-2.
Sentinels do a really good job of just retaking that B main control. Understanding that the stack was there, they're able to funnel out Marv, play the trade game, play the double swing, and well, all this chaos erupting in towards B main, and Victor unfortunately running out of bullets and then getting late swung on by Zom. So difficult round for Envy as it felt like they had full control with Ye on the opposite side. 4 players very close in rotation to that B bomb site, but a little bit of an overstep, and Sentinels are able to overpower them. So reset here on the Envy side. They're going to be working with only the single Phantom from Marv, but 3 ultimates. So despite having the lesser guns, they still have a pretty good chance.
Oh, Shazam! Oh. Incredibly early peek. And that bullet looking like a magnet. Shazam, it's the first bullet that comes out mid-jump. And he's able to get the kill. There, you do have a trade back from Marv, though. The hero rifle still in his hands. And Envy still holding out a 3-man stack on A.
Yeah, you gotta love that from Sentinel. Shazam making that call to try and deny the Blade Storm from Ye, and they do exactly that. Instantly updrafts up, takes that fight, and well, they do go 1 for 1. Still, I'd say the advantage heavily lies with Sentinels, but again, these ultimates can be the game changer. Crash is able to find one on the bottom towards Sick, and now suddenly, Envy have the man advantage, and things are looking dicey here.
I'm legit just pissed for Shazam. He had the timing. He looks away for literally 1 second, and there goes the peek back. But in goes yet another chance for Sentinels to take back a couple of bodies. It is Shazam taking up a kill onto Crashes as he's got a little bit antsy. The lockdown, though, with just about 45 seconds left, and there wasn't really any credible threat for this lockdown to even go down. Sentinels, yes, they are surrounding the A site, but Spike hasn't even made its way throughout sight, and now we're seeing Sentinels go back.
Yeah, with this lockdown faded, Wall goes up to the B site to try and sell the fake, but Victor has not bit. He's only on 20 HP, but we know how good this man can be. There's a reason why they called him food. You gotta try and feed him here, but unfortunately he's not gonna get much. Dapper on 12 HP. Marv too far off, however. If he's able to find a pick here, he evens things up to a 2v2.
It's the mileage. Marv has already gotten 2 off this hero rifle. How many more can he get? FNS still trying to come up over towards mid. FNS missing out on the shot. Out goes the domain expansion in the mid side as the site's a little bit bigger. Marv has more space to stretch out in and potentially some more cheese. Out goes the rifle. Sees the barrel. Zoms is going to go down. Dapper now in a 1v1. Only 1 HP left. Oh, from up top.
He can't see.
No, he can't see. Marv, no, he's still going. 2 missed right clicks from Dapper, and it's still a W from Envy. It is shambles. It's disastrous, but it's a tie scoreline at 3-3. What just happened?
Dude, Dapper thought he had the height advantage. The Viper's Pit blocks his line of sight. That is absolute trash. Look, his head. It's just above it. It's just above it. I don't believe it, Dapper.
No, the second right click, even just a left click would have done it to the back. Well, I guess this is quite the way to keep this game still tied up, to keep this game even. We continue now, Sully, with the play over towards mid, and it's very organized. Sentinels trying to make their way up. It's 3 players up, and it's 3 players down. Make it 4. Shazam to the last turn remaining in a 1v5. He has 30 HP and knives. What a round already from Envy as they stack everything over towards mid.
An absolute slaughter. Everyone pivots back. Marv is ready to focus towards the under 2 position as Ye has gotten aggressive in the B main. He's just hopping around. He doesn't miss those right clicks. Maybe Dapper does, but he certainly doesn't. 4-3 for Envy. And Sentinels, they put everything into that round. So here's their reset. Here's where they need to go on an economic reset and try and at least figure out what they want to do. We're 7 rounds into this game, now moving into the 8th, and it hasn't been bad for either of these teams. It is as close as it can get. Sentinels will just have sheriffs to work with. Zom's the only one going with an upgraded rifle, but Envy, plenty of credits built up, and again, 2 major ultimates, that being the showstopper and Ye's Bladestorm if they need to pull on that.
Zom's actually upgrading to Guardian, which isn't exactly going to heavily affect their take. Early on, Envy, they're only playing up 2 players with an early choke point. It's 2 players over towards B main with a KJ this time playing up.
Ye again has gone aggressive, giving confidence to Envy that this should be a B. Hey, one person, I think Crashy is going to allo drone or at least spot mid as the rest of the focus again pivots back. Victor again with his showstopper. He's got an elevated position.
No way!
Light gap in that wall, and they've denied not only the Viper's pit, but they've denied the chance of a spike plant.
Well, Marv was looking for a gap. Wasn't able to find anything. Still, the spike isn't anywhere near from going down. Ends up close and personal, ends up getting the kill onto Marv. And Sentinels, they have a lot of leg room here on the A site, but they are getting pinched. Out goes at least that rotation. Back from Ye over towards that back line. He's got the knives. The plant still hasn't gone down yet. The showstopper is ready. Ye is finally here. There goes one. One more in the back with the spike. Ye backs on out. He still has the off. He's going to be able to get a second. It's a firing raid for Ye. It's free as Ye's able to get 3, and now 10's in a 1v3. He's done and dusted. Envy with yet another flank, get it done.
Yeah, you wanted the new guy to pop off. Well, he did it against TSM, and he does it here against Sentinels. A 5th round and a huge flank coming out for him. Not entirely won by him, as it felt like the site was inherently on lockdown. But hey, Ye comes up huge with this 3-piece just to close out the round against the Eco here of Sentinels. Nonetheless, that being there, Eco, here comes a full buy back. Shazam's picked back up the operator. Ultimates are certainly lacking, mainly because Zoms, he got denied to use that Viper spin that last round, so there goes an ulti to waste.
So some very valuable ultis period for Sentinels laying around. For Envy, they have absolutely nothing. Sentinels, at least they have that pro going for them, but still that disadvantage. Yay, what? Oh, what a different position this is! He still gets pinged! Oh, yay! It's the cheese that he would have liked a little bit earlier on. That eye getting right in the middle of his screen. Ye fully flashed. He had yet another pretty good first contact position, potentially to trade back. It's not going to happen. He goes back to sight, though, and he does take down 10s. It's quite the important kill, to say the least, but it's still even strength 4v4. Victor! Look at Victor in mid, still waiting up for the cross.
He's waiting, he's watching, he hears the footsteps, but he's been denied by Sick. They can make this rotation back. Shazam has just been sitting, waiting, and listening for these A-site rotations. Now he's made the call. Shazam up front with this operator. He sees one in Raptors, and he's gonna nail the shot. 4 versus 2 with players, they are in rotation, but they're being denied. Zoms to bring us just to 1, and while Ye, he's been lights out so far, it's a little bit out of his pay grade to win this one. A 4 versus 1 in Sentinels to bring things to 4.
Oh man, a first round in a good while without post-plant shenanigans, without any sort of drama whatsoever. An opportunity to breathe as, again, Envy. They keep trying different things. I can appreciate that, but potentially it could be a hint of over-aggression. Ye, you can feel him, at least over towards B main. He's in a pretty good position to get a first contact. But that push up in mid that has already happened twice now, 3 times now in this half alone. I feel as if Envy, they may be getting a little bit too overconfident. Maybe stunt that mentality a little bit.
Yeah. Especially Victor in a position where it's so hard to get out. Even if he's able to get a kill, he's very easily tradable. Yes, he's got the blast backs to get out, but even then, it's so simple to chase down a Raze trying to get away, and will Envy. Victor gets punished. The A site was completely open, and a shot from Shazam here, but overall, Sentinels to punish Envy and make rounds. Again, none of these rounds have been free for either of these teams, so you see kind of the economic impact that it's had on Envy. A couple of players here or there not doing so good for credits, as FNS on 500, Marv chilling at 0, unfortunately. So economically, Envy haven't been perfect. So Sentinels, a big round and a big opportunity, not necessarily to reset them, to at least put a huge dent in that economic situation.
Yeah, Sentinels, they still have 2 rounds in terms of flexibility with their economy. So absolutely, it's actually Envy's time to at least go through the ringer. And in terms of changes, I'm actually very happy to report that we are seeing most of their players really backing out. Ye has a very good angle, though, on top of Yellow. It is very big contact, but Sentinels, they are thinking about this B area. Out goes an Aldrone that could be able to catch Ye's cheek position, but it's not going to catch anything. Everyone else from Sentinels heading towards B.
Yeah, late Aldrone goes down towards mid as well from Crashy, so he's kind of concerned that the full focus comes from B main, and yay, first frag is going to be his, and there's another from FNS, pulling the attention away. Where's the trade frag? There's nothing just yet. As FNS gets that kill, Lockdown gets charged up, and they can push everyone out of the site with 45 seconds left. I mean, Envy are anticipating this rotation. 2 players still ready for A, but even then, one's going to be locked down, and there's nothing you can really do. Dapper, detained. The rest of his team kind of just sitting in B main. It's a waiting game at this point in time.
And especially for Ye. He just maintain this cross, and indeed, he's going to keep it. He's going to be able to get one big one, and they didn't anticipate Dapper there at all. That is just long-term storytelling at this point. He was there at Yellow. He was detained for a while. There was a reason why, because they had the angle on cross. Not a bad idea entirely, but just about 10 seconds left. They're desperate to put down this fight. FNS around the corner! What a reaction back! And Victor still able to get another one. Envy, yes, they hold down the site, but Sentinels, they at least had the right idea.
It's such a threatening presence when you have an operator on the map and it's in the hands of Ye, right? He could be anywhere. On A, on B, he finds the same impact, and there on B, you don't clear with an Aldrone, you do clear with an Aldrone, and then he takes that repeat. He's willing to take that fight on top of Yellow, find that first pick as he drops down, and well, Envy finding 6-4, they're going to reposition the operator once more, and Sentinel, I think it's a clear idea to try and avoid that kind of play. However, the reposition that Ye's got, he could be anywhere. Sentinels with a default early on. Snakebite investing from Marv towards B main to get that control at the same time. Victor and Ye will work towards the A side.
That's just how Jet Ops works, Ellie, especially the most proficient in the industry. Very flexible, flying all over the map. And when I mean flying, I mean legitimately flying. Ye going in, soaring through the A site. He's not able to get anything, though. Has to still watch out those back lines with the operator. 4 players still around. For Sentinels, and well, you could say decent attempt for Ye, but for now they're not able to get any picks.
Forcing them back away, at least reposition back towards the mid side. Crashies has made that call. Wall has gone up. The B split is here, and FNS is that first contact. Actually, 2 plays into the kitchen side. Jens has got a huge play, but he's been denied again. Crashies is going to shut him down, and Ye knows. They all know. Here comes the hit, and here comes the util. Again, we see Envy dumping, and buying all of this time. How do they try and stave this off? Sentinel, the Nanostorms pop. Snake bites go down, and while they're fighting back.
Not only the util, but they're also spamming through. Sick able to get a big one right through. Still another player taking a little bit of damage through the box. Ye on the flank. They have no ideas in this corner, but finally they peek him out. Ye looking up for the... Oh, for the dash! Shazam, how are you still alive? Escaping with only 8 HP off the right click. Now he gets revived up. Dapper getting that first pick. Crash, he's looking out for the players in B main. And Sentinels potentially thinking they're lucky stars that flanked him.
Wow, yeah, he gets spotted at the very last second from Sick. And wow, I don't know how in the world Shazam is alive in that situation, taking a full right click to the body. I think only 2 knives landed for that 100 HP. So Envy, last round of this half, it's not the best of buys to end on either. Sentinels, there was that economic drought that they were hoping they could capitalize on from the Envy side, and they do exactly that. Sheriff present for Victor. The rest of Sentinels, they've got their full buy. So shaky from Envy to close it out. But Sentinels, they're going to take things slow towards the A side. 4 players immediately pushing up. Never mind. They're taking it quick. They're taking it fast. It's Victor alone. Only a Sheriff in hand. And the only quick rotation is Crash Cheese. Looking to punish, but the shot doesn't connect. And rotations are being pushed through B main from the Envy side.
Yeah, Victor dangerously low on HP and is still sticking around the back of sight. Shazam, actually, another cheeky angle, and he's able to get another kill. And Envy, they're already broken down to 3 players off this very last round, and it's 2 people being spotted out at the same exact time. Shazam with a double contact. Dapper there to potentially get the second opportunity at a kill. But in fact, it's Ye with a real wide swing. Still the bulldog in his hands. Tens
One
is below.
enemy remaining.
Has all the information that he could possibly want. Person's right above him, making a whole lot of noise. Ye is still able to get another kill. He's down to 17 HP. And finally, Tens gets the kill. And we do end the half with a tie score line. It's the pace that we were going at earlier, but it's at least Sentinels keeping up with the pace.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what we expected from both of these sides. We said if it were to be a 3-map series, it would be with these 3 maps. And Icebox, I think, proves exactly why. Back and forth, both of these teams are battling, and well, neither team necessarily having the huge advantage as we go 6-6, but both teams are looking phenomenal, specifically Ye on the Envy side.
It's only map number 1, and we're already tight. It's a 6-6 scoreline going into that second half. Folks, we'll be right back with that second half. Yeah, we do. Close game. Close map. Yeah. Every map. And welcome on back. It is the second half between Sentinels and Envy here on map number 1. And Icebox seem to be trending in the direction of Envy for a good bit. But Sentinels with a decent finish to the first half. And they end up with this tie score line, scrapping it through. Sully, we're already seeing early on Envy aiming a little bit more over towards that mid side to start things out.
Yeah, 3 players at least posted up. An early Boomba already presented here by Victor. Turret to go as well, but I think it's all a ruse as Smoke pops there as well from Zoms' Poison Orb, but it's all a fake. They make all that contact, and at the very end, they split back into the A side. I don't know if this is going to work in their favor because it's the two scariest players on the server right now. Tens and Shazam both locking it down here on A. Slow things down, Envy. That they have. Shazam sitting with the Sheriff is good to find the first like he did in the first half.
There's still going to be 2 more bodies for him to aim at. They're spinning right into the middle of sight.
There's that combo.
Tens and Shazam combined for 2. Crashy's trying to run for the hills. And in comes from behind Dapper this time trying to help out. It's the whole gang for Sentinels grouping up on the A site. It's a flawless start.
Right, that was the concern. It's like, well, the fake didn't really work out, and still Tens and Shazam both sitting up on the A bomb site, and well, that Sheriff rings out. Shazam takes the heat for Tens. He was able to swing off of that Ghost, and well, rotations are so quick with Dapper towards that mid side. 7-6 Sentinels opening things up nicely now. The rest of the team, what's the buy looking like? Sick is going to stick to the Ghost. 2 Spectres bought up. Phantom for Dapper, and Shazam is going to hold on to that Sheriff. Why? Because he's looking to get that Operator ASAP. Never mind, he's going to go for the Spectre.
He is going to go for the Spectre. He's going to maintain things a little bit safer for this round because, I mean, it kind of makes sense. He's playing front line. He's playing front post. So if anything, having a Spectre rather than pistol would work, so they don't get ecoed. Didn't exactly expect the classic went up against a Phantom over in mid, though. That is going to be a W, at least for Envy for the time being. Phantom is still in the control of Sentinels.
Now look at Crashy's positioning, though. He's pushed up so far into B main, and he's looking to try and cause a ruse, right? That wall goes up to the Tens is the only one here. Now we know how good this man can be as he makes that first contact, and I don't know with that contact if the rest of Sentinels are taking that full bite. Tens is just going to back out. I think this is a smart call. Never mind, just taking a reposition to take these fights. And yes, that he does as he dodges the Boomba as well. No! And Marth was never prepared for that play as he dances around with the dismisses.
Tens! He dismisses right into the middle of a Nano Swarm, goes down to 2 HP, and he runs in like a madman to re-aggress against FNS. A true hero as the rest of Sentinels, yes, they end up getting the frags that they need, finish up the round, save up the SMGs and the Phantom, more importantly.
Yeah.
But, yeah. We got to move on to an actual buy round from Envy, though, because, again, we're not seeing anything too crazy from Sentinels.
You gotta love that. Tens instant dismisses as the Boomba is right in his face, and Marv is like, I don't know where he went. He could be anywhere. Tens.
I don't know.
Great work there in the middle of the A bomb site. Like you said, we just had to wait for the real gun round, which it comes now. Full buyback for Sentinels with those 2 Spectres and that 1 Phantom being the only thing saved. Envy on the other hand, full invested, and here is a change of pace.
Ooh, there goes the Orb. And out goes the Eldron at the same time. Where's the spam now? Where's the follow-up? The Eldron's not able to get any sort of ping whatsoever, but they do end up getting a contact in mid. Otherwise, the rest of Envy still sitting around B.
She's able to walk up alongside Victor, spike in his hand, but 2 players here, and well, the combo isn't there presently for the Nano Storm and Viper side of Sentinels. It is Sick, who's just gonna go wide swinging on in. He finds the first pick. Crashy's revealed, and now he's looking to back away. Never mind, he just wants to take this fight. If he can get this spike down, look at the positioning of the 2 players on the mid side. They can help support from that area, but unfortunately, shock darts and a swing coming in from Zoms forces him away. Now Ye's got to be the playmaker.
Okay, this is a very, very obvious bait. They see the players going on away, but like you mentioned, Ye, he has to pull off the pick and roll. He's here to intercept the rotators if he can find anyone. Dapper, without making a single peep, he made his way back over towards spawn. Shazam on the front line! Oh, they knew. For a quick second there, they had the right idea, but still the rest of Sentinels sitting around this site, waiting for that approach. 25 seconds left. They can't abandon now. In they go. Tens in the middle of the site. Only going to be able to get 1 and make it 1 for now. Tens goes back to try to get a second kill from the mid side, but he was actually depending on his teammate to stay alive. Dapper goes down in the corner. He runs into the cold hands of Ye. It is an 8-7 score.
Yeah, Ye with that late lurk, causing a lot of confusion for the side of Sentinels. And well, while there were 2 players, you saw the idea, at least from Dapper, to try and support his team out of the left side of Rafters that Tens could get away, but players coming in from all directions, it's so difficult to hold that line of sight. And well, Sentinels, it's not going to be a full bonus that they were hoping for, so now they've got to work with just Sheriffs. And well, Envy, they know they're on an eco round. They're going to full send into the B side, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, let's see it then. This is our first real rush if we do get one from Envy. All 4 players lined up, trying to barrel their way through. Speaking of barreling, it's actually barrel of Sentinels players. 4 of them still already going back. They're ready for this hold. Out goes, yeah, gonna be able to get 1, but it's a firing range for Ye once again. Is he gonna be the sole entry on this site?
got another.
Yay!
He's got another.
Farming in this map thus far, and it's another pistol round where he's able to farm up eco frags, make it an ace for Yay. An 8-8 scoreline for Envy, but it feels also sweet in the form of knives for Yay.
Yeah, that's talked about the head-to-head between Yay and Tens. So one person is playing out of his mind. Yay is popping off here on Icebox, and he is, well, it's an ice-cold map. He is ice-cold in the veins, let me tell you that. Yay. It is just an anti-eco ace, but hey, it's a nice salt to the wounds. He gets the knives on board. It looks nice and clean and well. Sentinels, the anti-eco round is over. They'll have the guns back, so hopefully that won't happen again, especially with Shazam now picking up this operator. And it's a little bit more of a default look from Envy, except focus is definitely towards this A side.
Almost could look like a late split,
right,
but we would actually need that contact in the first place. FNS could also be watching out for a cross, because there's actually Zoms deep in B main that could make a peek very, very, very soon. Out goes the first peek over towards A. It's going to be an immediate wall. The right click missed out from Yay. The knives are wasted, and he goes down in a heap. Still a 4-on-4. Ten's in the middle of sight. Wall is still up. They haven't broken it down. Nobody is in short. There's still players for Envy trying to fight this out, as Shazam posted up on rafters. Goes down to FNS from below. I said that the mid lurk would come in, and indeed it's happening. FNS going over towards heaven, but he's making a whole lot of noise. Makes it quite obvious that he's there, and Dapper finds him. Tans has the cross in a tight angle in the back of wall, and he goes in for a wide swing, running and shooting with a Vandal, because that's just what he does. A 9-8 scoreline.
It's a head-to-head. 10 says, what you can do, Yay, I can do better. It's not an ace, but it's a 4K and a full buy round. That's the response you were looking for. He misses completely. I mean, 10's is shooting at a Boomba. He's not even looking at you, and he's still able to avoid it. 10 coming up big with a 4K. Again, it's that head-to-head that Des was talking about. They're battling back and forth, and 10's has got him this time around.
And we're going to keep saying it. It's the head-to-head, folks. 19 kills, and that 4K was purely just to push him above that. That is just petty. It is just pure pettiness from 10.
No.
But oh my word, Shazam. He is delivering that exact same message from his teammate. A massive shot from the middle of the air. Is now Sentinels already sitting around with a bit of an advantage, but A-side only has one contact.
Yeah, it's just 10's here, and he's got the ability, if he gets a kill to dismiss, I mean, he can fade away pretty easily here as lockdown goes into effect. A very small corner where 10's can stand, but no one on Envy. He's taking that peek. Nanostorm into the back corner before not 10's out of position. It actually lands at the top rafters, and well, top rafters, but he's underneath, and that's where he goes. 4 versus 5 as they enter the bomb site.
Sick! No, sick! He gets caught out with Dapper at the same time. He felt safe enough because Dapper was next to him to try to place down a wall to counteract that spike, but it's a disaster. It all falls apart for Sentinels, and for Envy, it's a very happy moment for them because Sentinels, first of all, on the verge of a reset. Both teams on the verge of a reset almost. Envy, more importantly, it was their first actual organized takeover towards A. It took them a few lucky picks. They're still able to make it through. That's a big, confident win for Envy.
Yeah, it feels like that with Yay being that one contact towards B main, it's like, okay, well, if Yay is there, the majority of the team should be there as well. And I think that's what Sentinels read into and put 10's in a difficult position where he's got to hold it down. And yes, he's good, but even then, against Envy, it's difficult. Shazam, okay, a little bit of flash, a little bit of sass. Oh, no. Victor up top. No chance in that position. But 9-9, no operator save for Sentinels. And like you said earlier, they were on the verge of a reset. But I think Sentinels, with the ultimates they have specifically, that being the Bladestorm, I think they should be able to muster a decent buy against Envy here.
Yeah, could still get up a buy from Shazam. Kind of redistribute that cash, which is exactly what he's doing. At 3.9, almost 4.5K. And he's still able to spread that down. So we're still seeing the rifles back for Sentinels. Bladestorm, of course, in the hands of Shazam. Now the rest of Envy, we are still seeing in more or less a fragile economic scenario. Yay, pulling out the op for the first time in this half.
Gonna take it towards B main once more. The orb goes down towards the mid side. There's definite risk that they cross over towards there as there's the swing. Yay, not ready. Up close, the Stinger definitely is gonna best him in that situation. Marved, the trade blows, but Shazam, he will find one aggressing towards that A side. So Envy, we're looking to kind of do a fake towards this B side, just default it out, feel out the pressure on the map, and well, it kind of falls flat on its face. the 4v3. Shazam still with those 9s. And there's one player here that he's got a chance to win against, and Shazam doubling down on these frags. 4 versus 2, and well, they've only needed to expend just this one. These last 2 players of Crashes and Marv are sucked towards B main, and while Shazam is looking to challenge, it's a difficult runaway here for the enemy side.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, goes finally the wall for TenZ. A very quick one tap, and he's able to take it back. Same thing with Shazam over towards spawn, and yeah, no, there you go. Sentinels, not exactly too much drama, but it's really the first round that they were proactive in even trying to chase out those early frags.
Envy, the idea was, like you said, to chase out those frags from both sides. Envy get caught in that default. Sentinels working their magic as Shazam got aggressive. Early peeks towards B main. Envy, not the best of buys. I think the main salvation is that while they don't have the Blade Storm, they're going to have the Showstopper for Victor. So even though he doesn't have necessarily a rifle, he's got a rocket launcher. So it's basically, if anything, it's a little bit better. Shazam, aggressive towards the top rope, is going to find Victor, remove him from the field of play. And now things get a whole lot harder. Now you don't have that entry. Down goes your second entry, maybe a third to follow, but TenZ will finally be traded out.
The Tokyo Drifting Boom Bot and a Hunter's Fury going through is now Sentinels. They do feel a little bit of that pressure. Still fine thus far, but Dapper needs to maintain the spray there. FNS takes him down. Still 2 players up towards the back of this side. Shazam getting pressured. FNS drops on through. Could definitely get this kill onto Shazam, but because of that smoke, they just can't get a direct line of sight. Shazam still chilling at just around that 11 HP area. And so, excuse me, not 3. He's actually just fine. Still FNS. It's 10 HP for him. Right in the middle, Crashies has the edge! The spray down actually getting more damage onto Zombs at the same time too! 2v2, dangerously low HP for everyone. Revive at the same time! It is pure chaos, and he goes for the revive. Still 2-on-2. Sick! With the spray through, and he's not able to get the kill, but it's still a lot of damage. FNS still maintaining 10 HP. Shot through, but the barrel was spotted by FNS. Shazam still gets the kill. Marv did a 1v2, spraying through. Sick, he is actually off the spike, still trying to go for the Viper's Pit! Oh! The 50-50 is won by Sick, and even then it's going to be a W for Sentinels. I love that idea with the Viper's Pit, first of all, but man, Sentinel still pulls it off.
How close does it get? The Viper's Pit to congest the whole site, and when you're on low HP, that's what evens the odds out. Viper's Pit to take everyone down to your level. I mean, advantages lied with Envy, and Marv so close. 1 HP is all that Shazam had to think about that. That's an instant karma if you ask me. Sick makes that revive, and Shazam wins that clutch.
I mean, yeah. I mean, technically, that could be the feeling of instant karma in theory. Folks, at least going up into this next round, the economy was looking actually relatively decent for Envy, and it's still more question marks after the buy phase is over. They get most of their buys done by the very end of it. They're left with 2 rifles and 2 sheriffs and a marshal. It's a petri dish of buys.
Victor still has that sheriff stock. Probably the big concern. He's not going to land the shot, but FNS with that single, or one of the 2 rifles, going to be good to find one down towards the mid side. The push comes in again. It's TenZ alone. Sick isn't too far off, but he isn't necessarily way too close, and TenZ gets to find one. He can use the ult, but TenZ flick to the top rope, and now Sick has gone for the swing. He is what could break this deal, and FNS and Marv are good to find 2 here.
It's at the exact same time as the spike is finally trying to go through. Down goes the wall. Zombs the timing of the wall. It's almost so good, but Shazam in a 1v2 speed runs his way through it and pushes Sentinels to a 12. Wow.
Lead by example, Shazam. 2 back-to-back 1v1 clutches. This one is a 1v2, but hey, Shazam gets it done. Wow, to push Sentinels to 12 with 2 crazy flicks on a Red Bull clutch. Envy, that was their round to lose. They had the entry in the 2v2. They had a 2v1, but Shazam, he is so quick to reenact or to act upon the confusion. As soon as FNS gets that kill, he's not afraid to take this swing. And up against Marv, such an aggressive play for Shazam, but it catches everyone, the remaining 2 of FNS and Marv off guard.
And that last buy from Envy doesn't exactly leave them in a position worse for Rare. They're actually just fine. Just about 5K on most of their players moving forward. And it's a timeout, Sully. The first time in this game. And it might just be our last. Final round coming up, potentially.
You know, I don't want to say last, because look at the ults that at least the side of Envy have. It is just one, but it's a major one. FNS with that lockdown. Now, where does he want to use it? Because you have to kind of play against the counter of Zombs' Viper's Pit. And that's probably the bigger worry.
Yeah.
If you have to play with that lockdown, that Viper's Pit not necessarily nullifies it, but it could be a way to counter. But the same thing could be said with a Viper's Pit. Lockdown goes in, instantly a Viper's Pit on that side. You have time to back out and get back in as that lockdown fades. So Envy, that's the big concern. They've got credits to buy. But that doesn't mean that this is a surefire round with that lockdown.
It all depends where it ends up going down. That's the Viper's Pit, at least. If we end up getting it early on over towards B main, I could definitely be seeing at least the lockdown being utilized early, or if the Viper's Pit is right in the middle of sight, a quick take could actually be worth it. But again, lots of options for both Envy and Sentinels at this point. That lockdown is just going to have to be what is going to be the climax of the round period. Sully, in we go.
It's like the lockdown is at least aiming to be used towards this A side where we see Marved solo lurking it up towards that B side because he can use that wall towards A. For now, they're going to take a slow clear, but with this slowness, Sick has presented an opportunity. Alarm bot will go off, so his position is going to be revealed, but they know now that they have that space. Sick instantly throws a wall up, but on the other side, Tens is going to falter, and when lockdown goes into play, they've got the site for themselves.
Yeah, no, it's wall up for confidence that they can actually retake A. Potentially leave some space over towards mid, but out goes that lockdown again. It's going to allow so much time for MB to be able to plant. Shazam with a cheeky spot over towards mid. He is able to get that frag back. It's a 4-on-4 now as Victor trying to fight up in the middle of sight. Throws out a nade over towards mid. Victor still able to get another one over towards Raptor. And more damage onto Stick through the wall. This could just be it, as now Envy have a chance in a 3v1.
Oh, it starts with a single pick from Envy onto Tens, and it puts Sick suddenly in a 1v3, and that late lurk from Marv comes into effect to full attention, get a kill. Now this is about damage. Sick, he's pulled another life. 3 bodies have fallen. If he's good for another, this would be perfect. You know the economy of Envy is not going to be in a good spot right now, but hey, both these players not willing to lose their guns. Sentinels allowing a 10th to slip through to the side of Envy. Again, all it starts with is that one single kill into Tens. He falls, there's no one else on site, and the rest of Envy are good to make that space worth it.
Now moving forward, this is actually Envy's golden ticket, Sully, to make their way back into this game. It is Sentinels for the very first time in this half, essentially, with an opportunity to get resets. Well, that is if they were buying. They were very close to buying, but Sentinels is going to hold back with pistols. Shazam actually still holding on to that op from before. Zoms with the Spectre. So don't put too much weight in the round, but it's still very much important.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you look at the ultimates that they have, it's still a very winnable round despite the guns that they lack. Zoms is going to be using the Spectre. Shazam, again with that Operator, but he does have a Blade Storm. So see how this one pans out. Clogging up that B bomb site. Shazam alone, at least in these peaks, and well, he's got a chance for freebie. The line of sight doesn't favor him. Unfortunately, that Operator loss is one of the big heavy hitters, definitely with the knives, but Tens is going to be good on his word to find one with that Sheriff. 4 versus 4, but 1 with 6 HP.
Oh, this is a Viper wall to lead into the back of sight. This is the first time we're seeing this finally. Potentially a plant over towards the back, but they're actually planning default. This is just a lot more control, Sully.
Yeah, a lot intense. Well, he's not going to at least maintain that control for Sentinels. He's going to try and take some more. As Tens finds a third with the Sheriff. It's a 2 versus 3. And look at these players. He knows. Tens just knows. 1 versus 3 now, and somehow he's the difference maker. 1 versus 1 in this situation. And Victor, he's around yellow box. He might have this ace. Yes, he does. No, Victor there to deny. He's got it all to do. Victor! With the counter back against Tens. 11 to 12, and Envy stay alive in map 1.
Unbelievable! This was the 10 show through and through, and with a Red Bull clutch, Victor brings it back down to earth. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I was so sure Tens would have had this ace, but Victor. Oh my, I mean, we were saying that these are 2 teams, 2 titans, and they are battling. Shazam and Tens, Sick as well, and Victor and Ye. Everyone is popping off. It's a whole show that these 2 teams are putting on.
And this is only Icebox. Dude, Envy, they haven't even played Icebox all that much. They only played like 2 maps of Icebox in the last few months. Sentinels, this is one of their best maps. If this is the type of map we're seeing out of Icebox, imagine the rest of this set. Folks, we got to continue with this game, period. There's another round here in regulation. Ye's looking to be the difference maker, already making his way up into the front lines of the B site, but he goes down in a heap.
just been holding on to this showstopper. Marv has now got the Viper's Pit charged up. They are looking to deny this round for Sentinels. They are trying to push to an overtime here in map 1, and while Shazam stands tall, Tens has pulled out the Empress. What can he find? Can he deny? Yes, he can.
Tens this time with a revenge onto Victor, but there's still more work to do. Just on this side alone, Marv might be lining up for that Viper's Pit, but again, it's just time, and it's just awareness, isn't it? Sick with a peek over towards mid, gets his target, and both of the last 2 kills goes down at the exact same millisecond. Dapper and Tens close it out, and Sentinels beads a sweat right off their foreheads. We survive as we go into a map number 2, all the way to the brink, 24 rounds.
It gets so close, and I mean, this game is living up to the hype. People were expecting a clash between 2 teams, and this is the one, Sentinels versus Envy. That was only map number 1. Can you even believe that?
I can't. Personally, I didn't even expect Icebox to even be anywhere near this veto.
Yeah.
Like, maybe even a map 3. I didn't expect it to be a pick. But what a gift we had in our hands, folks. We are going to throw it over to a break. After that, it's the analyst desk to run it through map number 1. We'll be right back.
Marshall and its Tens.
Born, this is where Raiders are bred. One more to get. Now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCT NA Playoffs Analyst Desk. And let's be honest, it seems like Rise Nation was just a warm-up because the hottest hands in the game right now belong to the Sentinels as they run away with map number 1 on Icebox. A great game against Envy. But before we jump into all that, I want to give a big thanks to one of the nice sponsors we have for Zowie to be able to make sure all this is even capable. Now, Nursery Gamers and Zowie have partnered up to call upon all Valorant players that want to see what the pros see. With the advanced up-to-date software on the VCT's chosen monitor, the XL2546K, players now have the ability to save, download, and transfer monitor settings across the globe. That's pretty cool. Head on over to Nursery Gamer's site where you'll find the settings of the pros and the ability to directly download and try them out firsthand. So, hey, Zowie, they're giving you a chance to play like the pros. And shout out to Tim's right there, one of the MVPs that we see. Here on the desk, Bach and Van Silly, fellas, I'm going to need your help when it comes to breaking down what happened on Icebox. And Van Silly, was that not one of the best maps of Valorant you have ever seen in your life?
That is a great way to start things off in this series to see who's going to be able to qualify to Berlin. I think right now it really came down to like just some 1 versus 1 that went into the favor of Sentinels to get that victory. I don't think anybody played bad here. You had this battle between like this easy mode Icebox, Viper, and Sage for Sentinels, and then we want to Envy play hard mode with no Sage and putting Victor on Raze instead. It did help out for these entries, these battles, but in the end, it's still Sentinels that's pretty strong.
Imagine how different this game could have been if Ye's right clicks actually killed people. So many times Ye was using the ult and the right click would drop down to like 8 feet.
If Dapper's right click
Dapper. That's so true. That round we just saw, he goes up on top of the box and he's literally just above. He can't see, so he jumps around the corner. And again, it was like that play on Bind earlier today. Just narrowly off the target. But it was really the battle between TenZ and Ye. And this round, this was so incredibly scary. This should have been a Sentinels round off the heavy legwork that was done by TenZ. But Vic saves the day.
Oh no, this play right here, we all jumped up, by the way, watching this backstage, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, Sentinels 13-11 here on Icebox to give Envy the map loss here, but still they have a chance to bring it back up. But let's be honest, Bach, this new look Envy that we see, I asked you guys before, are you buying the hype right now? What's your answer?
I mean, how can you not? Looking at the way they just played, how could you not? Because this is really the lower level of what we should expect from them. They've only been playing with Ye for, like, what, a few days? Realistically, this should only get better from here.
The thing is, for me, is yes, we have this head-to-head between TenZ and Ye, right? But looking at that matchup, the duels, it was 7-4 in favor of TenZ. But exactly, Shazam was another one that stepped out. How many first bloods did he have on the attacker side? On A belt into the A site. Right, just that battle in between Ye and Shazam was huge. So it shows that not only he is able to IGL, but he definitely wants to win. He definitely wants to qualify right away. And with this man steps up, it's going to be even more hard mode here for Ye. He's going to focus on 2 players right now to play against.
Now 2 players he's going to have to focus. And here for map number 2, fellas, what is there to expect in one of the hottest games we've seen so far in Valorant history? Van Silly, what are the expectations right now? Do you think there's going to be a chip on the shoulder on the side of Envy to tie this thing up?
I mean, Envy, I think they chose violence when they woke up to play against TenZ and Sentinels. Because first off, you're playing Icebox against Sentinels, who are usually really good on this map. And now look at the second map. It's usually the home map of Sentinels as well, Big Haven. But yes, it did get a 13-0 versus T1. They now have Ye in the lineup instead of Mummy that's playing the op on this map as well. It could still be very close. I still have confidence right now. I'm still buying into the Envy songs.
And not only that, Envy had confidence to pick this map against Sentinels. Like, we all know, this is Sentinels' home map, their home territory. We've talked about how we've seen some incredible series, some incredible maps played on Haven by the Sentinels roster. So the fact that Envy feels that confident to come into this map, that speaks volumes about the team.
And one more thing about this violence thing, because I play rank with Envy's coach, Mike's High Definition.
Shout out to Mike, by the way.
Mike's High Definition, I hate Icebox. So this is like a sleeper pick at the same time for them to actually be prepared or try to be prepared against Sentinels on Icebox. You know that they're putting a lot of work into this. You know they're putting a lot of homework into this. And now you know we're going to have what? Some honest Valorant.
Yes, and by the way, I love the aggression that we saw from Sentinels. I said in the back, I said when Shazam starts throwing his body up front with the op for initial engagements, like he did on ramps, this team, they're trying their heart out right now. But I didn't ask you guys before, but before we throw it back to Sully and Upmine, who's doing so well, by the way, predictions. Who do you have winning this second map?
I kind of want to lean on Envy here. I feel like, yeah, sure, we know what Sentinels is going to bring to the table. We know that Sentinels is really good historically on Haven. But after seeing that last map, 13-11, it should have gone to overtime, honestly, or even potentially in Envy's favor. I kind of want to lean on Envy. I think this is going to be going to a third map.
I want this to continue. I mean, it's the last match on the stream. It can't be done like that. We need a third map, so Envy second map.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys heard it from the analyst desk right here. Let's take it back to one of my favorite duos out there, period. Sully and Upmine, you're doing great, by the way. Take it away.
Belly, I'm flattered. Favorite duo? Favorite host? Belly, of course, not Van Silly, and of course the other bald old man next to you. Folks, yes, we're getting right into it, Buck. We love you. It is, of course, map number 3. Haven coming up in just a little bit. And this is probably the best map that we're going to get between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any other way the desk's going to put it. We have to see a third map. If it's not going to be a third map, I'm going to be disappointed. But Sentinels, they're only 13 rounds away from qualifying to Berlin, and what a sensation that would be. Envy, though, on the other side, I think Bach put it the best way, and Vancilia as well. This is the map that we expect them to perform well. We know Sentinels can be good on Haven, but how Envy played on Icebox, it's still so up in the air for me.
Yeah, it's... At least it was already a piece of doubt that we had going forward into the whole tournament period if Icebox would even be pulled out. Envy, they already proved to us that they're making the right moves, that they even have the proactive counter picks that you would like to see against a team like Sentinels. Icebox was a great pick. Haven, even more so for Sentinels, though. They're currently 9-1. It's their very best map statistically, and it looks as if their comp not changing too much.
No, it feels like for the whole entirety of the universe's existence, Sentinels have run this exact composition.
Well,
with the only change of
change
Zoms going from Astra to Owen. But now we can talk about Sentinels comp, but you know the deal. Look on the Envy side, the only major swap and what has been the big drawback, or at least the big implementation from Envy, is they incorporate Victor on that Sky. He's been always so interchangeable when it comes to playing Sky, when it comes to playing Phoenix, and now it feels like in at least this current meta, Sky is just so much more value. Marge playing that Astra, obviously the Jet free A, he played lights out. Don't get me wrong, on Icebox, it was difficult at times, but if he can clash again, this was the head-to-head that we were talking about earlier. Tens versus Ye, Jet versus Jet, Op versus Op, who can come out on top?
Yeah, no, it's funny that we just had a Sniper's Paradise type map literally added to the game, because Icebox and Haven are just the other two maps where you're gonna see snipers start to thrive. So yes, you're absolutely right. That head-to-head is going to be explosive, but it's the match that we have been waiting for, folks. It's the Battle of the Titans, Envy versus Sentinels. It's map number 2 once again. Early default already for Envy, but Sentinels, they're playing real heavy over towards C and B.
Yeah, this is interesting, at least from the Envy side, in terms of the buy they've gone for. Frenzy for Victor, Frenzy for FNS. So they've sacrificed a lot of utility, it feels like already. FNS with a quick charge up. He's looking to maybe finally kill, but it's a lot of contact. And you're right, I love it too, because Envy, they flip back to the A side.
No, and it's such a commitment to literally throw out your killjoy of all characters, of all agents, as an entry. And for the rest, it all works, because the only person playing up here on site is the Sova. A couple shock darts later, and now Shazam going over towards Heaven, trying to help out Sick. He does get a little bit of damage, and potentially a kill for himself. The 1-1 stat line for him is currently helping out his squad, but Ye still trying to frag out. Shazam with the second kill. Crash is now the last one remaining in a 1v4, and the round is pretty much done anyways. He's on the flank. Shazam not only gets 2 kills, gets an assist, and gets the defuse. That Hunter's Fury is charging up quick, and it's a round for Sentinels.
Yeah, already 4-8 for Shazam. You're 100% right. He can get that online super early, and he's presented those kills because he's very quick to make that rotation to Heaven. No smoke coming out from Envy to block his line of sight, and I mean, Shazam is presented with free kills. Sick is there as well to maybe make that contact immediately after Shazam feels like he needs to peel away. Sentinels, they got bamboozled, at least in the very start, but they were very quick to get back on their feet. Envy, with that spike plan, are feeling confident enough to go for a buy here. A Spectre, a Stinger, and even a Sheriff and a Marshal to work with. So it's a scattered buy, whereas on the side of Sentinels, a lot more confident. Ten's picking up that Judge towards the short side, and Sick looking for a long-range engagement here as he takes the flash and gets the info.
And it's all that he's going to get. No one else exactly following up over in Garage. It's just going to be that first contact peak to at least let the Cypher in the middle of sight breathe a little bit better. In answer, though, Sick has gone back over towards Garage, just trying to play perimeter. The rest, at least in terms of this hold over towards B, they really only need one player here. Look at the amount of util.
Yeah, 2 trips and that Gravel immediately as soon as they feel that contact. So instead, Envy have decided to work back up into Garage for a C split. And well, you only need one player in B, and that's where you can spread the other 2 towards that C side. And there are 3 players here, essentially. If Zoms makes that quick rotation, contact drawn out here. Dapper ready for this early fight. He's not going to get full blinded, but he still needs to reposition as he's all alone now.
Oh no, and his game account mounts. We're trying to circle around the site, and everyone from Envy just has the right angles. Sentinels, they try to run for the hill, but now they're just left out with a 2-man disadvantage.
Tens coming in a little bit late with this judge here. I mean, yes, they've got lesser guns, but that doesn't mean they're out of the fight. Envy, huge end up dropping a player. Tens up close. There's the swing. He draws attention, and now we're back to a 2-1-2. Both trying to play together. Shazam still continuing to go. It's up to Sick here, 1v2. Has to get the transfer, but he's got not enough bullets. 2-1, or apologies, 1-1, as Envy somehow win out the 4 spot.
It feels like a 2-1, but that was a 4v2.
Right.
I mean, that was everything for Envy. Sully, that round, yes, it might have been the lesser guns, but Envy had armor. Envy, at the end, they had the SMGs, and they had a 2-man advantage. If anything, that was Envy's loss through and through. Sentinels, they could have done a little bit better off that first contact, and I commend them for having a stack of util over on B, but it's a breakdown in defense that still works out for them.
Yeah, it feels like it's I mean, it's a Sentinels loss. I mean, Envy should not have let it get that close, but it doesn't matter. That's their force up. Here's their bonus. They reinvest heavily, and while up against Sentinels is just pistols, this round feels heavily in favor of Envy. A quick push towards this A side. Yes, there are 3 players, now a 4th and a 5th rotating, but with the lesser guns and the time that Envy still has, I mean, that Aldron's going to get a whole lot of information. You see the util dump. You can back out, but they don't really care. They go headfirst into the sites, and while they're there to clean it up, a flawless round with nobody taking any damage.
There you go. Not a single point of health taken away. And everyone in Sentinels going down in a heap. I mean, I would have actually called that potentially a successful setup because literally everyone was on the A site. A decent stack, decent idea. But yes, we do get to move on into the next round, hopefully with a little bit more even of a buy throughout our screen. Yes, Sentinels. They do actually pick up the early op.
Yeah. Especially on this map. I mean, you talk about it in a sniper's paradise. Well, this is it. And Tens is going to look to challenge. We see Tens kind of play this sole position with the assist of, at times, Sick and Shazam. But as soon as he kind of has his position unlocked, they will leave him. And so 2 players backing out of sewers. Sick with that early rotation. Now that Tens is in prime position, but that's not a miss that you want to see him hitting. And well, he does end up bringing it back for a 1 for, at least for now, just the 1.
It is 1, but it's still contact on a 2nd. And not only that, but he's actually positioned himself a little bit better for some more information. If anything, Tens, he's just presuming that the site could be a little bit safer. Still very much on his toes. But the rest of his opponents are all over towards that C site. It's only going to be 1 player over towards that back line. Dapper trying to hold it down with a spray down, and he's able to get a whole lot of damage. Out goes that shock dart from Shazam. That's actually a big save. One of their players was down to 11 HP. FNS still trying, though. He's down to 32, and he has to run away after he gets a cheeky frag.
Yeah, and he can get the heal back up, so he'll be at full HP. Albeit with no shield. Never mind, he's just stuck at the 85 mark. 2 versus 3. One's got an op, that being in the hands of Tens. And I think Tens isn't really looking to battle for this unless Shazam can get something. Never mind, he was just looking out for a lurk.
They can definitely fight for this. And they absolutely will. It's going to be a 2-man crossfire back over towards tunnels. Shazam. He's going to run right into the alarm bot, isn't he? Oh, Tens. A 1v3 that he was almost able to pull off a little bit earlier, but it's an impossible scenario. A great setup, too. You had FNS ready for the wide string right in the middle of sight. And just like that, it's going to be Envy with a very safe 3rd round, and Sentinels finally left down to their own devices.
Yeah, you reset Sentinels here. That huge investment in this round with that operator is definitely going to make things a lot more costly. So it's a full eco here. Coming out, I'd imagine, from the side of Sentinels, where it's 3 players alive, economy starting to build on this attacking side, and man, those sky flashes are deadly. The fact that FNS is able to make that drop and find that kill in Garage and open up the entirety of the site with Dapper alone and back, huge opening from FNS. And while Sentinels, they pay the price. 5 Sheriffs, yes, they do have that run it back, but I don't think this is the round they want to use.
No, don't think so. But again, if they can get a fast take over here on site, they can utilize that Hunter's Fury after and just play as much time as possible. But it needs to be a fast take because look at Sentinels. All four are here. The running back could go out, but no, it's not going to happen. And the Hunter's Fury isn't going out either. It's the pistols trying to hold back the site. And Envy, yes, it's clean. They don't even have to utilize that much utility. They're right into the middle of site, safe and clean. And Tens says hello to the turret in the mid side.
Okay, Tens, he's good for one. He's gonna get guaranteed charge up this ultimate. All right, Tens. A little bit of flash, a little bit of pizzazz. That's all it really is. He gets the ult charge out, which is probably the biggest thing. So now Sentinels have got 3 major ults to play with. Tens, I don't think is going to have enough for the operator, at least in this instance. So play around that Blade Storm, and imagine is what he's going to do. You have, again, that run it back, that Hunter Syria as well. Never mind.
Yeah.
He's going to sacrifice the shields instead, light shields.
Yeah, I barely thought he did because Sick earlier, he had just about 5K. He was the one that dropped 10. So in the same situation, just about 5.3K. Tens is just going to buy up himself 0 issues. We're still looking out for the knives in the hands of Tens too, so he still has that backup option. He has a little bit of a cushion. But as we head into the rest of this round, or really just the round period, it's Envy up in middle. Look at the early pick.
Looking for a challenge to give Tens a little bit more confidence. He had to lock down Garage because now you see the predicament Tens is in. It's like, where does he go? Hunter's Fury to take him down. Ooh, second shot misses, and Tens he is going to stay alive, but for how long is the real deal? That lockdown, not going to catch anybody detained. Tens up close. Oh, he's going to get punished as soon as he takes the lead.
Cheeky idea from Tens. Gets broken down, and now the rest of Sentinels trying to barrel their way forward. Zoms, just good eyes period, even watching over towards that mid side. And out goes Sentinels again. They've now gotten 2 kills off of this flank alone. Now this could get fun. Out goes the neural theft. They know at least the general direction of their opponents. Dapper's able to get another one, equalizing the round at a 2v2. Marv's waiting out for a second player through that Cosmic Divide. Has no clue that Zoms is there, but Zoms walks right into his crosshair. Well done by Marv. It's just good patience, period. 5-1, and Envy continues their reign of terror.
Yeah, those last 2 players are kind of just walking in blind. You're rushing through a Cosmic Divide. You have that lack of vision, and all the advantages lied there with Marv. He's able to pick those 2 up. Envy 5-1. Like you said, the dominance continues in a row, 5 rounds, and Sentinels only 1 round is coming off of that pistol. So they do still have those 3 ults. I imagine Tens is going to be looking to use that Blade Storm, given the fact that he's gone for full shields. The buy scattered as expected from Sentinels, whereas Envy, economy starting to build. They got the operator in hand for Ye. Flash goes out. I don't think Ye saw anything because he was full blinded, but I don't think the bird got anything either really of importance.
No, it's direct contact over towards that mid side. And this is that same idea that we had very, very early on in the game. If not, it was like the first round that we saw FNS essentially on a fake over towards Garage. He's really just playing contact. He could just be there waiting up for a flank or a rotator. And indeed, that just might be the dynamic. Tens! Oh. Oh, a hit and run and long. And he's able to back out easy. And look at Zoms. With a contact over and long. With a Marshall, he's able to get a kill. Did he make it a second? Victor over and long trying to make his way up.
And he's got stars to play with as well. He can get another tag. No! Zoms with a clean headshot. And active with smoke. They're going big. They've gone huge. A thrifty round coming out of Sentinels. And it starts with knives. And it ends with heads being popped with Marshals and Spectres.
And the off is saved. Rifles are over. Oh my word. This is everything Sentinels could ever ask for. Rifles galore. Nobody goes down. Most of their pistols are going to stay on. Their economy is now back, and it's desperately, it's literally the momentum that they wanted from that second round conversion. It got a little bit late. Let's see what they can do with it.
Wow, quick scope coming out from Zoms to find that kill.
Locks everything down. Crazy nowadays.
Man, Sentinels, it's the Marshall era. And while they have a second round, it's Envy that have all the advantages. Stars lined up here again. Tens on the opposite side of the map as Dapper is going to start to make a rotation as feels as though that this is going to be at least a B or C hit, given the fact that Tens pushed up so far. I like the info play that Sick went for. Unfortunately, he doesn't get as much as he was hoping. That turret, those bullets slowing him down, presenting itself perfectly to the player in window. So re-exec is the name of the game here for Envy towards this A side. Owl drone to go in, but a default for the mid round.
Yeah, not very valuable info whatsoever. Really just trying to go for a pick off of that run it back, but fortunate for Tens. He had a fairly safe angle over towards long. It's just common shoulder peek anyways. Goes down to the off angle. He has 2 players in the middle of this A site potentially to try to avenge him. That recon bolt is gonna catch him off. Dapper now stuck in the back. The grab well keeping him back, but Zombs trying to help him out up the crossfire. Dapper currently full flash, trying to go for the wide swing, but it's easy now for Crashies. And yes, the Hunter's Fury is going to connect, but it simply doesn't matter. And no way! Sig has the spike! It's a man disadvantage now for Sentinels. With just about 30 seconds left. It's a man down now for Envy, and Sick pulls it off out of nowhere. A 1v2 for Sick. He holds on to the spike. Sick may have just stolen the round from his enemies.
Underneath their noses, the Red Bull clutch in a 1 versus 4 essentially drops the spike, and I don't even know how he's able to muster this clutch off the spray. He knows where Marv is. Man, the spike going down, and I mean, with an operator up close, what do you do if you're Yay? Time is of the essence, and
You had to get there
Sentinels
quick.
somehow, some way, Sick gets it done. I mean, Sentinels have made a video. He is so clutch, and Envy with that play, it's gonna force him down to a much weaker vibe than they were anticipating. Tens. Not gonna land that shot, but he's still got a chance.
It's gonna be that same dynamic though. Reset might be coming soon for Envy, and it might be a desperate scenario. Look at the amount of util down. Out goes the Nebula, out goes the Nova Pulse, but now in goes finally the take. Dynamite in the front line. In goes the rest of Sentinels trying to hold it back. 3 more players remaining. It's Yay and Victor. Oh, Yay! No! He didn't get the knife kill, but he pulls out the sidearm. It's 4. It's pure chaos. It's a 1v2 for Shazam. Shazam, he gets beat out. Shock Dart out. It's 12 HP for Victor. He can heal. It's 1 bullet to the body from Shazam that will do it. And as the dust subsides, it is Sentinels landing on their feet.
Dude, what is going on in this game? It's as chaotic as Icebox and as close as we can have it. 5-4 from a 5-1 deficit. Sentinels have found 3 rounds in a row. I can't even describe that round. All I saw was a knife being thrown and then a melee being stabbed from
A
Yay.
knife being thrown, a knife being used.
What is going on? Sentinels, they lose 4 players, and now, I mean, you compare both economies, they are in very similar stature. Sentinels could get fully reset here, whereas Envy, they have that cushion of the max loss bonus.
And in terms of the macro of the actual round, that's the first time that Envy has attempted anything like that, and Sentinels has just dissipated any chance of this ever happening ever again. In goes the hold over towards mid. Zombs is now here to try to help out. Here goes the peek from Sick. Out goes the combo from Zombs. He's only able to get that second. There's another person over in bottom mid. Victor out, and it's Shazam. 3 players from Sentinels having a war for that mid side, and Envy at that exact same time, they take advantage of an MTC.
Silva and Astra versus Silva and Astra. Marv is getting aggressive in the garage. He knows he's on low HP. He needs to find an advantage, and he might have one.
Oh, he's getting
discipline. He doesn't flick. He waits. He listens. He watches, and now
No way!
he whiffs.
No!
He whiffs the chance, and now the spike. It's not in their favor. He goes for a second, and he's gonna get denied. Spectre long range doesn't get it done, and Zombs denies the 2 of them. The play that could have won it is the one that spoils their fun. Sentinels tie things back up 5-5.
How many times are we going to see it? How many times are we going to see players with the most optimal scenario possible just not able to pull it off? I mean, just unfortunate, really. The timing not in his favor, able to follow up, and now, folks, it's a tie score line again. I mean, how did we even make it here again?
It was 5-1.
It was 5-1. Oh. Well, folks, we made it here. We might as well continue. Only 2 rounds remaining in this half, and the off is indeed back in the hands of Tens. They were able to save it up all the way from the mid side. They delayed the spike for it. And Envy, not a great buy.
Tens is going to use that op towards the C side, and Sick has got to run it back for Sewers. So Cam goes in. Apologies. Pete goes in from Dapper and Sick, and he can use it to take that space, but they feel nothing. They hear nothing. Back away. The B hit is coming in here from Envy. Shock Darts to try and delay. Ult's not necessarily present as FNS. He will get the spike down, and he's going to have lockdown, but it's a contention from 2 ults. Hunter's Fury and the run it back. And Sick is taking space, force players out of position. And while he's not going to deny FNS, trades go back as Yay and Zombs both battling 1-for-1.
Oh, Yay is still alive, and Yay is still battling. Still in the back of the D5, and there's nobody else here! Tens was actually able to get that! Quick scope on! And there you go! Tens continues his reign of terror, going on with the shorty, and now it's only Crashies in a 1v3. Only had the Sheriff, but look at that flick! Okay. Crashies, a little crazy for that one. but it's still the same result, 6-5 Sentinels.
Okay, well, things got scary when Ye was popping off in the back and he was able to find two. A nice, nasty quick scope from Tens. He's able to lock down Victor out of that position. 6-5. How did we get here? 5 rounds in a row for both of these sides. And Sentinels with that one pistol round have themselves the advantage. 4 ults charged up for Envy, none which they got to use in the last round. Blade Storm, Lockdown, all present with the Hunter's Fury and Cosmic Divide on top. Sentinels with only just the one of Dapper. It looks like Envy have got full focus towards the A side, and well, there's no Tens operator to slow them down. It's just Dapper and Shazam. A tag goes in, but no shots connect so far, and Sentinels, they can retake this site. It's Dapper still sitting and waiting. They're not convinced it's an A hit just yet, though, Gus.
No shots connecting and no shot. We're actually going to have Sentinels still holding off this front line. Look at this comp still here. And look at the amount of util that Envy can end up using. Out goes the lockdown. The Ten still able to get a big pick. Out goes the right click. He's still trying to fight for short. Just about 4 seconds left and he has to run away. But he has more than enough time and teammates to help. He is safe back over towards Heaven. Nobody gets detained. Cosmic Divide is still up. Plan finally goes in. And Tens, he's fully flashed! Crashes in the middle too! Oh my word! FNS still trying to make his way through. It's a 1v2 for him, but Dapper with his drop in. He ends up getting the last 2, and that is gonna finish off the half. Sentinels, they see Envy, they see them win 5 rounds in a row. Whatever you do, we can do better. 6 rounds in a row to close off the half. And my, even just that last round alone just explains everything.
Yeah.
What is going on in this game? It's a pure war.
It is absolute chaos going down between these 10 players. Shazam and Tens both going crazy. Tens in that last round beat a maniac jumping down from Evan. Again, if this was the series that we get 3 maps, it had to be these 3 maps. Both teams are delivering. It's not as close as we could get, but it sure as heck is close.
Oh, it is pretty much as close as we can get. Yeah. We had a 6-6. We had a 7-5. I mean, margin is just 2. Folks, you guys know numbers, and you guys know that it's going to be yet another 3.5-minute break. We will be right back with the second half between Sentinels and Envy. Welcome on back, folks. It could be our epic conclusion for what is one of these two teams' runs to Berlin. Sentinels only one half away to it, and Envy still looking to bite back from 1-0 down. It's the second half starting off here on Haven, and Sentinels, again, they were not looking that hot, but it's the same exact story as the first half in map number 1. They brought it all the way back with 6 rounds in a row to have the lead going into the second half.
Envy here on this defensive side. I mean, we were expecting fireworks from both sides, and they delivered. Now, here with Envy on the defense, it feels like they have the stronger composition with Lockdown, KJ, and that Astra util. But early on, Yay, he's going to bite the dust here on the B site. Now, speaking of KJ, the util is still there in tens. He's just found a way to lurk up. He's just walking. Hold shift, hold W, and you've got space.
My favorite caster, I hold shift, will be very happy about this. Tens, hold and shift all the way up A, and that is complete control. Tens had all the information in the world. He went deep into short. He ended up getting the audio input. Only guy sitting A. It's a free plant for him.
I hold shift, we hold shift. Everyone in Sentinels is walking their way on in. Envy. 4 players left. What do they do? Okay, first contact. Crashy's going to be forced away nonetheless. Six still has a hot hands if he wants to heal.
Standing ahead.
Everyone on Sentinels has immediately backed away. 3 players towards long. Dapper being the only player looking for the contest over towards the sewer side. And Shazam with a recon bolt. They've already tapped the spike. They're getting it going.
Dapper, not exactly able to fight back that first contact. All 3 players over towards long. Spike not being defused. Finally it is. Out goes that other shock start. And after 5 kills go down at the exact same time, it is Astra v Astra. Zoms tapping away, but Mark gets a massive headshot. It's only 1 shot to the body that he needs. Zoms barely showing a pixel. And it is no time? Oh, barely enough time for Marv. Get that defuse, but just 0.6 seconds away from getting it, but it's Sentinels with yet another pissed around win.
I mean, Zoms, he gets the job done. All he does is jiggle back and forth. He realized the spike hasn't been tapped to have, so he's willing to take that commit there. And 8-5 Sentinels, it's a big round to pick up because Envy, this is the map where if they drop it, they drop to the lower bracket. Sentinels with a huge lead. They're going to fully invest. Now, Envy, they've been good so far at counterbalancing and taking back the 4 spies. They do it here again. 2 Spectres, 1 Stinger, and 2 Marshals to work with. We'll see if they can convert as Sentinels full focus towards the window sides. Shazam's going to send 1 recon bolts, but not a major contest towards either extremities.
Okay, this is a big fight from Envy, though. Yes, they have the lesser guns, but they still have a whole lot of armor and still something to work with. A couple SMGs here and there. The Marshals down the line, too. This is quite the proficient second round conversion. And Envy could potentially get out. Watch out still. I was thinking about a crossfire for a quick second, but the person from short, Victor, has actually backed out over towards long. This has actually allowed Sentinels, 2 players to walk up short.
Yeah, their main smoker is now gone, and well, Victor's been given that chance. Like you said, they just walk on up. Sentinels will take sewers. Well, Envy were going to take long anyway, and now they're continuing to battle. Tens for at least 1 trade. Dapper's going to catch 1 Victor.
Crashies!
Trying to work back. Crashies, he's only got a Marshal. He has to hit his shot.
No clues here.
No scope. 1 tag, 2. He's going to find another. 3 versus 2, and Envy, it's 2 Marshals, a Stinger up against Sick and Dapper with Spectres.
Okay, Crashies has no clue where any of these last few players are, and there you go. Dapper sitting up in short. Trip still up. Say they would engage. And Yay, not here at a good angle. Not a good time either. Daps with a wide swing towards sights. Takes down Yay. Now look at this post blink from Sentinels. Both of these last 2 players backing out towards what would be mid, and it's a perfect counteraction for the position of FNS. FNS thought that he was slick going up short, but Sentinels, they had the right idea. For the first time in this map, we end up seeing Sentinels with a second round.
Tricky positioning. I mean, FNS, he makes the jump over the trip, but with a Stinger from long range, it's a difficult battle to win against their Spectres. Sick on this 3rd round is already going to have his run it back charge. He doesn't really need to use it, knowing that Envy are going to definitely have the lesser guns, but that was the round that Envy, had they picked up, you reset Sentinels again, you could maybe find another streak like you did in the first half, but dropping that round, it's going to be another eco here as light investments with pistols and the single Marshal for Yay. Sentinels have themselves essentially a full bonus if they can win this round out. Sick. Again, with that run it back, he's going to be using that Phantom. It's a default from Sentinels, and FNS has already gotten aggressive towards the long cubby, towards the C side, and Sentinels put their full focus towards A and contesting.
It's a big contestation from NV period throughout these back choke points. mostly including C-Lock. Look at this approach from FNS. He's sitting right into the middle of Cubby.
Love it, because Ye is planning on playing long with this Marshall as well, so it's a great assist.
Oh my gosh, indeed it is. Out goes that first pick. The Frenzy has to get one, but Tens is forced to dash his way forward. Mars able to get another one. Look at the gap on Ye. Ye gets another pick. He's still sitting up on top of Logs. Out goes the cross. Victor and Ye combined for 2. Shazam and Sick, last 2 remaining. And out goes the... Oh! The wrap back from 6. Shazam saves his teammates, but it's still... the round back from Envy, so close to saving his teammate, but it's a 9-6 scoreline that Envy had to scratch and claw for.
It feels like that these rounds are just far too chaotic. Swings go in, tags with Marshalls, and somehow Champs ring out true and they find Envy a 6th round here. That was where Sentinels were looking, okay, if we can win this round, we can have the full bonus, but because their 2nd round goes down to such close margins, they don't have the credits here to go for the buyback. 4 Sheriffs to play with. Dapper can reinvest, but overall, Sentinels, they're reset, and Envy, they're still in this 2nd map.
It's intense for Envy, but Sentinels really just trying to dissipate a lot of this pressure. Early round proceedings doesn't exactly see much for Sentinels, as they've been actually very much used to actually banging out a couple of these deep choke points. And Envy, they're still playing up that same dynamic. 2 players watching up contact early. Sentinels, they haven't made a peep yet, except for Tens.
Tens, I think, was trying to avoid that alarm bot, but he took a step far, a little bit too forward before the Cloudburst went down, and now Sentinels... You still have Sheriffs. Sick doesn't get a little bit of space. He's going to get full blinded, but no swing goes in. They know the contact is in garage, and you can obviously see with Ye peeking long. There should be no one A. The focus swings back, and there are 3 players here. It is Sentinels with Sheriffs. It's deadly. Doesn't keep the gun out long enough, and he goes down.
FNS still around the corner, could be able to get a 2nd kill, and finally he does. He was running out of bullets, and he's still able to get a couple more in. Mars with a 3K holding back the fight. Yes, that is going to be pretty much the end of the round. Dapper looking for some economic damage. But this is all that Envy needs. This is the first round that they end up buying up the rifles. The off is finally back in their hands, and they save pretty much all of it.
Yeah, you gotta love FNS chasing him down the classic. He's like, let me get my ult, let me get my ult points, let me get my ult points. And his teammates just, you know, taking those kills away. But he's only 2 off of it. Victor only being 1 off the Seeker, so a lot of crucial ults ready to come online in these next coming rounds for both sides. Sentinels are near completion on, again, the Hunter's Fury, the Bladestorm for Tens as well. So it's not a bad predicament that either team are in. The full buyback for both sides. Our full rifle round here in number 5. Sentinels take a liking towards this A side. 5 players, or apologies, 4 players here. Zombs on alert towards C. This is kind of the typical default that we've seen so far. Envy, the operator Faith, at least here in Ye, has got the assist of Victor, but the concern pivots back towards Sewers. As Victor gets the info, patients aren't made. They're just a little bit more concerned where the hit's coming, if it's going to be A.
Yeah, it is. Seemed like we've had a plethora of contacts thus far here in the A site, but again, Sentinels so brutally slow to make their way up, and the first time that they even step their way forward, it is Ye with a well-timed peek, and he's going in for more. He's gonna be able to get 2, make it a 3rd. Victor is behind him to catch it up, and Sentinels with the rifles, they're breaking down.
Oh, 10 still able to trade one back. The operator out of their hands, but the round isn't done just yet. Envy, the deadly player they have to contest with. Dom's not too far off, as Tens is going to be able to back away slowly but surely. 4 versus 2 still. The B site clogged up with this utility. And if they want to rework it back in a garage, it's going to be nearly impossible with it going undetected. Alarm bot there present already, and yeah, 20 seconds left. Time is not on their favor, and it looks like Tens is going for a late re-exec into the A site off of a double Nebula fake over towards B.
Double Nebula fake. That is so much util being utilized, but for very, very good reason. Out goes the alarm bot fake. 5 seconds left. 4 seconds left. Tens! No, it doesn't plant. It's not even going to go for it. And instead opt for the kill, and wow, I at least anticipated Tens to try to go for that, but felt the danger and it made sense.
I think it's fair that Tens doesn't go for it because he knows he can hold on to the rifle. He's got Bladestorm no matter what, even if he were to go for the spike plant. If he gets the kill, Bladestorm comes online. If you were to die, you would still get the Bladestorm. So he takes the risk. He didn't feel like planning. He does get a kill, weaken the economy just a tad bit of Envy. The important thing is you holding the 2 rifles. You'll get the Blade Storm online here. You can drop that rifle over. So it's not the worst of buys. Intense does drop it over to Shazam. So Sentinels, it's a weakened buy with 2 Spectres, but essentially you've got 3 rifles.
And I mean, it was 2 people that ended up saving in the first place. I mean, Zoms, yes, he could also redistribute the cash, and it works out just fine for Sentinels. They have the rifles they need, but do they have the positions that they want? Crashies has it all over towards long, and he's able to pretty much create all this space now for Envy, except for in the middle of sight. There's only 1 person over towards long. Tens essentially dashing his way through with a heat-seeking missile right onto the head of Crashies, and still the rest of Sentinels rotating, still slowly making their way slowly onto A, having some trouble with the cabbages, but the Cosmic Divide down. It's a 4-on-4.
Light tag already. Tens going risky. He does find a kill up top in the heavens, but there's still more to come as Shazam sending shock darts the way of the connector side, and Tens still sitting in the middle. It's instead Shazam to nick that kill, and Tens down low. It's 1 player left as FNS is coming in for the backstab, but it's a little bit too late. All of his compadres have already gone down in FNS. It's a 1 versus 2. Both players split. We got 1v1s. We can't win the first. Sentinels, apparently those 2 save rifles are what win them that round, as Tens comes up big with that Blade Storm saved up.
Yeah, Tens, he ends up getting not only 1 kill in the middle, but yes, he ends up redistributing the cash. One of the players that ended up doing so from the last round stays alive for another one. That is Zoms. And I mean, I don't think that's going to be the instant karma play of this game, but I still think that that's a very good team play overall, and that is good karma, at least going forward for Sentinels, because they desperately needed it. They were about to get reset once again, and overall, the vibes need to go up. Envy are getting dangerously close with one of their final buys.
Sam sent this Alodrome last round, and he's going to try and pocket off of something. Nice first tag. Where's the second? He's not going to be able to finish it off. In Astral form as well. Sick is going to take the space. Grab a Nova Pulse. He all avoids. Marv is good to at least knock down the run it back. That's not enough. Marv knows one is charged in. Everyone has arrived. No scope from
Here goes Ye.
Just 3, but there's a shutdown again from Shazam, and well, Crashies all alone, can't do much in this situation. 11-8 as Sentinels, 2 rounds, and they've got Berlin.
2 rounds away from the German homeland, as at least for now, Sentinels so desperately close to getting back to that Masters set that they so love to try to carry around. Envy, however, still slide in with another pick after this. But it's going to have to be this round, Sully. Look at their buy already, and it's getting a little bit desperate. But thankfully, they've actually slowed it down a little bit. They were thinking about full rifles, but they've actually gone back to a half buy. Just about 2K in the bank for most of these players. Envy only maintaining 1 player over towards that mid side, 3 over towards A. It's a heavy reliance on util between C and B.
Yeah, this is really scary for Envy. Turret's being spotted. Sick is going to break. 2 players charging up. It's both Sick and 10, so where's the scare? It's up towards the top. And Sick looking to punish, and they are good to get this first frag. The C site opened up. The guns are still readily available here for Envy, as well the spike should be going down momentarily. There is still a chance as Envy pull off the 4v4.
Oh, Sick. Getting not only revealed, but the Hound right on him. Out goes Zoms with the spray down. 2 players in that same angle trying to hold off Envy. And Crashies! Okay, interesting. He gets a collateral off of that 1 shot, but it's really the only action that Envy got throughout that entire round. Sentinels 4-map match in qualification points to make their way to Berlin.
1 more round is all it's going to take. 1 slip up, and Envy will be dropping to that lower bracket. They have the full buy. They have ults. They've got 2 ults. These were the saviors that they had on Icebox. They couldn't bring us to OT, but they brought us to 24 rounds. Now they've got to try and do it here again and duplicate their results. Crashies, Hunter's Fury, lockdown for FNS. Here they come, here they go. Intense is going to be the first blood. Victor good for at least the immediate 2 off the bat, and while Crashies is looking to try and respond, he is in the back lines. 4 versus 3, and Zoms is desperately low on HP.
Crashies still have that ping over towards long, but the shock darts aren't able to connect. Still that man disadvantage that Sentinels are now starting to lack out over towards the back site. They had the right pieces, they had the right proponents, and they continue to take advantage of it. More kills going back for Ye and Crashies. Zom's now the only one remaining in a 1v4, and all the momentum has been stopped. Yes, it is yet another round back for Envy. Sentinels, they have cash to go into the next, but Envy, luckily, with 4 players alive, most of their rifles and their utility is going to stay through.
Envy, like you said, keeping things at least intact. That's probably the biggest thing. Huge double pick coming out from Victor to at least open things up and give them that opportunity. The buy still in their favor, but same thing with Sentinels. Cash has been built up to the point where they can continue to buy. They might need one reset here or there, but is that going to be enough to phase them? Probably not, as Envy. They know what is at stake with every single round. They're setting themselves up, 2 players, a third in rotation. If you want to count Ye in towards the garage side, one solo on this A side. And well, Crashies has got a lot of work to do as he realizes the majority of this focus is towards A, and he's a little bit overwhelmed, so he calls for rotations. Victor comes in, still that lockdown to play with if they want to go for a retake.
Ooh. Okay, Dapper. And revealed a little bit. They know that the Cypher is at least over towards that A area, even though the Aldrone didn't end up pinging. But once again, Sentinels maintaining a default mindset.
Yep.
And Envy, I mean, quite rarely now, and the same thing with Sentinels, neither one of these 2 teams want to interact with one another. We're not seeing anyone from Envy deep in these choke points, not even watching them at that.
No.
And Sentinels, well, they almost have to enact what is literally the name of the side. They are the attacking side. They're the ones that have to do the attacking. They're the ones that have to make their way through. Early on, it is the Seekers getting a whole lot of information over towards long.
Seekers go out. One Cabbage is having trouble finding anything as it's bouncing between sewers, but run it back activated. Sick is trying to sell a huge fake, knowing the Seekers got that contact, but nobody on Envy has taken this fight. They are completely wary to the fact that it's a full fake, and well, Sick, run it back doesn't find much. Suddenly a 5 versus 3, a Shazam down low, and Ye up top, takes him down with the knives. It's clean here from the side of Envy as they take now a 10th round to bring Sentinels at least down a peg in this second map.
That's another big one too. Envy completely flawless. It's not exactly the hope that Sentinels like to see, because I think their economy is actually starting to dwindle now too. They might start to contemplate holding back for this round and going into the very last, and indeed, they will.
Oh, man.
Okay, listen. We've had our fair share of Shikos.
Yep.
But
let's not hope it happens here.
Yeah, right. We like drama, folks. And Envy, more than likely, they have the rifles. They're trying to push this to the 24th round. But the pistols, they're all grouped out around C.
Yeah, full send here, it feels like, as Tens has still got that updraft and dash available, so he's looking to create space. Everyone behind, 2, 3, 4 players now starting to make a rotation from Envy. It's quiet. Lights out here for Sentinels. They shut the noise, rework their way back into garage to try and reposition, and Tens is the spearhead. You need the confusion in garage. It's Sick. He has no curveballs left, so the peak is risky, and well, our 2 players basically right there, and well, Sentinels, this is the time where they need to make a move soon.
Sick is still very much quiet, and he's the only person making any sort of headway. But this is what Envy is trying to work for. They have contact on the outside of garage. Tens goes in for a peek. There's one person watching outside garage, like I mentioned. So Sick, even if he does go for this peek, even if he is more proactive in C, well, he's probably going to get peeked out. He's probably going to go down. Out goes at least that wide swing. Out goes the dash from 10. Goes down a heap. 2 more players over towards garage. And the guiding light is going to shut down all of that pressure. It is yet another flawless round from Envy, as now they are looking cold-blooded. 1 more round separates Envy and Sentinels.
It feels like the nerves are rattled here on the Sentinel side. They know they don't want to make a mistake. This is their best chance to close out the series. And again, Envy know it as well. 1 round, 1 mess up, they slip to the lower bracket. Sentinels lie back in their favor. 1 ult, that being the Cosmic Divide. We've been sitting on FNS's lockdown. Keep in mind, he's had that since 8 to 12. And now we're looking to see if this is the round he wants to use it to bring us to an overtime. And Sentinels, it's a full send of the A site. Where is FNS? He's right here, ready. But this lockdown, it's not going to have the effect that he wants if they're just going to full rush.
There is a full rush. This Aldrone slowly but surely clearing out, but there's a reason why they're backing out. Again, that lockdown still ready on FNS. Just waiting for any sort of return off that because Shazam technically on that front line could get this plant down and could also get that ulti, but it's actually Sick going in for the plant. Interestingly enough, Shazam still going back for it. Out goes that lockdown, and the Hunter's Fury charged up for Shazam over towards Long off the orb, and it works out to shut down the lockdown. Everyone on Sentinels still in the middle of sight. It's a 5v5. It is full even strength for these two teams to battle for this last round. In goes the take. Cosmic Defy still up in Long. Victor gonna be able to get 1. 2 kills going back. Jay with a wide swing. Man advantage now for Envy. Out goes the 2v2. Dapper holding it down. Headshot onto Marved. Marved, how much more can you survive, my friend? 64 HP back on Sick. He has the space. He has the molly in the middle of the spike. Marved goes for the fake, but it's not gonna work. Gute Reise, Sentinels. Have a good trip because we'll see you in Berlin.
An unbelievable best of 3 series, and it ends 13-11 on map 2 and map 1. What a series between Sentinels and Envy. I mean, we expected it to be close. We were hoping for a third map, but hey, at least we get 24 rounds on both of these first 2 maps. What a start to our first team to qualify to Berlin.
Oh, see, this set was already looking close enough for map number 3, and Veli said that map number 1 was already some of the best VALORANT he'd ever watched. I feel like this whole set could have been one of the best VALORANT games ever, but for Sentinels, I don't think they really care. They have free play tickets back over to yet another Masters tournament. The #1 of NA is back representing us.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Sentinels on top of the world, where they're on top of NA, still not done just yet. You still have to play tomorrow and maybe get yourself the #1 seed and declare yourself the best in North America. But hey, we wouldn't have it any other way. Congratulations to Sentinels. Envy, they still have a chance in that lower bracket. They're not done at all.
Folks, yes, it is what is our first LAN cast, but it ends here. Sully, it has been an absolute pleasure, and we're going to send it back to some more LAN boys. It is the Analyst Desk all the way back in Philly. Take it away, Valley.
Big shout out to Up Monticelli for the fantastic commentary. And by the way, congrats to Sentinels for qualifying to make the Berlin to represent North America when it comes to Masters Berlin. And I can't wait. But here we're going to break things down with Bach and Vansili. And Vance, Bach, initial thoughts right now. This is crazy. We finally know who's going to represent us overseas.
I love the fact that they couldn't high-five and handshake after that long time. They're like,
I don't know
next to each other. It's okay. But even still, I mean, it's a great series. It's disappointing. Like, selfishly, I wanted a third map. I wanted overtime in both maps. Yeah. We were talking about it. Like, I just want this to continue, and it doesn't happen. It's not even just because I'm, like, a fan of the Envy players or a fan of Sentinels. I just wanted to see the action continue because it was so exciting.
Exactly. That was the name of the game. Super exciting. I think when you look toe-to-toe for these two teams, the way that they entry, pretty even, right? And it was a lot of nonsense going left and right from time to time, with Tens pushing over, with Ye pushing over. What they did their job. They're creating space, they're getting some entry kills, but overall, it's just a kerfuffle every time on these battles. Then you go on these trades, really even. But in the end, when it comes down to the clutches, the 1v1s, it's always Sentinels that edge it out.
One of the things that was really disappointing, and we talked about this from the first map, Ye's ult, the Blade Storm, I felt like whenever he popped it, that actually worked against the team.
Yeah.
It felt like it wasn't quite where it needed to be. So like his rifle work, his work with weapons, it was way better, way stronger, but for some reason, the ult was just off.
But you know what? At the end of the day, both of these teams gave us one of the best matches that I've personally ever seen in VALORANT. MVP of Envy, even though they lost, is going to be Ye, the newcomer. But also, big shout out to Sick, the Phoenix, the duelist for Sentinels, for just popping off 259 combat score, 1.8 KDA, but also 24 kills.
And when we're just saying and doing the analysis of like how Corey was playing Phoenix before on this map, it's like, oh man, it's fizzling out, but Sick definitely played that very well. And look at Ye, 23 kills, had 19 on the previous map, and 20 throughout the whole series versus TSM. So if you got to give it to somebody today overall, you have to give it to Ye, but in the end for a team that wins, again, Sentinels always edging it out. Shazam always wanting to win. And also Sentinels just saying, look, it doesn't matter how many times you're going to go against us as Sentinels, we're always going to be on top.
Definitely. Now, Bach, I have a question for you. We actually have a segment, the Aim Lab Flick of the Day. If there's any play out there that comes to mind, which one do you think it might be?
Well, I mean, come on now. When you look at that last series, we had so many incredible plays. It was actually, we kept going. I remember we were sitting over there, we're watching, and we're like, that's the flick of the day. That's the flick of the day. That's the flick of the day. We kept going back around. So honestly, at this point, I don't even remember because we've seen so many of these crazy plays that it was actually hard to track which play we were actively talking about. Because it was like every 2 rounds, we would change our minds about what the flick of the day was.
It was insane. I think at this point, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be that 3K that we got there from Victor, because we did have like Tense that was doing so good with that Sheriff. Again, another one of those rounds where Sentinel's about to lose and then Ten's about to put everybody in the backpack and be like, I got this, boys.
And what's crazy is you could actually have a flick of the day on both players. Because Tenz goes nuts with the Sheriff, almost makes that round possible, and then Victor's the one that actually gets the 3K to close things out.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look and see exactly what it was, because there was banging plays all around. Shot to Aim Lab in the flick of the day. Oh my God. All right. Ye is absolutely insane with this play. Able to get the Bladestorm kill, the op kill, and then when you thought it was all over with, nah, he's going to pull out the classic and Van Silly. If I had 1% of that skill right there, man, that'd be it.
You'd be at a silver.
He's premium silver, okay?
True. No, definitely, at that point, to be able to switch over to between 3 sets of weapons and still get kills, definitely, we were talking about him, right? He had a great day today.
It's funny, too, because we were saying how his ult was disappointing. Sure, he gets the first kill, and you're like, oh, he's going to pop off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's going to make me look like an ass. And then he misses the second kill. I'm like, okay, we're still good. But he hits that shot with the op, and then he just goes straight to the sidearm and just immediately, like, no hesitation.
That man was out of his mind. But you know what? We actually have a Ryzen post-game interview with the one and only, one of the best IGL in the game. Let's give him the respect he deserves. Shazam! If you hear me, let's go ahead and put him back on screen.
Maybe not.
Actually, no. We're going to wait just a little bit for that. But, fellas, all right, so now, Envy, we've seen what they're capable of, right? This is actually insane. They're going down to the losers bracket. I think that any team that faces them is going to be in big trouble, man. They're going to have a big chip on their shoulder.
Honestly, when we came into this day, right, and our question mark was, okay, Envy, can we actually buy into the stocks? Are they actually as hype as we think they could be? Can they actually beat Sentinels at this point? At least we got all of those questions answered, sorry. No, they can't beat Sentinels yet. But overall, they're still that very close number 1. I think when you looked at that gap and you're trying to figure out who's like the top team or the top teams in North America, it's like, okay, Sentinels, and then there's a small gap of like, okay, is it 100 Thieves? Is it Envy? Is it TSM at this point now? But now I see that the gap is closing in a lot more with Ye joining Envy's roster.
Now, also, Van Silly, you've been also watching the B stream as well for the other games that's been going on.
Yeah.
What's been happening? Give us an update.
I haven't been following the second map, but I do remember on the first map for XZ and 100 Thieves, it was like a 9-3 half for XZ on Haven. And somehow, the triple initiator, controller, no sentinel for 100 Thieves on the attack came back. Attack came back. I like the, somehow I just rhyme myself like, the cat came back. Anyways, came back and won 13-11, and it was like a great comeback for XZ. I just can't wait to watch the VOD. For 100 Thieves, sorry.
Bach, any last thoughts about what we've seen today, with that being the last match that we've had?
Looking at today, one of the things that we didn't touch upon, and we've talked about it at previous points throughout all of VCT, is Sik's versatility for this roster. Sik played 5 maps, and he played 5 agents. He plays Raze, KO, Sky, and then he also played Sage and Phoenix. So he played 5 agents across a variety of roles. He was a duelist. He was a sentinel. He's an initiator. That's insane. Just the fact that he has that flexibility, and not only that, is frequently right at the top with everybody else. Like, he's usually the number 2 hitter right underneath Tenz. How do you, like, really not speak enough about that player? We're constantly praising Tenz, and I know we even say this. We're like, oh, we always feel like we spend too much energy talking about Tenz. We don't talk about Sik enough. But, like, I have to keep coming back to it. The dude is just incredible. Probably the most versatile player in all of Valorant. I'll say across the globe, not necessarily just in North America.
Yeah, we definitely commended him at least when he was actually playing during First Strike at the same time. Too. Right. It was like, oh, 5 maps now into rotation. He played a different agent on every single map, and he continues that way to really play, really being selfless. It's the same thing that we gave to Mummy, for example, or Envy. Is like, he'll play whatever he needs to play for the team to win, and it works for Sentinels.
But the difference is, Sik was always performing well. Mummy definitely got his performance impacted when he had to play Astra with an op. It didn't work. Sik never has that problem.
Doesn't need op.
There's a difference between using every agent out there and being great with them. But speaking of great, we actually have that interview ready, the Verizon post-game interview. Let's go ahead and get Shazam on the screen to see what he thinks about everything that's been happening so far. Shazam, it's good to see you again. What's going on? First things first, You're going to Berlin, but before you got to that point, you guys had to face off against Envy. Was there any prep beforehand, or were you guys adapting on the fly?
Yeah, we had like a 2-hour break between our matches, and so during those 2 hours, I kind of like figured out the veto and how we wanted to play out, which went kind of how we planned. And then I just watched, I rewatched their game versus TSM, took some like quick notes, and then the other maps were kind of like up in the air. It was like a different roster before when they played the matches, so we kind of just like solidified our game plan and made sure like, you know, we got some proper food to eat. You know, it's like it's a decent break between the match. You know, like your first match of the day, you have your coffee, whatever, you have your meal, and then you want to make sure that like you're not tired by the end of the day playing a second match a few hours later. So I think everyone did a good job of like making sure that everything's planned out for the day.
You guys definitely played like you were well rested and had some good food right there. Now you're going to Berlin, Germany. Have you been there before? First off.
Yeah, I've been to Berlin many times actually. For like CS boot camps and stuff. It's an awesome city. I'm really looking forward to it.
You actually have a chance. Sorry to cut you off right there. You actually have a chance to go against Vision Strikers for the first time ever. Is that something that you and the team have even spoken about? Are you really excited about that?
Yeah, I think we talked about it during Iceland, how we were kind of disappointed that they didn't make it to Iceland because they're like probably the most hyped team from their region, and you know we wanted to see how we like fared up against them. So definitely looking forward to it.
Now, Shazam, last question. So you guys are number one that's going to Berlin. Coming up next, we have the winner of XZ and 100 Thieves, and also one more team. Who do you think are going to fill out those 2 spots?
It's tough. If I had to say before the tournament, I would have said 100 Thieves and XZ, but I think Envy is looking really good. Obviously, they gave us a tough time. I honestly, like, nobody can say. Like, it's up to who performs on the day of their matches. All these teams are getting really good, and nothing is free.
Sounds fair. I mean, everything looks free when you guys play anyways, but I'm going to leave this to you right here. Give a shout out to the fans, the viewers out there, because you guys representing us. I'm going to let you know right now, Shaz, we're so damn excited.
Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Everyone, all the support, like that's obviously what makes us do this. So.
All right, well, go ahead and get some good rest, get some more good food as well. Congratulations to you and your team, and we'll see you guys represent us well overseas. You have a good night.
Thanks, man. You too.
No problem. All right, fellas, anything you want to take away from that interview at all? I love talking to Shaz, man. Yeah.
About Shaz right now and for Sentinels overall, so it's really nice to see the confidence comes out in the end. Humble at the same time too, like to say that, you know, you see a little bit of trash talk from like the Sentinel social media from time to time, and it's like hyping up these games, which is great, definitely great. I love that. And then in the end, when it's still the victory that comes out for Sentinels, like, again, I talked about it, any given Tuesday or like just a regular Tuesday, a walk in the park, but they're still humble with the competition that they're playing against.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a Credit Karma Instant Karma moment coming up, and let's take a look at one of the best team plays that we've seen, and it was right there on Haven. I want you guys to just pay
actually
mind
change here, yeah, so.
Oh, this one right here, yeah, man, silly. Give us a run through.
I mean, I'm just going to let the image think for yourself.
So this is rough because this is like a reminder of a previous play. When they played on Bind earlier, Dapper pushes into Vents and is watching the rotate come through as they plant the spike on A site on Bind. As they walk through, he sees 3 players pass him. He's got the classic out. It's pissed around.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is an easy, at least single kill to disrupt. And then you can get a wide swing from a player lamps. That doesn't happen. He misses because he threads the needle. He's basically tracing behind the guy perfectly, and he dies. And then it happens again.
And those were, I think, like left clicks too in pipes and on Bind. So left click didn't work, right click didn't work. It was just a classic. Being a classic, sometimes trying to shoot opponents in the back that just didn't work out.
Now that's instant karma right there. Now, fellas, it's time to take one more look at the bracket. We have one team that's already going to represent North America in Berlin, Germany for Masters, and let's take a look and see who else might meet us over there. Right now, there's a big game going on the B stream between XZ and 100 Thieves. Can't wait to see who comes out on top. 100 Thieves obviously up 1-0 as you see right there. But also, we have some big matchups waiting for us. TSM versus Rise, FaZe versus LG. You got Envy waiting down there.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe and LG is going to be a fun one to watch. I think LG, I thought for me it was going to give a bigger matchup for XZ than expected. Like the results that I saw in the end didn't look too good. But I still believe that LG might have what it takes to probably give the biggest upset of this tournament, which would be against FaZe.
One of my biggest disappointments for LG, though, we had talked about it for a moment, was the way they just kind of shoved Moose back into the roster. So like Dazzle's filling that role of Sova, and now Moose comes back and he's like, that's what I always play. And they're like, you can play Ban's old roles. So it's like, I guess I'm playing Killjoy now. And it clearly wasn't what they needed. The team did not click in that first series. I don't know if they're going to change things coming into tomorrow. I doubt it. FaZe didn't look fantastic, but they didn't look rough either. It should be a decent game, but I don't mean it's going to be like the highest possible play. I think we're going to see a lot of individual highlights from that one. For sure.
Yeah, now, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it here on the A stream. You better go ahead and take yourself over to the B stream to see which team is going to qualify for Berlin next. But remember, it's going to be at the same place. Come over to Nerve Street or even Valorant to check out some more Valorant gameplay. And remember, tomorrow we're starting at a different time. 5 p.m. Eastern. You know where to catch us. We've had so much fun on the desk. Once again, my name is Belly. Man, Silly, I love working with you, man. Bach, it's been great seeing you as well. We'll see you guys next time for some more Valorant action.